My most recent book, Strategize to Win. And then I want to close with some thoughts around powerful, impactful, influential leadership. Because all of you, no matter where you are in your career, are in the leadership seat. Because I believe strongly that you can lead from any seat. But I want to leave you with some thoughts around what you must be intentional about if you are, in fact, not only going to lead, but to fulfill that which you are doing as HR professionals, and that is creating the next generation of leaders, informing the leaders that are in your organization. I want to give you a few thoughts that you might, in fact, pass on to them so that they might be the most powerful and impactful, influential leaders that they can be. Now, first, the 3 pearls that I give to you. The first one is the most important thing that I learned after 3 decades on the street. So do not be fooled if you read Expect to Win and you see that it is chapter 4, because it was indeed the most important thing that I learned, and that is perception is the co-pilot to reality. How people perceive you will directly impact how they deal with you. Yes, the reality of how smart you are has something to do with your success equation. The reality of how hard you work has something to do with your success equation. But a very big component of anybody's success equation is the perception that the marketplace has about you. What lens are they looking through when they are looking at you? And if you want to maximize your success in the seat that you're sitting in or the seat that you aspire to sit in, it is imperative that you understand the adjectives that are associated with success for the seat that you're sitting in or the seat that you aspire to sit in. If you don't understand the adjectives that are associated with success, you can work really hard, but you won't maximize your success in that seat, because you're working in a way that is inconsistent with the way they are thinking about success. If you would like to manage a large group of people, but you are not perceived as being motivational, inspirational, or organized, it doesn't matter that you can do it. It doesn't even matter that you did do it. You won't get the opportunity to do that if you are not perceived as such. If you would like to manage a large P&L, but you are not perceived as being analytical, quantitative, or strategic, it doesn't matter that you can do it. Doesn't even matter that you did do it. You won't get the opportunity to do that if you are not perceived as such. Now, generally, when I say that, people say to me all the time, but wait a minute, Carla, I am who I am. I can't make anybody think about me in a certain way. If you remember nothing else about our time together today, remember that you can train people to think about you in the way that you want them to think about you. And how do you do that? You pick 3 adjectives that you would like people to use to describe you when you are not in the room. And why do I say when you're not in the room? It's because all of the important decisions about your career will be made when you are not in the room. Compensation decisions will be made when you are not in the room. Promotion decisions will be made when you're not in the room, and new assignments will be given out when you are not in the room. So how do you want people to describe you when you're not in the room? Pick 3 adjectives that are absolutely consistent with who you really are, because I'm a big fan of the authenticity point. Nobody can be you the way that you can be you. It is indeed your distinct competitive advantage, and we'll talk about that this morning. So pick 3 adjectives that are absolutely consistent with who you really are. However, pick 3 adjectives that are also valued in your organization. And if you don't know by now what's valued in your organization, you can go to the website. There isn't a company today that doesn't describe itself or its values on the website. And if they don't, think about what they told you when they hired you. Oh, Joy, we hired you for the following 5 reasons. Or Rosanna, you beat out these 2 candidates for these 3 reasons. They told you then what they valued about you. So the trick is to continue to improve upon that which they value. The 3 adjectives that are absolutely consistent with who you really are, the 3 adjectives that are valued in your organization, where they intersect is how you must behave consistently if you want to train people to think about you in a certain way. It is simply consistent behavior around those three adjectives. And my big aha happened 5 to 6 years into my career. And I've told this story hundreds of times, but every time I have the privilege and the honor of speaking in front of a group of people, I tell this story because it was indeed my aha moment. 5 to 6 years into my career, I had a very senior manager director say to me, "You know, you're smart, you work hard, but I don't think you're tough enough for this business." Now, my first reaction is, what is he smoking? You can call Carla Harris a lot of things, but ain't tough ain't one of them. But then I said, wait a minute. Suppose this guy is not pulling my leg. Suppose he really doesn't think that I'm tough enough for this business. And heaven forbid, suppose the rest of the organization doesn't think that I'm tough enough for this business. And as you might imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing that you want to be thought of as a woman and a woman on Wall Street is not tough. And oh, by the way, authentically, that is who I am. So the fact that he was questioning whether or not I was tough enough was a wake-up call to me that the real Carla Harris was no longer walking into Morgan Stanley. Somewhere I had lost my voice. Somewhere I had lost my confidence. And it was creating a competitive differential for me. So after I got that feedback, I said, okay, I know what I'll do. For 90 days, I decided I would walk tough, talk tough, eat tough, drink tough, use tough in my language. Because it's important that if you want to train people to think about you in a certain way, you must have consistent behavior around those three adjectives. And you must use this language in your environment, particularly when you are talking about yourself. So I had a reputation of being very good at critiquing management presentations, so much so that before we would take a company on the road for a multi-billion-dollar IPO or a multi-hundred-million-dollar common stock transaction, my colleagues would often ask me to come into the room, listen to that CEO's presentation, and give that CEO some feedback, even when it was not my deal. So the next time someone asked me to do that, after I'd gotten that feedback, I said, wait a minute. Tell me a little bit about this CEO. Is this guy sensitive? Does he have a thin skin? I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings because you know I'm tough. And I kept using this language over and over and over. Sure enough, in about 90 days it worked. I had a team of people coming to see me. They didn't know I was behind them. The VP was beating up the poor associate. Do you have the backup analysis? Do you have the synergy analysis? We're going to see Carla Harris, so you know she's so tough. So it's important that you understand the adjectives that are associated with success. If you are in a finance role, people better describe you as analytical, quantitative. If you're in a marketing role, they should say you are creative, out-of-the-box thinker. If you are in an HR role or a sales role, they better call you commercial and relationship-oriented. And oh, by the way, every day that you choose to exercise your power and go into your seat, you should know exactly what you're playing for. It should never be a mystery to you as to what it takes to get to the next promotion or the next pay scale. Yet most of us go into our seats every day and say, I'm gonna put my head down, I'm gonna work really hard, they'll see that I'm good and I'm loyal and I'll be rewarded accordingly. And it doesn't work that way. Because if you're working in a way that is inconsistent with the way they are thinking about success, you won't maximize your success in that seat. Or let me say it differently. If you offer that which is not valued, you will not be rewarded. So it's important that you understand exactly what you're playing for. Because when you know what you're playing for, you are motivated and inspired to deliver excellence every day. And when you don't know what you're playing for, it's very easy to get distracted by what I like to call outside atmospheric disturbances. What's going on in the broader economy, or even what's going on in your internal political economy. So whenever you're going to a new firm, or even internally you're going to a new department, or you're starting with a new boss, never assume that you know what success looks like. And remember, what got you to that seat will not be the thing that will allow you to ascend from that seat. Always take the time to have the conversation about what success looks like. And the conversation goes like this: Jim, What needs to happen in order for you to say, I knocked the cover off the ball and the ball out of the park? If Jim says, Mary, you do the following 5 things, and I will consider that an out-of-the-box performance. Now, Mary, you know exactly what you're playing for. You know how to maximize your success in that seat. But more importantly, if Jim says, I don't know, Mary, you always do a good job. Just do what you always do. Mary, note to self, Houston, we have a problem. Because if Jim can't tell you what success looks like, you will never maximize your success in that seat. Because success is always shifting, and that will make your performance vulnerable to outside influences on Jim. So if Jim can't answer that question, you should say, Jim, you're not sure what success looks like? I've been thinking about it. I got a pretty good idea of what I think success looks like on this project. Give me 10 minutes. Let me walk you through it. You tell me what you like and what you don't like. And after that 10 minutes, Mary, now you know exactly what you're playing for. You know how to maximize your success in that seat. The second pearl that I want to leave you with is from Strategize to Win, and it's around this concept of currency. There are 2 types of currency in any environment: performance currency and relationship currency. But I want you to think to yourself that a dollar is not a dollar is not a dollar. Performance currency is the currency that is generated by your delivering that which was asked of you and a little bit extra. Every time you deliver on an assignment above people's expectations, you generate performance currency. It works just like the stock market. Anytime a company says to the street that they will deliver 25 cents a share, and that company delivers 40 cents a share, that stock goes up every single time, and so will yours. Performance currency is valuable for 3 reasons. Number 1, early on in your career or early on in any new environment, it will get you noticed. It will create a reputation for you. Number 2, early on in your career, early on in any new environment, it will get you paid and promoted. And number 3, it may even attract a sponsor. And as many of you know, the sponsor is the most important relationship you can have in your career. A mentor, frankly, is a nice to have. And you can survive a long time in your career without a mentor, but you will not ascend in any environment without a sponsor. And if you have good performance currency in an environment, it raises your level of visibility in that environment such that a sponsor may naturally be attracted to you. Now, for many of us in this room, it doesn't happen that easily. And sometimes you have to exercise your power and ask for a sponsor. And if you have great performance currency in that environment, it heightens the probability that that person will answer in the affirmative upon your approach. Why? Because everybody likes a star. But at the end of the day, here's the issue with performance currency. Over time, performance currency starts to experience diminishing marginal returns. Early on, it's worth about $1.50. But over time, that $1.50 works its way right back down to $1. Why? Because now you have created a new standard of excellence. Everybody knows that you will do a great job. Everybody expects that you will always deliver. So there's no longer a premium associated with your deliverable. The currency that's now most important is the relationship currency. Relationship currency. And relationship currency is worth about $2.25. And it never experiences any diminishing marginal returns because relationship currency is the currency that is generated by the investments that you make in the people in your environment. The investments that you make in the people in your environment. None of us work in a silo anymore. We're all working in highly interdependent environments. So at a minimum, you must have a relationship with every seat that touches your seat. If the only person that knows that you're doing a great job is your boss, then your ability to ascend is going to be vulnerable. Why? That person may leave the organization. They may leave their seat, or they may lose their juice. So it's your job to make sure as many people as possible in the organization is aware of your outsized contribution. Here's the reason, ladies and gentlemen, why relationship currency is so very important. Your ability to ascend in anybody's environment will be a function of somebody's judgment. Judgment about whether or not you're ready. Judgment about whether or not the team will follow you. And judgment about whether or not you will ultimately be successful. And ladies and gentlemen, judgments are directly influenced by relationships. And if you aren't with me yet, let me give you my last piece of evidence. Everybody in this room has power. Hard-earned, personal, influential currency. But I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, how many people in this room will use their hard-earned, personal, influential currency on somebody that they do not know? Exactly. So remind yourself that when you are shying away from investing in relationships, that your inability to ascend will rarely, if ever, be a function of whether or not somebody likes you, but it absolutely will be a function of whether or not somebody knows you. While your performance currency may get your name on a short list that's being discussed behind closed doors, when your name is called, if no one in that room can speak on your behalf, they simply go to the next name. And it has absolutely nothing to do with your ability to do the job, but everything to do with whether or not somebody knows you well enough to say, oh yeah, Jim, he's a safe pair of hands. Oh yes, Mary, she'll walk through walls and she'll take the team with her. Yes, Tina's the right person to do this that has never been done before in our environment. She knows how to walk through risks. It's those kinds of comments, by the way, with no data attached. It's those kinds of comments that make all the difference in whether or not you get the nod. So you must invest in the relationships, because it is the most valuable currency that you can have in any environment. And then the last pearl that I will leave with you is the authenticity pearl. As I said earlier, nobody can be you the way that you can be you. It is your distinct competitive advantage. And the day that you receive the opportunity that you all have today, somebody else didn't get the job because you were the best person for the job. So the last thing any of us should ever do is to submerge that which is uniquely you. Anytime that you're trying to speak or behave in a way that is inauthentic to who you really are, you create a competitive disadvantage because you're using valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to really hear what your internal or your external client is saying, yet is not articulating. Valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to show that quick twitch response. Valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to co-create with that person on the other side of the table. As quiet as it's kept, ladies and gentlemen, most people are not comfortable in their own skin. So when they see someone who is comfortable and confident in their skin, they will gravitate towards you. They absolutely want some of that. Your success, like mine, depends upon your ability to successfully penetrate relationships. And the easiest way to penetrate a relationship is to bring your authentic self to the table. When you bring your authentic self to the table, people will trust you. And trust is at the heart of any successful relationship. This was a very interesting lesson for me to learn. As you heard, I am a singer. I have done 5 sold-out concerts at Carnegie Hall and recorded 3 gospel CDs. But when I first, thank you. But when I first started in this business, I didn't want anybody to talk about the fact that I was a singer. I wanted to be known as a no-nonsense, hard-driving, analytical, quantitative investment banker. I'm not here to sing and dance, boys. Let's not get it twisted. I didn't want anybody to talk about it, but against my objections, my colleagues would often walk into a pitch and say, oh, this is Carla Harris, our capital markets banker, but what you really ought to know about Carla, she's an amazing gospel singer. She sang at Carnegie Hall, Radio City, the Apollo Theater, and I'm there rolling my eyes until I saw the client reaction. Oh, you're a singer. Oh, I so admire people who can sing, and I personally love to sing, but my family will only let me sing in the shower. And maybe you can talk to my daughter about how she integrates her love of the arts and her academics. And there we were, having a 15-minute meeting before the meeting. Are you with me, Talent Connect? The meeting before the meeting. So when I sat down to pitch, they heard me with a different ear. They saw me through a different lens because Carla Harris, the singer, was allowed to be in the room with Carla Harris, the banker. So I naturally differentiated myself from the other 5 bankers that would come in there and pitch that same IPO. So now whenever I go into a new situation, I bring Carla Harris, the investment banker. I bring Carla Harris, the prayer warrior. Carla Harris, investment manager. Carla Harris, the singer. Carla Harris, the writer. Carla Harris, the speaker. Carla Harris, the mother. Carla Harris, the golfer. Carla Harris, the football fan. I bring all those Carlas to the table. Because frankly, I don't know which Carla will be the one that will connect and allow me to own that relationship in a proprietary way. Your authenticity is your distinct competitive advantage, and it is at the heart of powerful, impactful, influential leadership. And as I close, let me give you a few thoughts around intentional leadership. As I'm sure you know already, no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that leadership does not happen by accident. You must be intentional. If you have made the decision that you want to be in the leadership seat, that you are making the decision that every time you show up, you're showing up intentionally as a leader. Leadership is contact sport. So you must be intentional. And in my mind, you must be intentional around 8 things. You must be intentional, as I just said, around authenticity. And it's really important if you're in the leadership seat that you show up authentically, because then you motivate and inspire those who are working with you, those who are working around you. You inspire and motivate them to bring their authentic selves to the table. And anytime any of us is in an environment where we can be who we really are, we will always outperform. And that will now accrue to your status in the leadership seat. You must also be intentional about building trust. I talked about trust as a core tenet to authenticity, but trust is the thing that will allow you to be a transformational leader. It will allow you to lead the team into the unknown, to do the things that you have never done, to take the organization in a place where it has never been, and people will follow you simply because they trust you. So it's not about your having the right answer. It's not about you knowing what the next 5 steps are going to be. It's about having the trust of your team that they will follow you even as you figure it out. That matters more than the right answer in many cases when you are doing something for the first time. You must be intentional about clarity. When you can define what success looks like for your team, again, you stimulate people to outperform. When people don't know what they're playing for, it's easy, as I said before, to become distracted, disillusioned, and then you lose your best talent. So no matter what, even in the face of obscurity, if you've chosen to be in the leadership seat, you must be intentional about providing clarity, even if it's for the day. If you can't do it for the year, you can't do it for the quarter, do it for the month, do it for the week, even do it for the day. I've had the privilege of doing some very innovative things at my firm in the last year and a half, and it had never been done before, so there was no playbook. But at the end of the day, I knew that in order to keep the team engaged, I had to be very clear about what we were trying to do in the short term, in the intermediate term, what the vision looked like on Monday. And by Friday, the vision could have changed, but it didn't matter. I had to define what it looked like. You must be intentional also about creating other leaders. You must remember that once you take that leadership seat, you've taken on a different level of responsibility. It's not about being an individual contributor. Leadership is a journey from execution to empowerment. Now your job is to create other leaders. That's the way you amplify your impact in any environment. That is the way you amplify your career success. Create other leaders. You must be intentional around diversity. Every company represented here today is in some way competing around innovation. And if you are competing around innovation, diversity is an imperative, because you need a lot of different ideas to get to that one idea that will allow you to obtain and retain a leadership position. So if you need a lot of ideas in the room, you need a lot of perspectives in the room, because ideas are born from perspectives. If you need a lot of perspectives in the room, you need a lot of experiences in the room, because perspectives are born from experiences. And if you need a lot of experiences in the room, you got to start with a lot of different people in the room, because experiences are born from people. So you must have a lot of different people in the room in order to get to that one idea that will allow you to truly innovate in your industry and innovate in your company. That's your business case around diversity. And you must be intentional about inclusivity. I have the privilege of speaking at lots of companies, and when I'm doing closed-door sessions with the C-suite, they often say, Carla, we talk a lot about inclusive leadership, but what is that? What does it look like? How do I behave as an inclusive leader? I said, the number one thing you must do as an inclusive leader is to solicit other people's voices. Most people come into a meeting and they are thinking about whether or not they should say something. They're trying to gauge whether or not it's the right political thing to say. They're trying to gauge everybody's reaction, and you don't get the best out of your people. Solicit their voices. You must go in and say, hey, how you thinking about that, Joe? That's an excellent idea, but Mary, I want you to push back on Joe's thought. We got to figure out where the gaps are. So if you were going to give me the other side of that argument, what does it look like? That's really good. Okay, so Ivan, I want you to think about what Mary said. How would you push back? If 4 meetings in a row, you solicit everybody on your team and you solicit their voices, by the 5th meeting, you won't have to do it again. They will naturally want to contribute because they're ready. And you have implicitly said, I value your voice. And everybody likes to be valued at the end of the day. So it is underscoring their value. You must also be intentional about teaching innovation. And if you're going to teach innovation, ladies and gentlemen, you must teach people how to fail. They have to know that it's okay for them to fail. Because if they don't fail, they're not pushing hard enough and they will not innovate. You will not get that out-of-the-box idea. So it is important that you teach them how to fail, and you teach them how to fail quickly. And you know what that means? Celebrating the failures. You know, Rich, we tried your idea, it didn't work. It was a colossal failure. But let's talk about why it was a good thing. Let's talk about why it was a good thing that we tried. Because here are the 3 things that we learned. And those 3 things will help inform our next try and maybe even our next success. Good job. Thank you for the contribution. That's the way you keep the ideas coming. Because if they fear there'll be retribution for making a mistake, they will not innovate. And then finally, you must be intentional about using your voice. You have to be willing to call a thing, even when somebody doesn't want to call the thing out. That is your job as human capital professionals. When you know something is not right in the room, and it doesn't matter who's called it or who's creating a win in the other direction, you gotta call a thing. And the one thing that goes through all of those tenets around intentional leadership is courage. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it takes courage to call a thing when nobody wants to call it, and it's a big 800-pound elephant sitting in the room. It takes courage to do that. It takes courage to give up some of your power and create other leaders. It takes courage to build trust. It does take courage to create clarity when you know that there's nothing but obscurity there. Courage is the thread that goes through leadership. And so often I have met people who have acquired the leadership seat, but they don't have the courage to create the transformation. They don't have the courage to call and put the right people in the right seats at the right time. And if you are going to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader, you must be intentional about showing up every day in that way with those commitments and having courage at your side. And every now and then, when I get a little worried about the thing, when I'm a little afraid of taking that risk, I say to myself, Carla, you're very clear on what no looks like. That's exactly where you're standing right now. Why wouldn't you play for yes? Why wouldn't you play for yes? Ladies and gentlemen, always play for yes. And if you want to maximize your success in the seat that you're sitting in or the seat that you aspire to sit in, you must both expect and strategize to win. I thank you, Talent Connect 2018.
everyone. Welcome to Talent Connect 2019. We're broadcasting live from Dallas, Texas, home of the Dallas Cowboys, the Mavericks, and now LinkedIn Talent Connect. We are so happy to have you with us on the live stream today. I'm your host, Marty Finn. I'm a leader on our customer success team out of our LinkedIn Chicago office. And joining me for the next 3 days is my friend, my colleague, and now I'm so happy to have the title for you of co-host, Noelle Fakhouri.
Thanks, Marty. Hello, everybody. It is so great to finally meet you. My name is Noelle Fakhouri, and around here, I'm known as LinkedIn's cheerleader and senior manager on the employee experience team. And I have to say, you are in for a treat over the next 3 days here at Talent Connect. The theme for Talent Connect this year is Better Together, and we'll be bringing you tons of content and aha moments related to the topics that you care about most. It may be employer branding, skilling and upskilling, from learning and development to diversity and inclusion or data-driven recruitment and much, much more. You name it, and we have got you covered.
Got you covered, we sure do. We have so much greatness ahead of us for the next 3 days. I'm so excited. Thank you for sharing all of that. We also want to say thank you for taking the time out of your day and joining us from your home or office. We know that some of you are hosting viewing parties, and we want to celebrate those of you out there with a little bit of a contest. So, for those of you watching from home, use the hashtag TC19 Live Contest and submit a photo of your viewing party, and you'll get the chance to win tickets to Talent Connect 2020 next year. We're going to select our lucky winner at the end of our program on Friday, so continue to send us your photos up until then. We're really excited to see what everyone comes up with. I hope folks get creative.
You know I love a good social challenge, Marty.
I am well aware you love a good social challenge. However, I do feel I need to tell you, you are not actually eligible for the contest.
It's just fair to set my expectations that way.
I mean, let's get started on the right foot. Let's be upfront with each other.
I appreciate you.
Okay,
I appreciate that.
I appreciate you.
So, folks, in addition to that contest, there's even more in store for you. As a live stream viewer, you also have the chance to submit your own LinkedIn profile to be critiqued by industry expert Ed Nathanson live on air. Ed is the founder of Red Pill Talent and comes with roughly 2 decades of industry knowledge in the recruitment and HR space. So, if you're looking for pointers from Ed on how to get noticed by more recruiters and companies, just use hashtag RockMyProfile and make sure you include a link to your LinkedIn profile for the chance to be selected.
So on top of rocking profiles this year, we're also going to be giving those of you who are recruiters or hiring managers a chance to rock out your job posts. So we're going to be bringing in industry influencer and the CEO of Social Talent, Johnny Campbell, to the studio, and he's going to be giving real-time advice on the air about your job posts. So just use hashtag RockMyJobPost, include a link to your live LinkedIn job post, and you'll have the chance to get yours picked.
We're rocking profiles, rocking jobs.
Like, maybe we rock a cowboy hat later this week.
Really into that idea.
I'm not afraid.
File that away for
Let's
later.
go. Yep.
Really like that.
Great. Love it.
So, and I will say, I know how much of a challenge it can be to figure out exactly what to say on your LinkedIn profile or job posts, so I hope you all take advantage of the opportunity. Should be lots of fun. Okay, my friends, now let's talk about our amazing speaker lineup for today. We have a lot in store.
So much, yes.
First, we'll be heading over to our main stage for the official welcome to Talent Connect 2019. After that, make sure you stay tuned for 2 fabulous presentations you won't want to miss. From Cynthia Marshall, CEO of the Dallas Mavericks, and Mariana Atencio, national correspondent for MSNBC and NBC News. And if that isn't enough goodness for you, you'll also have the chance to see featured breakout sessions from ex-FBI negotiator and CEO of Black Swan Group, Chris Voss, and also leave inspired by activist, educator, writer, and co-host of Pod Save the People, Brittany Packnett.
We have such an amazing day one. I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah.
We also want to mention to all of you that we're going to be streaming exclusive interviews with a lot of these speakers right here in the studio. So you're definitely going to want to stay tuned throughout the day.
You bet. So, before we officially pass you over to our main stage, here are some of our pro tips so you can make the most out of Talent Connect these next 3 days. First, check out the agenda online where you can pick your top sessions of the week and mark your calendar so you don't miss a thing. Next, join the conversation on social. We want to hear from you. We'll be streaming live on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and of course LinkedIn. So make sure you say hello using hashtag TC19Live. Most importantly, grab a coffee, stay caffeinated, stay hydrated, get ready to hear from this impressive lineup of speakers you won't want to miss. And like I said, we do have you covered. So in case you miss anything, all these presentations will be available on our All Access website at the end of each day.
All right, I think it's time.
Let's do it.
It's time to head over to the main stage where we will be kicking off Talent Connect 2019. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you this afternoon.
See you soon.
Was black, road was icy, the falling drift were high. I was weary from my truck stop, but I'd rap to rest for a while. I sit down at the truck top, I was thinking about my past. I had a long streets of bad luck, but I pray it's gone at last, gone at last, gone at last, gone at last, gone at last. I had a long streets of bad luck, but I pray gone at last. Ooh.
So dejected, they just grabbed my sin. Please welcome your hosts, Jenny, Dee Dee, and Shira Selkovitz.
You are into it.
I'm super into it.
I love it.
Can we give one more round of applause for that amazing performance? You just heard the Dallas Street Choir, which is a musical outlet for those experiencing homelessness and severe disadvantage. It's one of the programs run by the Stew Pot here in Dallas, who offer a safe haven for homeless and at-risk individuals. I am so proud that we are partnering with them this year at Talent Connect and to give all of you the chance to give back firsthand as well over the next couple of days.
Loved the energy that they brought, but we need to get the energy, we got to keep it going. So I want to hear who's ready for Talent Connect 2019. All right, I like it.
That wasn't very good.
It wasn't awesome.
It was okay.
As a former cheerleading coach, I have very high expectations of enthusiasm levels, so I'm gonna have to ask you to do it again, this time with a little more pizzazz. We could do this all day, or you could just do it right this time. So
Yeah.
I'll ask you again, who's ready for Talent Connect 2019? Yeah! Yes! Much better.
All right, I felt that.
Nobody wanted to keep doing that. Way to go. Nice job. All right, so welcome to the over 4,000 people in the audience and those that are joining us from the live stream. My name's Jenny Dee Dee,
My name is Shira Selkovitz.
and we are your hosts for the 10th annual Talent Connect. So, I have to ask, how many of you had aspirations as a child of being a recruiter? I thought I'd see confused looks, but I'm really getting laughs. That's even better. So, I mean, I'm surprised, right? Who doesn't want to aspire to be in this glamorous world of talent? I actually wanted to be the mayor of my hometown, Rochester, New York. There's some people from Rochester over here. Love it. 3 people.
Wow.
Yes.
They're all here. That's
they're all
amazing.
here. They're all
Yeah.
here. But it was actually the Allegis group that came to my college and recruited, and that's where my recruiting journey started. My recruiting journey, it led me to LinkedIn about 3 years ago. Before that, I was a client, just like all of you here. And now I have the great, great pleasure to be one of the leaders of our customer success team. The customer success, we got you in the
CSO.
back, way to go. My team, I paid them extra for that. We have the pleasure of helping you be as successful as possible with your LinkedIn solution. We really are in it together with you every day.
I've been with LinkedIn for 7 years, and I've been in a client-facing role my entire life. I started my career in the greatest city this nation has to offer.
Rochester.
My hometown, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
No.
Literally amazing. Okay, that's a lot of you. I love that. Throughout my career, I've had the chance to work with clients in almost every industry, from transportation to retail to financial services. And one thing is incredibly clear. We all share similar challenges, and we have a ton to learn from each other. As a side gig, I've been performing improv comedy for over 10 years. There's yes, to improv people in the crowd. Don't give me a suggestion. I can't do a scene right now. Here at Talent Connect, you'll have a chance to do a session with Second City Works, which is actually run by a former improv teammate of mine, Becca Barish, so definitely check that out. In studying and performing improv, there's no more perfect example of this year's Talent Connect theme, Better Together. And the improv stage, we rely on each other to build a world, to support each other's choices, and we all win together as well.
Winning together. It really sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'd ask that you take a minute and think about the people in your life who complement your skills. Who are those people that really help you achieve more than you ever thought was possible? That's your Better Together crew. You're my Better Together person.
You're my Better Together person, and my team knows that we couldn't do our jobs without Jenny's team's partnership. So thank you. It's true.
They're having a moment over here with us. Oh, gosh. So recruiting, talent, it's all a team sport. You cannot fill your jobs without the right tools and without the right relationships internally. You can't have an engaged workforce and continuing to learn and grow unless, again, you have those right resources and the right relationships internally. So, whoever is part of your dynamic duo, whoever is part of your Better Together crew, make sure you remind them that you are better together.
We have an amazing group of over 4,000 people in this room today, which is incredible. And since Talent Connect last year, over 4 million people have been hired on LinkedIn. This room represents over 500,000 of those hires.
I mean, we should clap for that.
Nobody-
That's like a big deal.
Maybe people didn't hear me.
500,000 hires.
That's fine. I'll repeat it. I'm happy to repeat it because it's amazing. People in this room hired over 500,000 people on LinkedIn in the last 12 months. And this, yes,
There we
thank
go.
you.
Yeah, someone's listening.
That's definitely someone from my
Appreciate
team.
that. The rest of them are really thinking about like the 50 recs they have to fill when they get back.
Totally. This year we have attendees from around the globe, and I'm going to give a shout out to a few cities. I'll shout out Pittsburgh again pretty much throughout this entire thing. But right now I'd like to shout out a few more cities that are represented in the audience here today, starting with where my office is based, New York. We also have a ton of people here from San Francisco. Represented this year is Beijing, China. Yes. There's a few people from Beijing, it's fine. And lastly, let's shout out Dublin, Ireland. Yes.
Nice job.
Through the last 10 years of Talent Connect, we've had the chance to go to such amazing cities as Las Vegas, Anaheim, and Nashville. And this year, we could not be more excited to be celebrating here in Dallas.
All right. I mean, let's do that again. We're in Dallas all together. Be excited. Come on.
Yes.
There we go. Better. Better.
And we have people not just from talent, but also from learning and development, as well as people success. Yes. You're allowed to cheer for yourselves. So, Jenny.
So, Shira.
It's our 10th anniversary, and
Yes.
I didn't want to show up empty-handed, so I got you a present.
I love presents.
It's pretty good, so
Okay.
I just want to let you know.
I really like diamonds.
Well, it's not that good.
Okay.
I got you this gorgeous bouquet of totally real, grown in the ground, daffodils, which are the 10-year flower.
That is so kind. So it's almost as good as diamonds.
Almost.
Almost. Funny enough, I got you something too.
Really?
I may have beat you in the gift game, but those of you that might not know, there's a themed gift for every anniversary. My husband and I do this every year. And the 10th anniversary is aluminum. So I got you this. This is the license plates from the places that we've been for Talent Connect, and you also will help you remember our time together on stage. Wow, right? I won the gift giving game. Yep, I did.
I am embarrassed.
Hey, I mean,
And
I mean,
that's okay.
That's okay. You know what? I'll take it back so that you can then tell people what they're in store for.
Yes. And now
We'll just move on from this.
I can
I
try
don't
to
want you
move
to be
on with my
embarrassed.
life. Hopefully, all of you have downloaded the app. Shout out to people who've downloaded the app. Yes, great. Okay. I've already seen a ton of action on there, and I hope that you're going on there to see who else is here, to curate your own agenda for Talent Connect, and to share pictures and comments of things that you're learning along the way. So please go ahead and do that. We have some incredible speakers lined up for you, as I know all of you are probably aware, but I want to call two out for you right now. The first one is Brittany Packnett, who's an educator, activist, and writer. She's also an amazing person to follow on Instagram. And she's doing a session on confidence and empowerment that you're not going to want to miss. And we also have Chris Voss, a former FBI negotiator, who is doing a session on negotiation. And
It's live. It's live.
it's negotiation, so that's the new pronunciation of it. Please show up to your breakouts early. They will fill up quickly, but the good news is that we are recording the breakouts this year. So anything that you miss, you can catch up with after the event.
Absolutely. Love that. Awesome. So the purpose of Talent Connect is to get the world's best thought leaders together. You may have heard of the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Over the next 3 days, you will have the opportunity to go as far as you can really imagine, because you're going to get the opportunity to hear best practices from dozens of your peers in each of these breakout sessions.
In years past, we've listened to your feedback that you want more time to network with each other. So this year, we're providing you with that opportunity. So please sit down with your peers, talk about common challenges, and truly use the time for networking. In addition to this organic networking option, we have also set up a common threads area for you, where you can join a communal table with a predetermined conversation starter to get you going. Try to avoid the urge to go back to your room and check your email and watch the latest episode of Succession if you can. And use this time for networking, make a new connection, forge a new relationship, because honestly, magic does happen here at Talent Connect.
It does. If you do not remember anything that we have said, and let's be clear,
Which is
you probably
possible.
won't, except for that Rochester is a wonderful city. Besides that, what I'd love for you to remember and walk away with is that you're going to get out of Talent Connect what you put into it. Shira mentioned the magic. It's real, so make sure that you are giving all you can to the next couple of days.
So I think it's time for a new voice on the stage.
Wait, no, we didn't talk, we missed a slide.
We did?
We did.
Just kidding.
Yes, just kidding, sorry. Making an impact. So you may have known, or you may have heard that social impact is a big part, it's a big theme for this year. And there are 3 ways that you can participate, because we don't want to just have all this better togetherness be for us. We'd love for it to be for the Dallas community overall. So there's 3 ways. The first way is that you can make hygiene kits, and we're going to be donating them to the Stew Pot homeless shelter. The goal is to make 2,000 kits. So if you make a new friend, if you're here with your team, go make a couple of kits instead of going and having a conversation somewhere else. This is a really great cause. We'll keep you posted to where we are to the 2,000, but there's 4,000 of you in here. I think we can hit the 2,000 goal. We can do it. We can do it. Number 2, when you registered, you got a sheet of paper with 2 tokens on it. Those tokens can be redeemed for either a gift, or we will donate money on behalf of you to 3 local charities. And the third way, you have to come back tomorrow. You got to come back. And Jeff is going to tell you a little bit about how you can participate in the third way.
Teaser alert.
So I think what's most important for you to know is the more we can get involved, the more we can make a difference. And so please join us in these 3 ways to give back to the Dallas community.
Really fresh material. Yes, thank you.
Yes, that's great. Good people. Now
it's time for a new voice on stage, which I know depresses all of you deeply, but
Mostly
Jenny and I
us.
will be back. We will
will.
be back. But I am going to introduce our first speaker. Cynthia Marshall has been a Dallas hometown hero for many years. She's been making an impact in the Dallas community for a long time. She's been a dynamic force in inclusion and diversity in the Mavericks organization, and prior to that, in her 36-plus year career in HR at AT&T. Everybody help me welcome to the stage, Cynthia Marshall.
No.
All right, get up and clap with me. Get up. Come on, it's after lunch. Get up. Come on, get up. Yeah, we got some music on. Get up. Okay, I think we know ain't no mountain high enough. Come on now, let me hear you. Come on now. Ain't no river. Now point to somebody. To keep me from getting to you. All right, sit down. Woo! All right. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Dallas to Talent Connect 2019. Are you glad to be here? I am so glad to be here. Now, that's my theme song, Ain't No Mountain High Enough. And the reason that is my theme song, and you'll find out later, that I've had a few mountains to climb. Anybody here climbed a few mountains? But as long as we have each other, as long as we are here together, there ain't no mountain high enough to keep me from getting to you. So we came to have a little fun. Is that okay? All right, and we came to talk to the HR people. Any HR people out there? I'm an HR person. And as you can see, we're going to talk today about leading from the heart. Look at somebody and say, leading from the heart. Okay, so let me tell you, I got a few ground rules, okay? Y'all got to get with me. And I know it's right after lunch. Is it right after lunch? Okay, here are the ground rules. I have 3 ground rules. The first one is that you have to talk to each other. So look at your neighbor. I grew up in a Pentecostal church. Don't get nervous. We're going to get out before midnight, okay? But I need you to just look at your neighbor and just say, neighbor, I'm glad to see you. I'm so glad you made it to Dallas. Talk to them. Talk to them. Okay. My second ground rule. Now, see, did you get to know somebody? Did you get to know somebody? Okay. My second ground rule is that you have to talk back to me. So every now and then I need some noise. I need an amen. Can I get a witness, sister? Something, okay? I like a little noise. Okay, I'm the mother of four, so I like a little noise. And then the last ground rule, you know how they tell you to turn your phones off? I worked for AT&T for 36 years, so if you have a phone, you can turn it on, you can tweet, you can take pictures, you can talk, you can do whatever you want to do because that's my pension, okay? There is something about that phone that I love. Okay, so let's get into it. I had a chance to, I'm serious, take the phones out. I need somebody's phone to ring. That just does something to me, okay? It does something to me. Okay, so look, we only got 37 minutes left. We got a lot to talk about. And so what I want to talk about is leading from the heart, leading with intention, leading with insight, leading with inclusion, leading with inspiration, what I call all in, okay? And so look at somebody and say, neighbor. No, see, no, that doesn't sound like church to me. Neighbor! I am HR. And I'm all in. I kind of like that. Give yourself a hand. I like that. I like that. Okay, so before we start talking about leading with intent, leading with inclusion, leading with insight, leading with inspiration, I actually want to just tell you a little bit about my story so you'll know why I'm so fired up all the time. And yes, some of you are already asking. I'm like this all the time, okay? All the time. And so you'll see a big thing there that says education matters, zip code doesn't. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about my story. Born in Birmingham, Alabama. Anybody here from Alabama? Ooh, Alabama, where are you? Stand up, Alabama! Yes, woo! So I was born in Birmingham, Alabama. If you know your civil rights history, there was a church, the 16th Street Baptist Church, that was bombed. There was another church, Baptist Church, Reverend Shuttlesworth's church. Those were my mother's two churches. And so 4 girls lost their lives in 1963 in a bombing. There's not a day goes by where I don't think about those 4 girls and the fact that they sacrificed and they lost their lives so that my mother's 4 girls and her 2 sons could have the freedom and enjoy what we enjoy today. So my parents left Birmingham, Alabama 3 years prior to that incident when I was 3 months old. And they left Birmingham because they didn't want their kids to grow up in the Jim Crow South. And so we went to the San Francisco Bay Area. Any Californians in the house? All right, stand up, Californians. I got to give you your moment of fame, too. All right. So I grew up in a place called Richmond, California. Some people think, please don't tell me Richmond, California is in the house. Some people always think Richmond, Virginia, but Richmond back there, yes. So I grew up in the Easter Hill Public Housing Projects in Richmond, California. When I was 11 years old, I saw my father shoot a man in the head in self-defense. And actually, it was more in defense of me, since all this commotion broke out in our house, and my mother took all of her 6 kids and told us to go into the back room. Now, I know you find this hard to believe, but I was actually a very quiet kid. I know. You can say, neighbor, I don't believe that, okay? I was actually a very quiet kid, and so I would just sit in my math books and just look around. But that particular day, I was nosy, and I wanted to see what was going on at the front door and see why my mother shoved all of us into the back room. So I went to the front door, and that's when my father realized that I was no longer in the back room with my 5 brothers and sisters, but in the potential pathway of a bullet. A 17-year-old young man pointed a pistol down to my father's right side to me. That's when my father shot back in self-defense. It wasn't fatal, thank goodness, but you can well imagine the chaos that broke out in our house. So as a result of that incident, we were sequestered in the house for safety purposes, meaning we couldn't go to school. But I cried in the 7th grade at 11 years old because I wanted to go to school. Because I was taught at a very early age that education was our ticket out of whatever it was. What I found out later is that it was poverty. But education was our ticket out. My mother put 2 books in my hand. She put a math book in one hand and a Bible in the other, and said if I just kept my head in these 2 books, I would get out. So we're locked in the house. We can't get out, but my mother figured out a way for me to get to school. She had a uniformed police officer take me to school in the 7th grade. He'd sometimes show up in his police uniform and put me in his car and take me to school, or sometimes he would ride the bus with me. So when I got this job I'm in now and they gave me detail and tried to tell me to get used to it, I said, I've had Secret Service since I was 11 years old, okay? I got this, okay? And so fast forward 4 years later, my parents divorced, 15 years old. I'm gonna be a junior in high school, going to be head cheerleader. We had to flee our house that summer for safety purposes. My mother's prayer was that we would make it back home before school started, because of course education was everything to her. We made it back home, and my father had taken everything out of a big 4-bedroom deluxe unit in the projects. And all we had was a mattress for me and my younger sister to sleep on. Now, I ran track. I was sent to sprint growing up, okay? And so all of our trophies were missing, all of that, but my mother just said all she wanted was peace of mind, that God would provide. And I went back to school with a brace on my nose, head cheerleader, and I stood out there and I cheered like nothing was wrong. Fortunately for me, 3 teachers and a principal embraced me, saw what was going on, embraced my mom. In fact, do we have any educators or former educators in the house? Stand up, stand up, stand up. I have to give you your props. I believe you are Homeland Security. You're the ones really securing the future. 3 educators and a principal literally saved my life, along, of course, with the police officers, which I always give them the credit that they deserve too, because they truly are here to protect and to serve. So let's give it up for our law enforcement. So fortunately for me, I ended up having the village come around me, and I got 5 full scholarships to the college of my choice and chose the University of California at Berkeley. Go Bears! I hope there are no Ole Miss people in the house, because we beat Ole Miss last Saturday. It was so good. It was so good. We're undefeated right now, and we can't always say that. And so my first week in college, I showed up on the campus, and it was just big. Sather Gate was there. The Campanile was there. It was just big. And that's when I knew that I had to be big. My first week in college, my boyfriend, who was 3 hours away in Fresno, California, called me. He was a year ahead of me. Is Fresno in the house? He told me that he had a surprise for me. He said, I changed schools. I'm right across the bridge. I'm at San Francisco State University now, so I can be close to you. I said, hold on, boyfriend. Hold on, boyfriend. I got a surprise for you. I said, I will call you the day I graduate. This is my first week in college. Because I was taught 4 words growing up: dream, focus, pray, and act. And this was the focus part. And I said, I'll call you the day I graduate. So I did my thing at Berkeley, first African-American cheerleader. I'm in a sorority. I'm doing my thing. I graduate at 2 o'clock, and I called him at 3 o'clock. And he tried to act like he didn't know who I was. And I told him I was fired up. I said, I just graduated. I'm going to start work for the phone company. I'm so fired up. He said, who is this? He said, I haven't talked to you in almost 4 years. I said, my mom's having me a party at 6 o'clock. She's still living in Easter Hill, but I'm going to help her get out. My mother was working 3 jobs. I was fired up about my job. I had a recruiter. We got any recruiters in the house? I had that recruiter on campus just telling me about these great jobs and just what a great opportunity I had. And literally that recruiter helped me make a good decision that saved me. It was beautiful. So I told him I'm going to start working at the phone company. Oh, I was just wild. And he said, I said, my mother's having a party at 6 o'clock. You got to come to the party. Our lives are getting ready to change. He said, I can't come to the party. I'm engaged. I said, okay, boyfriend, that's the wrong answer, though. Because I kept my end of the bargain. I told you I was going to call you when I graduated. I said, I just graduated at 2 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. I mean, dude, it's an hour. And so he said he was engaged. He couldn't come to the party. So fortunately, you see him in that picture right there in one of our little Decca pictures. What's Beyonce said, if you like it, then you ought to put a ring on it. He came to the party, and I've been married to him 36 years. Yes! I tell him all the time he was that close to missing his blessing. So, that's who I am. I started working for AT&T. I had a fabulous 36-year career. And then I retired in May of 2017. And again, I had a fabulous career. Thank goodness for the HR people who just helped me navigate a wonderful career. 14 different jobs, 8 different departments, 3 different states, California, North Carolina, and then Texas. And then I retired. I actually came here to help AT&T with the culture transformation. We did that for 5 years. And so then I retired, started my own consulting company, helped the Dow Chemical Company get going with their culture transformation. And then on February the 21st, 2018, I got a call. And it was actually the day Billy Graham had passed away, and we had these teenagers in Parkland, Florida, advocating for their rights. And it was a day that just struck me. And I was sitting writing a blog. I had just finished a blog called Impact. And I looked at the impact of these teenagers on the one hand, and this 99-year-old Billy Graham who had just passed away, and the impact that they were having on my life and that he had on my life. And I found myself somewhere down the middle, thinking about what's the impact that I'm going to have. Well, later that day, I'm on the phone with my client, and my phone is blowing up, my cell phone just blowing up. I thought it was one of my 4 kids. I handed it to my husband, and I said, just transfer the money. Because I had just gotten to a point where I'm like, don't even give me all the extra stuff. Just give me an amount, and we'll just transfer it. I'm busy, you're busy. Okay, so anybody in here with kids, you know what I'm talking about, especially teenagers in college, all that. You don't even have to explain. Just tell me, just put $320 on there or $750, I got it. So I told my husband, just transfer the money. The kids are blowing up the phone. And he came back and he said, you need to get off that phone. He said, Mark Cuban is trying to reach you. I said, who is that? Because believe it or not, I didn't know Mark Cuban. And you know what, you're raising 4 kids, you got job, you got stuff going on, soccer mom. I ain't got time to watch TV. He said Shark Tank. I'm like, never seen Shark Tank. But I can tell you now, I have seen Shark Tank since then. I know all about it. And so I ended up talking to Mark. He asked me if I could come and see him. And I told him actually I was having a mammogram that day at 2 o'clock. And I told him I learned the hard way. I learned the hard way what happens when you don't keep your doctor's appointments. And so I ended up going to see him, and the rest is history. He asked me if I would come in and help him transform the culture of the Dallas Mavericks. And what I did, what I think I brought in, was intent, insight, inclusion, and hopefully a little inspiration. His request was to transform the culture. So we started out with the 100-day plan, and it's famous now, so you get a picture of it. I literally wrote this on an airplane. I literally wrote it on an airplane, and let me tell you what I did. I drew from everything I knew, honestly, as an HR leader. When I led HR for my team at AT&T, our hashtag was HR, we run this place. Look at somebody and said, hashtag HR, we run this place. And I really felt that. I mean, we ran the place, okay? We were the heart of the organization. So I drew from everything I knew to put this 100-day plan together. And it's centered around modeling zero tolerance, letting people know we have absolutely zero tolerance for inappropriate behavior, workplace misconduct, period. We put a Mavs women's playbook together. Any women in the house? Any women in the house? We said we're going to make a priority because, of course, when I walked in, there were 10 white men running the Dallas Mavericks. Nothing wrong with men, okay? But you know, as well as I know, if you're going to be successful and have great results, you've got to have a diverse group of people around the table. So, my leadership team now, and Erin Feingold is here. She's a part of it. Stand up, Erin. My leadership team now is 50% women and 47% people of color. And we just got a public performance review last week, so I think we're doing a pretty good job. So that is what we focused on. It's all right there. Go to the next slide, Aaron. Our vision was that by 2019, so this was in 2018, we would be the standard, the global standard for diversity and inclusion in the MBA. And in fact, I think I have some MBA friends in the house. Somewhere, MBA friends, stand up, my MBA friends. And any Dallas Mavericks in the house, stand up. Let's give it up for them. Let's give it up for them. And wait a minute, where's Paloma? Paloma from Pittsburgh, who inspired me. We were hanging out, doing our makeup and stuff. Hey, Paloma, let's give it up for Paloma. Okay. So here's our playbook. We said we have to make the new values clear. We came in and our values, and I'll talk about them in a minute, perfect our crafts. We have to own our mistakes, ask for help, create supportive communities. We put together 4 employee resource groups, and then we invested in our people. This is how we have played for the last year and a half. Next slide. So I tell you our short-term vision. These are our values: character, respect, authenticity, fairness, and teamwork. We told our team they're not just going to be on the walls, but they will operate in the halls. All of our decisions are based off this. The example I gave them about character, I will give it to you. My son, who is 27 years old now, is adopted. And we adopted him at 2.5 years old. When he was about 3.5 years old, we had him in preschool, and they had a baby picture contest. And so you can imagine, we don't have any baby pictures of my son. We adopted him at 2.5 years old. And so I came in one day, and my husband was practicing for the baby picture contest and practicing the speech, and he had a picture of a baby. It was my nephew. It wasn't our son. And so I told him, I said, well, you can't do that. I mean, that's dishonest. He said, no. My job is to give him self-esteem, confidence. And so they had this whole story made up about this picture that was supposed to be my son. It wasn't even like the same color, the same complexion. I don't know how they thought they were going to pull this off. And so you know how you try, any married people in here, you know how you try not to argue in front of the kids? And so I just gave him some of that head action, rolled my eyes a little bit, like, you can't do this. So the bottom line is I go to work the next day, and guess what? The boy took that picture and that story to school. I came in that evening, the trophy from the baby picture contest was literally on my kitchen table. So I'm just sick. My husband is reared back. He's smiling. I'm talking about character. He said, my job is to give him self-esteem. Look at him. Look at the boy. He won the contest. And he goes, Mommy. He says, let me tell you what happened. And I'm just sick about the whole thing. I said, what happened? He said, my son's name is Anthony, okay? He said, I held up the picture, and I said, hi, everybody. This is my cousin, Jalen. He said, I told him this is my cousin Jalen because I don't have any baby pictures because I was born in the bathtub, and then my mom got arrested when I was 9 months old with my 9-year-old brother taking care of me, and we were abandoned. I was abused, and I was in all these foster homes, and then I got adopted. He said, Mommy, I told him the whole story. Everybody started crying, and they just gave me the trophy. Here's what I love about that. Here's what I love about it. At 3.5 years old, with his parents' permission to lie, because I didn't completely shut it down, okay? With his parents' permission to lie, he showed character. And he showed it because it's in us early. And we just need to make sure it comes out, no matter what the circumstances are and no matter what other people say is okay to do. Respect is a big thing for us. Authenticity, we tell people to do you. You can imagine I'm doing me when I walk in the door every day. Fairness is something we focus on a lot. Gender pay equity was a big thing for us. So here's a video I want to share with you that I show with my team after I asked for all of the pay of all of the people in there and found a little bit of an issue. Enjoy this video.
If I was Prime Minister, I would make it illegal. There's the wrong time. Why does he get $5?
That's just the way it is.
$7. It should be flat out illegal. Like, I'm not joking. I'm not being unreasonable.
Women and men should have the same money. They should have 50-50. 60-60. if you want to do 120.
It should just be how hard you work.
If you do the same work, you should get paid the same money.
What we're trying to tell you is that it's not fair that boys get paid more than girls.
Maybe if the men noticed they were being paid more than the women, they should speak up about it.
When I am older, I'm going to make a change. If I don't forget.
Ugh. Ugh, I have no words, it's so wrong.
We do not have a gender pay equity issue at the Dallas Mavericks. The women are in high-paying positions, and they get the same pay as men in their similar positions. Teamwork was another thing we focused on. I learned a lesson about teamwork a long time ago. The lesson I learned literally in college. No man is an island, no man stands alone. Each man's joy is joy to me. Each man's grief is my own. We need one another, so I will defend each man as my brother, each man as my friend. That's what we are about at the Dallas Mavericks, teamwork. And then we are leading with inclusion. We are about diversity and inclusion. So I want to just teach a little lesson real quick. Are you up for a quick lesson? All right, stand up. I'm going to teach you a quick lesson. I like to describe it as diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. Diversity, and you know this, it's about the mix, it's about representation, it's about a lot of things you can see and some things you can't see. And of course, we could get 50% women at the table, we could get 47% people of color at the table, we can have everybody. But inclusion, as you well know, because you live this every day, is about how you make people feel. Have you taught them the rules? Have you taught them the dance steps? Do they know what to do? Yes, you've invited them to the party, but have you taught them how to dance? How many of you consider yourselves to be good singers? How many of you consider yourselves to be good dancers? Okay, let's do a test here. We're gonna learn a little lesson. This is about teaching people to dance. You're all in the room, but some of you may not know the rules or how to dance. That's inclusion, so we're going to teach it. Who knows how to do the Cupid Shuffle? How many of you know how to do the Cupid Shuffle? Okay, we are gonna freak the production people out. A few of you, come up here if you know how to do the Cupid Shuffle. Come on up here. Right here. Right here. We're gonna see if you know how to do it. Come on. All right, let's do it. Come on, come up, come up, come up. Okay, give me the music. Okay. We're gonna teach y'all how to dance. I think we got enough now. The rest of y'all just dance out there. Turn around, stay down there. All right, right here. Okay, we're gonna teach y'all how to do this. All right, give me the music. This is about teaching each other the rules and teaching each other how to dance. Come on, to the right. Come on, to the left. 4 times. All right. Kick, 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 kick. Turn. Do they have it? Okay, to the left. Okay, are you learning it? Kick, 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 kick. Turn. Come on. Are y'all getting it? Kick. Everybody, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Now kick, now kick. All right. All right, that's it. Y'all did 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 it. Go. Y'all did it. Y'all did it. Y'all did it. Yes. 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 Okay. Let's give it up for all volunteers. is, it's just not enough to invite people to the party. We have to teach people how to dance. And that's what we are trying to do at the Dallas Mavericks. We are trying to create a culture of diversity and inclusion. So, what's the next one? We're leading with inclusion, but we're also leading with insight. How many of you see a 6? How many of you see a 9? How many of you see both? I love that caption. It says, just because you are right does not mean I am wrong. You just have seen light from a different side. Next slide. We're going to go past that one in the interest of time. I love this one because we're trying to focus on equality and equity. I'm going to give you literally a minute to just talk to a neighbor and talk about the difference in those 3 images right there. Go with the neighbor. What's different? What do you see? What do you see? Okay, I think we have some mic runners out there. Mic runners, okay. Who wants to explain what's the difference? What's happening in that middle slide? I'll tell you, of course, the difference in the first slide, equality and equity. The first slide, of course, the first image, we gave everybody the same thing on the left side of that picture. We gave everybody a box to stand on to see over the fence, even though it was not exactly what they needed. Equity is we give people what they need based on their starting point. Who can tell me what's happening in that middle image? Okay, I see a person right over here. Stand up. You raise your hand. Right over here. Yes, you. What's your name? Malika? Ooh, that's pretty. Let's give it up for Malika. Malika, tell us what is happening in that middle image. What do your HRIs see?
Oh goodness. So what I see here is that they're lifting the other person up, that people need to lift people up on their team and make sure that they all have the same opportunity to have the same experience, well, as close as they can.
Absolutely, and you lift them up based on what they need. So if one person needs a box, great. If one person needs no box, if one person needs 2 boxes, or the person has a unique ability and they need something special. They might need a ramp. You give them that. So what's the difference in that last image? Who sees a difference in that last image? They're going over to somebody. I'll tell you what it is. That last image, look what's happening on the end.
There we go.
Okay, somebody wants to tell us. I was getting ready to tell it. I was going to spill it.
Hi, everyone. Actually, on the third image, they have removed the obstacle. They have just changed the landscape to make it similar to everyone.
Let's give it up for her. She said they removed the obstacle. And that's what we as HR people get to do. We get to remove obstacles. So we focused a lot on inclusion. We were very intentional, of course. We had different perspectives, so we led with insight. Obviously, we're leading with inclusion, but then we're also leading with inspiration. These are the things that inspire me. These are the values. I call them my 2 cents. And of course, I'm cents, so I call them my 2 cents. Okay? Family is important to me. And I like to talk about knowing your crystal balls from your rubber balls. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Crystal balls are things in your life that shatter. You drop them, they shatter, they never come back. And I'm trying my best not to drop this because we'd have a little problem here. So what are those things in your life that if you drop them, they would never come back? Rubber balls are the things in your life, they bounce back. There you go. They bounce back. You can catch those because you could actually throw that back to me. I had one of those moments when I was and I'll tell you my cancer story in a minute, but I had one of those moments when I was invited to help our company out. And I was there all week in Washington, D.C., and I told them the only time I couldn't help them was on Wednesday afternoon. I couldn't meet with policymakers on Wednesday afternoon because that was my son's first high school swim meet. It wasn't his second high school swim meet, it was his first. And so when I got to Washington, D.C., and I got the schedule, guess who they wanted me to meet with on Wednesday afternoon? The most important policymakers. What do you think I did? I couldn't do it. When my son looked up at that high school swim meet, guess who he saw? He won that individual medley race because his mama was in the stands. He saw his mama there. And what I had told them is that it is a crystal ball to me. My family is crystal. Go to the next slide. Those are all my children. They inspire me. They're all adopted. That boy in the middle, is the one who I told the story about with the baby picture contest. And he picked both of his sisters off television. One was a Wednesday's child in San Francisco, and one was a Friday's child in North Carolina. In fact, when we moved him to college, I said, give me the remote control. I got the Wednesday's kid, the Friday's kid. It's 5 more days of the week. After 4 second trimester miscarriages and a daughter who died at 6 months old, the Lord had a way to make our family. And so that young man right there also had a brother who was 9 years old when he was abandoned at 9 months old. So go to the next slide. So we ended up finding him, and so you'll see Ricky there on the picture as well. I am blessed to be the queen of the castle of these 4 people. I have a Mother's Day bell that I literally ring. This is to all the mothers. They gave me this bell. They hate they gave me this bell, okay? I have a Mother's Day bell that I ring every Mother's Day, literally from when the clock strikes midnight until 11:59 the next day. And they're all grown now. I even call their houses, and I just like ring the bell. And so we brought a few bells for some of the mothers. And then, of course, I have my tiara that I wear that my work team actually gave me because they believe in HR. We run the place, and not only am I the queen of the castle at home, but I was the queen of the castle at work because of the kind of work we were doing. Go to the next slide. Something else that is crystal to me, and I'll leave you with this because I hope it becomes crystal to you. Look at somebody, and you're all HR people, so you are going to just, I don't know what you're going to do when I tell you to do this. Look at somebody and say, neighbor. Say it loud, neighbor. Do you have PMS? Now, I have no idea. Why you are laughing. Because there's no way a former senior vice president of human resources is going to ask you about what you're thinking about. I'm talking about physical, mental, and spiritual health. I was actually blessed because of an HR team that had some insight to do something called corporate athlete and to make us focus on our physical, mental, and spiritual health. They gave us an accountability buddy, and we had to pick one thing that we would do to really focus on our health. And my one thing was to finally go home and take a slip of paper that a doctor had given me a month before my 50th birthday and to finally have a colonoscopy. Technically, I was in compliance because I got it done on my last day of 50. And on my 51st birthday, I got a call telling me to get to a surgeon. Because of an HR team focused on our health and leading a corporate athlete session, I ended up being diagnosed. And fortunately, we found it. But it was stage 3 colon cancer, 1 lymph node away from stage 4. And I had had it for a while. But finally, because of the corporate athlete session, I actually went and took care of my health business. A team rallied around me like you wouldn't believe. It was brutal, but thank goodness I stand here right now before you cancer-free after 8 years. Yes. I had to tell that story to the HR team because it was an HR initiative that led that. We care about people. We truly do run the place. I want everybody to stand up. Everybody stand up. Okay, do I have some music teed up? Because we went right past Ain't No Mountain High Enough. I got the music teed up because I got 3 minutes to go, okay? We are HR people. We are leaders. We are the pulse of the company. Go to the last slide. We are the most vital part of the organization. We lead a company with intent. We lead a company with insight. We lead organizations with inclusion. We actually inspire organizations. Ain't no mountain too high enough for us to reach each other, for us to reach our colleagues, for us to do what we need to do in people's lives. So I need you to find 5 people as I'm wrapping up and tell them, ain't no mountain high enough. We are HR and we run this place. God bless you.
Oh my God. Wasn't Cynthia amazing? Wow. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Talent Connect. Gracias to Rosanna and the LinkedIn family, and to everyone here and everyone watching around the world. I'm so happy to be here with all of you to talk about why we are better together. In other words, the power of unity. It was mi papi, my dad, who first taught me about the meaning of unity. We are originally from Venezuela in South America, but we used to spend some summer vacations in New York City. One day, he took me to Central Park to one of those beautiful lakes and rented this big canoe. And he said, Mari, I want you to take us to the other side of this lake. He purposely failed to tell me that you need 2 people rowing at the same time in order for the canoe to move. So he let me struggle for a little bit, and then he joined me with his paddle, and I saw that canoe magically move forward. That day, he taught me a lesson that I will never forget. In life, just like in this canoe, no one gets far alone. Hi, my name is Mariana Atencio. I am a journalist, author, and speaker. As a storyteller, I've learned the value of each experience and the importance of sharing them. Each person has so much to teach and so much to learn. But sometimes we fail to make these wonderful connections that will help us understand the world around us. Fortunately, my career allows me to fulfill this passion on steroids. You see, my job is to travel all over the world covering conflict and chaos, because they rarely send you to go cover good news. I have walked with migrant families fleeing extreme violence in Central America to the US southern border. I have been tear-gassed with students in China, and most recently, I just came back from covering the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas. I have seen my share of devastation. But through it all, I have also seen the biggest displays of unity. It is such a simple word with the most powerful meaning, a state of harmony where everything blends together to become stronger without losing its individual abilities. And I cannot think of a more perfect metaphor for Talent Connect, for what you do. It is an algorithm of creativity and engineering and business skills, putting practically every single human talent at the tip of the world's fingers. The contributions that each of you make to the world through your network, through your hiring decisions, just is the best connection ever. It's kind of like LinkedIn. Now, as a user, when you upload your profile to LinkedIn, you are gaining access to a global tribe that will push your ideas and your projects to the next level. But LinkedIn and some of these professional experiences can be intimidating at times, especially if you come from an immigrant background like me or marginalized communities. LinkedIn requires that you post links to your work and your bio, your professional self out there. Culturally, many of us have been taught to look down. Don't take up too much room, don't make too much noise, do not look too Latina in your professional photographs. We're just not taught to boast and relish in our professional accomplishments, even though we have earned the right to do so. But that's why representation matters. That's what every single one of you in hiring and in HR, it matters. Because as a woman who is an immigrant, when you see other women of color making it, you see other immigrants and Latinos making it, it shows you that a path forward is possible. There is power in telling our stories. And as a storyteller for others, it took time for me to get the courage to put my own story out there. But when you do it, you realize we have so much to learn from making these wonderful connections. And that's what it means to live authentically, to embrace your whole journey, including your bio and your resume and your professional experiences. And that realization could come at different points for different people. I opened my LinkedIn profile, I remember, in February 2010. I thought I was being so pioneering. Turns out I was more like the 85th millionth user around the world. 2010 was a pivotal year for LinkedIn and its 100 international offices. 2010 for me was a pretty awful year. I had fled crisis in my native Venezuela. As a new immigrant to the United States, I didn't have a green card, and I had just been let go from the first job I ever landed here. So I was unemployed, practically undocumented, during the Great Recession, and in a new country with no connections. Opening my LinkedIn profile was a message in a bottle, a hope that someone out there in the world would come through for me, would grab the other canoe paddle and magically push me forward. I know that's just one story, but like mine, there are millions of stories out there. So I want to take a moment to thank you for being in HR, for the hiring decisions that you've made, for being a part of LinkedIn and Talent Connect. Because being on that platform led to opportunities that got the ball rolling to get me out of the professional rut that I was in. And Reid Hoffman would be the first to acknowledge that that would not have been possible without the team, without this, without unity. Still, let's go into exactly how I went from being unemployed and practically undocumented less than 10 years ago to being an author with a book in 2 languages, a viral TED speaker, and the only Latina national correspondent on MSNBC. Thank you. Before being a part of a successful team, I needed to first understand the ingredients to my secret sauce. What was unique that I brought to the table? And in the beginning, it's hard because all you can think of doing is to copy what exists. And as a kid growing up in South America, I used to monitor the news in English to try to find someone who looked like me, who had a name like mine, or came from somewhere different. But there were no references. When I finally moved here, it took time for me to figure out how to break through in the marketplace. I felt the imposter syndrome paralyze me so many times. And you can see how lost I was in something as simple as the way that I pronounced my name. If you see tapes from my early days, you see me go, "Hi, this is Mariana, coming to you live." I mean, I even changed the way my name sounds to make it seem more American, or so I thought. But it didn't quite work because it wasn't authentic. And over time, just like me with the pronunciation of my names, human beings, all of us in this room, we keep minimizing these things that make us different. It starts when we are little kids in the playground. Nobody wants to be the kid that stands out. Everyone wants to fit in. Over time, we take this same attitude from the playground to high school, to college, to our first day in that exciting new job, to meeting our in-laws. I mean, need I say more? But what if you had the courage to turn all of that around? To look at yourself in the mirror, make a list of pros and cons, and instead of eliminating the cons or minimizing them, we turned those differences into competitive advantages. Flip the script. In my case, being a woman from a place that's often labeled the third world, my immigrant status, my accent, my name, all of these things made me different in the marketplace. It took me 10 years. From the day I was let go from a newspaper in Brooklyn, New York, to buying my own little camera, climbing my way up through digital and investigations and documentaries, national newscast in Spanish, to then cross over to English-speaking television. 10 years to stand in front of a microphone and grab it and proudly say, "This is Mariana coming to you live." Still gives me goosebumps. Because you realize that it is about more than this Mariana. It is about other Marianas who are going to be looking at me on that screen and saying, "Wow, she made it, and I can make it too." That's why representation matters. But I first needed to understand the ingredients of my secret sauce. So what happened? Everything just sort of clicked. And that's how I felt last summer when we went to go cover a story that was grabbing the nation's headlines, but I pushed to do it in a different way. See, last summer, the number of migrant families fleeing violence in Central America was spiking. The Trump administration started separating children from their parents as a deterrent to keep them from coming here. The outlets of the world went to the border to cover the story, and I remember getting there and instinctively seeing these migrant mothers and starting to speak to them in Spanish and letting them explain in their own language, with their simplicity, the suffering that they were going through. I took that raw emotion and I just started live translating in English for our national audience. Now, that is not the norm in broadcasting. The norm is to use voiceovers, translators, or sometimes to not give people like these mothers a voice at all. But although under different circumstances, see, I had also had to flee my own country in search of the same dream. So I leveraged everything that made me different. My roots, my immigrant experience, my second language, that uniquely positioned me to cover the plight of the migrant mothers beyond the policy and the politics. It allowed me to give a face to the crisis. I remember when I got back to the newsroom and I got the recognition from my peers that I'd never really gotten before. But more importantly, I felt like I helped people, that my otherness added much needed context and compassion and connection to an often complicated political story that is still shaking the country to this day. Soon enough, the pressure was too much for the government. They had to overturn the policy that separated children from their parents. And last night, for that unique and humane coverage of the migrant mothers, me and my team got nominated for a National Emmy Award for Outstanding Live Interview. I was nominated alongside Christiana Amanpour, Andrea Mitchell, George Stephanopoulos, and Mariana. How could I have been considered up to par with these figures that I watched as a little kid growing up in South America, that are clearly more experienced than I am, if I offered the same stories told in the same way? I stood out because I offered something different. I believe that when I pronounce my name the way it's meant to be pronounced, that when I bring my unique stories to the table, then when I embrace what makes me special, that makes my team better. And not because we got nominated for an Emmy Award, but because when I bring my unique insight to the table, I share it with my colleagues and I learn from them. Think about how this can be true to your departments and your organizations and your hiring decisions. I've taken this attitude to every editorial meeting every morning when outlets like NBC News determine what the nation's agenda is going to be. If I don't choose to bring my authentic self to that table, there is no innovation, and there are no diverse stories on television. So it is not only a disservice to my team, it is a disservice to our audience and the country. Think about how this can also be true for you. We need to foster environments where organizations don't make new voices be morphed into existing ones. We need them to be empowered to speak up with their cultural flavor and their words and their perspectives. We don't need the next so-and-so. We need the new, original, emerging voices that are going to continue to push our departments and our companies forward. So how can you ensure that? Well, just like it happened to me, it begins by first understanding what it is that makes you special. What are the ingredients to your secret sauce? And I want us to start taking inventory right here, right now, at Talent Connect. I'm going to give you 2 minutes on the clock to ask yourself this question. What makes you perfectly you? Time starts now. Now let the words flow. You can come up with 1 word or 3 or 5. My name is blank. What makes me perfectly me is what makes you proud to be yourself. But also remember my story. It's about looking at the cons and flipping the script. How can we turn those into things that you are proud of? Have you overcome a specific challenge? Do you have an interesting family background that you haven't shared with your team? Do you know another language? We have done this from the Spotify conference in Barcelona, Spain, to Microsoft in Seattle, and most recently, the United Nations Girl Up Summit with amazing results. Take inventory, Talent Connect. You guys are used to analyzing products and websites and hiring decisions to the T. But how much time have you actually spent analyzing yourself? So once you are done thinking about what makes you perfectly you, I want you to raise your hand. Nobody is done thinking about what makes them perfectly themselves. Come on, you guys, we don't have that much time. Once you are done, raise your hand. My name is Mariana, and I am an optimist, I am driven, and I am a forever immigrant. That makes me perfectly me. Time is still going. Okay, my producer Karen tells me that we have 30 seconds. 30 seconds, you guys, I want to see more hands raised. What makes you perfectly you? Let the words take over. What makes you proud to be who you are? Where do you come from? What kind of a family dynamic did you grow up in? We have less than 30 seconds. Okay, Talent Connect, raise those hands. What makes you perfectly you? Once you've thought of this for yourself, I want you to raise your hand. All right, guys, we need to see more hands raised. What makes you perfectly you? These differences that we're gonna turn into your special sauce. All right, I like it. I'm starting to see more hands raised. We still have some people here in the front that don't have their hands raised. Okay, all right, let's do it. I want you to keep your hands raised because what do we have here? We have your own special sauce that is gonna make up Team Talent Connect. I want you to say it with me. What do we have here? Team Talent Connect. Oh, come on, one more time. Team Talent Connect. All right, I want you to bring your hands down. And I asked you to bring your hands up because these things should make you feel proud of who you are. They should make you want to raise your hands and shout them from the rooftops. They are not meant to be hidden or to be felt ashamed of. And because we came here to create community, I want 3 brave volunteers to get up and share with the rest of the audience what makes you perfectly you. I just need 3, and we have mic runners that are going to be coming to you guys. We have one here in the front, we have another one here, and we have another one there in the back. Awesome. All right, big round of applause, by the way, for our volunteers. Who's going to start over here? All right, start with your name and say, my name is, what makes me perfectly me is?
My name is Lubna Khalili. I'm from India. What makes me perfectly me is I'm compassionate. I have the ability to dream big, and I have a fire inside of me that'll make it happen. Thank you.
Woo, a fire inside, I love it.
My name is Nicole Arrington. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I'm a generational curse breaker, and I'm the best that ever did it and got away with it.
Curse breaker, I love it.
My name is Deb Johnson with the Coca-Cola Company, and I stand strong in the face of adversity.
Thank you so much, Deb. A big round of applause for our volunteers. Thank you so much for showing us the ingredients to your secret sauce. When you guys leave this keynote today, I want you to share what you discovered about yourself with your peers. Is there something that you haven't shared with people you work with or that are in your department? And also, I invite you to be curious about what other people thought for themselves. Just ask them casually in the elevator, hey, what makes you perfectly you? Remember, we came here to create community, and it is your imperfections, your viewpoints, your perspectives that will make all the difference. So now that we've discovered your magic formula, how that makes your team better, none of that won't be effective if you don't communicate it in the right way with a little something I like to call authentic messaging. It's the way you present it to the world. An authentic story is what sticks. Take my job. When I first started out as a journalist, I thought that finding the truth and being first, that was my goal. I was wrong. That's just my job. What matters the most to me now is to make people care. I don't just want them to watch my news reports and to say, whew, thank God that didn't happen here. I want to make them understand that the good and the bad that happens everywhere will affect them at some point. How do you make your employees care about your brand, about your company? How do you make your customers care? The key to crafting an authentic story is to showcase values that people will adhere to put yourself in someone else's shoes so that they can relate to you. That is the key to an authentic story. Now, how do we do that? We have to expose ourselves and be open, and I know that that is hard in today's social media world because social media pushes us to live with filters. But that has also made people detect fakeness in a heartbeat. People reward those who are being genuine with their attention because they want to create meaningful connections. When we pull the filters and the threads and fibers of each story, we realize how interconnected we all are as human beings. And authentic stories are key to crafting our collective history. From the clay tablets of Mesopotamia, dated 5,000 years ago, to the latest tweet by Mr. President, the power of a message, spoken, written, recorded, will be ever present in our lives. So what kind of a lasting message do you want to leave behind? Do you want to have your departments and your companies leave behind the why, not the how or the what? A little over a year ago, I started asking myself that question. You know, if my social media and my interviews, if they were reflections of my personality, what would they show? I would want them, I said to myself, to empower my audience. I want them to discover things about themselves when they see my work. So the idea of mentoring them tied nicely with the impact that my TEDx talk was having. I gave it 2 years ago. It's called What Makes You Special, and 2 weeks ago, it just passed 10 million views, translated in 10 languages around the world. What made my TED Talk go viral and be shared? People felt it as their own because they discovered things about themselves. Your brand story becomes that much more powerful when your customers and your employees tell it. Think about customer testimonials and product reviews. User-generated content has the power to generate with potential audiences and employees so much better than traditional marketing campaigns. So I took the TED Talk and I said, I owe this audience more than an 18-minute talk. And I turned it into a book called Perfectly You, which, by the way, is available in the store as soon as you exit this keynote. And I'm happy to stick around, sign some books, and connect with you guys because I want to create meaningful connections. And I go back to why I wrote the book, why I do what I do, and why I am on this stage. It's been a little over 10 years since I came to the United States, and I finally understand that that is what my papi meant by unity in that canoe. It is paddling together. It is putting everything you have, starting with your story, your abilities, your challenges, to the service of others. I left Venezuela in 2008 because of the political and the economic crisis. But when I think about, what really tore us apart, it was polarization. People with different political views couldn't talk to each other anymore. Things got worse with the shortages of food and medicine. And in fact, last year, I lost my dad in the midst of the health crisis in Venezuela. He got the flu that quite possibly could have been cured here in the United States. But after 3 weeks in the ICU, we had to say goodbye. And I owe it to his memory to honor everything he taught me. And now that I see some of that same division here in this, my adopted country, I feel compelled to do something. It begins by not tearing each other down over things that we cannot control, like the color of our skin or our genetic makeup. We can't choose if we're born in a community clinic or a fancy hospital, but we do get to choose how to use the power that each of us has, big or small, to help our cause and our communities. Let's celebrate our differences and use them as building blocks, not rocks to throw at one another. As a national correspondent for NBC News, I'm on the road week after week, all over the world, talking to people from all walks of life. And you know what I found? Everyone wants unity. And in the face of adversity, in these times, unity is the only way that we will rise and overcome. And to end, I want to share how I just saw this in action covering the recent devastation in the Bahamas. When we got down to the islands, it was as if a bomb had gone off. Hundreds were injured, dozens killed, thousands missing. I saw survivors, and I asked them, what do you need? What can I do? And their first thought was, other people, my neighbors, my friends, they need to be rescued. The receptionist at the hospital, Cheryl Johnson, worked 24/7 to direct patients and the media. Later, I found out she also had family that she didn't even know if they were alive or not. She knew she had a job to do every single morning at that hospital. Leon Lazard, medical survivor from the Abaco, who almost lost his leg and who told me that he felt happy to be alive because he had put other people out of harm's way. This is a snippet from my conversation with Leon that I saved for all of you. I'm here with Leon, who survived, and he's here. What does it feel like?
Right now, it just feels super special to know that I alive today and that the hurricane is over and that most of the people that was injured, that they trying to get medical assistance.
Well, and you were injured. I mean, look, these are the injuries you sustained.
Yeah, see, this, I don't even feel this. You know why? Because I saved my brother's life and I saved other people's lives. So by they being, and what so feels so good, they in the shelter in Abaco, and I'm here in the hospital, but to know that not one of those got injured to be evacuated to come to the hospital. So I feel good to be alive, to know that I did a good job and that the good God was with me, to know that it's a beautiful day. And like they say, every day above ground is a good day.
Leon needed as much help as everybody else, but he knew he had a role to play. The receptionist at the hospital knew she had a role to play. And me, by connecting the audience to Leon in his hospital chair, in his devastated island, thousands of miles away. At the end of the day, we were all people with a shared humanity who came together with a higher purpose. So let's be genuine when we connect with each other. Let's take care of each other. Let's build bridges when the call to separate us threatens the very fabric of this country. To end, I want everybody to get up. Let's get up, Talent Connect. Now, I believe that words have power, so I want us to manifest this call together out to the world. This call for authenticity and tolerance. I'm going to say, you don't have to be perfect, and then in unison, we will say, just perfectly you. Okay, Talent Connect, you don't have to be perfect, just perfectly you. One more. I want my papi in heaven to hear us all the way from Dallas, Texas. Hey, Talent Connect, you don't have to be perfect, just perfectly you. The only way that we will ensure we are linked into the future is by accepting ourselves and loving each other. Human progress is not automatic. Every step requires the courage of coming together, the tolerance of working together to succeed in being better together. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the All Access live stream. I'm your co-host, Marty Finn, and I have the pleasure of being joined right now in our studio by Cynthia Marshall, the CEO of the Dallas Mavericks. Welcome to the studio, Cynthia.
Thank
It's
you.
so good to have you here.
Oh, it's good to be here, Marty.
Congratulations on a wonderful presentation on our main stage.
Oh, thank you. I love this conference. So much energy. This is crazy.
And we're just getting started.
Oh, it's
we're like
crazy.
a couple hours in.
Oh, my
It's
gosh.
wonderful.
It's crazy.
All right, so we've sourced some questions from our viewers.
Okay.
And so we'll go through a couple here, but I got to ask first. So you just came out of a conference where you had 4,500 people on their feet dancing.
Yes.
And so I got to know, clearly you love music.
Yes, I love
And you lead a sports organization.
Yes.
What's your walk-on song? What
Ain't
song
no mountain
gets
high
you-
enough.
Ain't no mountain high
mountain
enough?
high enough. Yes.
All right.
The Michael McDonald version.
I was just gonna. Are we going Diana Ross version? Are we going Michael McDonald?
Michael McDonald version,
Okay.
and then sometimes the Marvin Gaye, Tammy Terrell version.
Okay.
Because Diana Ross, love Diana Ross.
Uh-huh.
But I like the energy. That one's kind of slow.
Yeah.
That's how you
Okay.
kind of end the evening.
That's a walk-off song.
Yeah, that's the end in the evening.
all right.
But Michael McDonald, Ain't No Mountain High Enough.
Michael
Yes.
McDonald. I love it.
And I love that because it just gives a message.
Yeah.
That no matter what's going on, we have to be there for each other.
Yeah.
And so if you call me, I'll be there. And that's what this is all about. We are literally here for each other.
I love it. Great message. Great
Yes.
song.
Yes.
All right. So switching gears a little bit, one of the questions we got from our viewers was, what are some tips you have for female leaders who are either starting in an industry or working in an industry that's been historically dominated by men?
Well, first of all, what I would say is really get to know the industry.
Okay.
Results matter. So get to know the industry, get to know what it's all about, get to know who the players are, do your homework, and prepare. People cannot argue with results. They cannot argue when you are what I call delivering the goods.
Yep.
So understand the industry, understand what your particular job is, understand what you have to deliver, and then bring it. Get some mentors. So I always say you have a board of directors, and that's 4 people. You have people who will push you to your limits,
Yep.
people who will lift you up and just keep you encouraged, people who would mentor you. So those are like your trainers that get you ready for the game.
People to learn from.
And then your sponsors, those are people like your agents who actually will put their reputations on the line to get you into that job that you want. So have a personal board of directors and know your stuff.
Yeah. No, I think it's really interesting. We talk a lot. I mean, I've heard the term personal board of directors a lot, but I think what you honed on is really the makeup of that board
Yes.
of directors and the
Yes.
role that those people play.
Yes.
Much like a basketball team.
Exactly.
For example.
And they each have a role to play. And what I like to do, I have those people in my life, and I've had that for years.
Yeah.
And about once a year, I like to get them all together.
Oh,
I like to
okay.
sit down and get them all together because they know what role they are playing.
Yeah.
And then get them together so then they can talk, give me advice, I can talk to them. It's an amazing dinner. It's an
That's
amazing
pretty
dinner.
fun. A little Cynthia symposium, if you will.
Yes,
like-
and you know, they're honest. I mean, so because
Yeah.
if you're talking to that lifter too much,
Right.
then maybe that lifter can talk to the pusher and say, okay, but here, and the pusher can talk to the lifter and say, yeah, but here's where I'm also pushing her. So it's good for them to talk too. Yeah.
That's got to be it. That's a really great idea to bring
Yeah.
them all together,
Oh, yes,
too.
yes.
Fantastic. Oh, I
Because
love
rarely
that.
do you get them all at once.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sure. So sticking on the theme of like team and the roles people play.
Yes.
What's a lesson that you've learned or that's been learned on the court that you think applies off the court?
And we just talked about it, I think, to know your position.
Okay.
Because everybody had, you know, you practice certain positions. You have to be able to deliver on your position.
Yeah.
You have to be where you're supposed to be. I mean, if the ball is being passed and you're not there to get it, then the other team is going to get it. So you got to be where you're supposed to be, know your position, and deliver what you're supposed to deliver. And once you do that, because you know the game plan, you got to
Right.
have a game plan. Once you know where you fit into that game plan, you got to bring it because other people are depending on you. You can't decide one day, okay, I'm not going to do that job. I'm going to do this job over here.
Right.
I'm supposed to be in this swim lane, but now I'm going to swim over there. You can't do that because, I mean, if you just take a normal swim team, I mean,
Sure.
if you get out of your lane, you're getting disqualified.
Yeah.
The whole team gets disqualified.
Right.
So
Right.
you got to do what you got to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Know your position. So something you mentioned just in your keynote on the main stage there, you had a phrase, education matters, zip code doesn't.
Mhm.
And along the lines of that, imposter syndrome.
Yes.
So something that I think a lot of people deal with.
Yes.
I'd love to know from you, like, were there any moments where you felt that, or maybe even a moment of apprehension where you're walking into an environment and you feel like, I have all these expectations of me right now, and can I deliver on that?
Yes. A good friend of mine, Joyce Roche, actually wrote a book, The Empress Has No Clothes. And it's about...
The Empress has no clothes?
Has no clothes.
Okay,
And she
okay.
actually used to be the lead director on the board of directors at AT&T. Amazing woman. And I had to interview her one time for a fireside chat. And I said, okay, let me read this book because I don't think I've ever had the imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
But what I realized is that I have had times where I just felt, do I know everything I need to know?
Yeah,
Am I
yeah.
prepared enough? Have I really done enough homework? Are these people going to think that, you know, I really am the right person for this job?
Right.
So I've never really been afraid
Yeah.
that I wasn't going to be able to deliver, but I'm a big person on preparation. So that's where I struggle sometimes. Have I prepared enough?
So how do you work through that then for yourself?
Well, I look at the agenda. I think about, what the team is going to be talking about, what we're going to be doing that day.
Yep.
And then I just kind of go through, okay, everything I've read, everything I've looked up. Is there another video I need to go and look up? And sometimes you can over-prepare.
Yeah,
But I would
sure.
rather be over-prepared than under-prepared. So that's how I deal with it. I just make
100%.
sure by the time I walk in there, I think I'm ready. If somebody else doesn't think I'm ready, that's their problem.
Yeah.
If I think I'm ready and I know I'm ready, then you just deal with it if you don't think I'm ready.
All right, I'm with you. So if I could play that back to you, then I think my big takeaways from that would be one, preparation is
Yes.
key to overcoming any feeling of apprehension.
Huge.
And what preparation looks like for you could be different
Yes.
based on what your level of comfortability is or what situation you're walking into.
Exactly. And be prepared for challenges.
Yeah.
Because some people will just challenge you, especially sometimes being a woman,
Right.
and it's not just being a woman. Sometimes being new to a position, people will just challenge you.
Yeah.
And so you have to kind of say to yourself, how am I going to deal with those challenges?
Right.
Is this a particular meeting where I'm going to walk in and kind of suck it up? It doesn't mean you're weak.
Right.
But you're just going to take the high road, which
Sure.
is usually the road least traveled. Okay,
Sure,
so I like
uh-huh.
to take the high road.
Sure.
Or you're going to come in there and say, okay, in this meeting, I need to be a little forceful, and I need to let them know I'm here. I try to do all that before I even walk in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And really have like your challenge mindset.
I'm
Love
focused
that.
when I walk in. I know what I'm getting ready to do.
Yeah. It's game time.
Oh, and you can't throw me off too much. I mean, every now and then,
Sure,
but not too
sure,
much
sure.
because it's game time. You prepare for the game.
All right.
Yeah.
I love that. So to switch gears a little bit, and you're very open with your life, which I just love, and
Yes.
it's such a sense of vulnerability that even I can feel sitting here with you,
Yes.
and I think is so important as a leader. You've had so many successes in your life to be proud of, but also challenges and losses that you're very open with.
Yes.
How do you balance those losses or disappointment with still showing up as your best self every day at work? Like, how do you balance all of that?
Because I know, life is, it's ups and downs.
Yeah.
You have your valleys, you have your mountains. It's just, you just get through it. And so I have a very strong faith. I have a very strong faith,
Yep.
and I think a lot on the scripture, Jeremiah 29:11.
Okay.
It says, for I know the plans I have for you, plans to give you hope in the future, plans for you to prosper. There are good things in there. So
Yeah.
I know there's a good plan for my life.
Yep.
Even if something bad is going on right then. I tell myself often, bad things really do happen to good people.
Sure.
And sometimes the light at the end of the tunnel is a train. It's not always a good thing. Sometimes it is a train.
I've actually never heard that phrase before, but
Yes.
you're dead right.
Sometimes it's
Yeah.
getting ready to roll you over. But if you have a good support system and a strong faith,
Yeah.
I do,
Right.
I know that I'm going to get through it. I saw my mom go through a lot.
Yeah.
And so that instilled faith in me that, you know what, bad things do happen to good people. But accept adversity and never give up. Some things came to pass. They didn't come to stay.
Well, and then I think what you also said there too is build a network around you to support you
Oh, yeah.
when the train's coming, so to speak, right?
It's the village because I
Right.
have learned over my life I cannot do this alone.
Yeah.
Even right now, I can't do it alone. There was no way I could walk into the Dallas Mavericks and do what Mark Cuban asked me to do.
Yeah.
He was very sincere about transforming the culture. And someone might ask me, she said, are you the person that Mark said is going to come in here? Are you going to save us? I said, I don't have the ability alone to save you. Okay.
Talk
whatever-
about an expectation to walk
Yes,
into,
whatever
right?
that means. But I do know there are people, and he said, bring in whoever you need. There are people I can bring in to help me, along with the people, the fabulous people that are in here. We'll do
Yeah.
this together. And that's why teamwork is so important to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some days, if somebody's down, somebody else is up.
Right.
And so it'll all balance. It'll all balance.
We're all on the mountain.
Yeah, we're all there. We're
all
all
right.
there.
Well, for our last question here.
Our last question.
I know. Time
What?
Hey, time flies when
No,
you're
we want
having
an hour.
fun. An hour?
Yeah, let's just start a talk
Should we
show.
just do our own show?
Yes.
All right. Well, really quickly, would love to know something from you, something fun. It's a LinkedIn tradition, something not on your LinkedIn profile.
It's not
that
on
we
my
wouldn't
profile.
know about you.
Let's see. I sat on Ronald Reagan's lap when I was in the 3rd grade.
Okay.
Okay, because he was the governor of California, and I got a chance to go and see him. So I think that's when my love of politics started
All
a long
right.
time ago. And Nancy Reagan was there and all that. So I've been a little political person for a long time, except I'd never run for office. So
Okay.
I just like it. I just like
That's
policy.
a good one, though. That we
I
play
just
this
like
game a lot
policy.
at LinkedIn, and that's
Yes.
a very good
I
one.
know Ronald Reagan. I knew Ronald Reagan.
All right.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you again so much for joining us in the studio, Cynthia. This has
Thanks,
been
Marty.
wonderful. For all of you out in the audience, stay tuned. We're going to have more on the Talent Connect live stream coming up.
yourself in 5 years?
In Florida.
In Florida. If you were an animal, which one would you be?
Puppy.
Ooh, why? Why do you say a puppy?
I love dogs. Now I'm allergic to them.
You are allergic?
I'm allergic to cats and dogs, pecans, walnuts, peanuts, and seasonal allergies.
Are you allergic to hard work?
No.
I wanted to know, how many golf balls can you fit on a jet?
502.
Very specific, and I like it. What would your management style be? Yeah.
I would make them collab.
Are you willing to relocate?
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about it.
Are you looking for equity?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
Like percentage-wise? What are you thinking?
100.
What would you like your salary to be?
600 to 1,000.
$600 to $1,000
a year.
Yeah, great. Do you have any questions for me?
What is your salary for your job?
I'll answer that one for you because it could be more. It could be more.
In business, first impressions are crucial, and they're made faster than you think. In fact, in 7 seconds or less, people will have judged your trustworthiness, competence, warmth, and confidence. And once someone mentally labels you as likable or unlikable, powerful or submissive, trustworthy or devious, everything else you do will be viewed through that filter. While you can't stop people from making these snap decisions because that's how the human brain is wired, you can understand how to make these decisions work in your favor. First impressions are heavily influenced by nonverbal cues. In fact, studies have found that body language has over 4 times the impact on the impression you make than anything you say. We all want to deal with people who are energizing and engaging and who put us at ease and make us feel good about ourselves. Luckily, these are the very qualities that you can project nonverbally in those first crucial seconds. Here are 6 powerful keys to making a positive first impression. First, adjust your attitude. People pick up your attitude instantly. So before you go into the conference room to meet with your team or enter someone's office for a sales call or job interview, think about the situation and make a conscious choice about the attitude you want to embody. Attitudes that attract people include friendly, happy, receptive, patient, approachable, welcoming, helpful, and curious. Attitudes that are off-putting include angry, impatient, bored, arrogant, afraid, depressed, and suspicious. The next key is to check your posture. So do this with me. Raise your shoulders toward your ears. Now roll them back. Now drop them down. Perfect. Keeping your posture erect, your shoulders back in this position, and your head held high makes you look very sure of yourself. Next, smile. A smile is the facial expression we like the most. It's an invitation of welcome. It says, I'm friendly and approachable. A tip here is to enter the room with a small smile and let it widen as you look at the other person. It's also important to make eye contact. Looking at someone's eyes transmits energy and indicates openness. By the way, most of us don't really take advantage of this nonverbal cue. To improve your eye contact, make a practice of noticing the eye color of everyone you meet. This will encourage you to extend your gaze a bit longer than usual. Another key is to raise your eyebrows. Briefly open your eyes slightly more than normal to simulate the eyebrow flash. That's a universal signal of friendly recognition. Finally, lean in. Leaning toward someone shows you're engaged and interested in them, but be respectful of the other person's personal space. That means in most business situations, staying about 2 feet away. I've got one more tip for you, although this one comes later in your interaction. You can create a lasting and positive impact by adding a single nonverbal component to one simple word. Here's how you do it. When you meet someone and they tell you their name, find a way to repeat that name during your conversation. And as you do, touch the person lightly on the arm. The powerful impact of this brief touch comes from the fact that you've triggered positive feelings by remembering and using their name. And as you touch them, these positive emotions get linked or anchored to your touch. Then at future meetings, you can reactivate that good feeling by once again lightly touching their arm. Every encounter, from conferences to training sessions to business lunches, presents an opportunity to network and expand your professional contacts. So when is the next time you expect to meet someone new? Plan now for how you want to be perceived by thinking of the nonverbal cues that would enhance that positive impression in those first crucial seconds.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the studio. I'm your co-host, Marty Finn. Joining me now is the CEO and founder of Social Talent, Johnny Campbell. Johnny, welcome to the studio.
Great to be here, Marty.
Great to have you. So we're really excited to have you review some of the job posts that were submitted by our live viewers. So should we just dive in and see what we've got?
Let's do it. So first up we got a sales development rep role.
Okay.
What I really like about this is its use of your language, right? So a lot of job specs, as you see, Marty, they talk about we, are, us, the company. The language here is really good. This is more likely going to get a potential candidate to engage and really see themselves in that role rather than distancing themselves from like an abstract company they're working for. So really love that language, right?
So like inclusive language, I think is what you mean there, right?
Well, you know, there's been studies that show your language drives more candidate applications and drives higher quality candidate applications. So real quick test is how many yours do we have versus I, we, us.
Okay.
Right? So standards, quite simple stuff.
Great.
You look through it, it's really nice. It's quite salesy, as in it knows that this is a candidate short market and it's trying to sell to the candidate, which I really, really like.
Yeah.
Couple of things that could improve on though. It doesn't tell me anything about the company. Like I want to know who this organization is. And again, I'm time poor. It's a candidate-rich market. I'm probably not going to research them. This is your opportunity to sell me on this company. Give me some context. Didn't give me that. Also probably doesn't give me the why. Like, why would I go work for this organization versus somebody else in this kind of role? So that's kind of lots of positive stuff going on in the language, but maybe could have improved a little bit on the background story. Tell me the story. Tell me the why of this organization and this job as well.
Yeah. You're not just applying for a job, you're applying for a company, right?
Well, yeah. Big time.
Great.
We jump into another one?
Sure. Let's do it.
So let's look at the number one here. This is an EIM manager, right? So again, this role is more about we. The language is we and us, less about your and yours, right? But it's okay. You know, they're giving you a little bit of context on the story, which is okay. Doesn't need to give me a why, unfortunately, right? Which is a little bit poor, perhaps, right? To again, tell me the why. One thing I didn't mention, the other role, that I analyzed this role using a free online tool that looks at the gender coding of the language, right?
Oh,
so this
okay.
is proven with several scientific studies that you can write a job spec in a way that's going to dissuade women, for example, from applying. But regardless of how you write it, you probably won't dissuade men. This is masculine coded, as was actually our previous role, which means that you have a lower chance of getting female applications for this job. And you'd never even know it, right? So there's free tools, there's paid tools that do this for you. You can look up Gender Decoder online, and there's a free resource that's an open source resource that you can copy and paste your job spec into. It tells you if it's masculine coded and how to change it back to feminine or neutral coded. So again, you know, it's a pretty standard looking job spec.
Yeah.
On the surface of it, you might not see that challenge, but there's an opportunity to make this into a much better job for potentially more diverse candidates to apply for.
That's a great call out. Yeah.
So I'll jump on into our third one here. So this is a service sales representative role. Again, the language here is more we, but you know, beautifully they have the why in here, right? So they're giving a little bit more context as to the why you should join this company. Now, it's later in the job specs you see here. They tell you about the organization. They make it concrete. Like I can read this and I kind of know what it's like to work there. I can see myself working there. And they've also, explained it's to support their growth. They've talked about how and why this job has come about. So it really kind of feels personal,
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at this going, I know why they're coming about. I know why I would want to join this organization. They've given me lots of whys. I see the context of me as well. So there's a lot of really positive things. And actually, that why is so important and absent, as you probably see yourself, in a lot of jobs you see posted online these days.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're selling a candidate, right? Like the same way a company sells their product, they're selling candidates on that role, right?
Tell me the story, not just the facts and figures, So that's something I think is a really good example of why they've done it. If I was given a tip, I'd probably move some of that why up the top.
Yeah,
so you
above
see
the fold type thing?
Yeah, they started with a paragraph that I think is kind of wasted, whereas again, always think about time-poor candidates. So candidates tend to read a job spec and a web page in an F kind of movement, You scan the top across, you go down the left-hand column, you move in a bit, you go down the left-hand columns, right? So your opportunity is up the top there, right? Your first couple of lines are where you really got to sell the job, and you're really buying the opportunity to get that person to read more. If you've got all the good stuff later on, they might not get to it.
They might not get to it, yeah.
So you got to get in there, get the good stuff in early, which this job has the good stuff. I just tweaked the order, but it's a good role.
Great.
This one here, this is an example you see regularly on job boards and LinkedIn. I think it's a wasted opportunity for a role because it's a paragraph, literally without any breaks. It's a few sentences, and it's more conversational. Now, interestingly, although it isn't written in the way you would want it to be, its gender language and gender coding is neutral. So all the ones we've looked at so far have been masculine coded. This is neutral. Feminine coded will be better. To be clear, feminine coded does not dissuade men from applying for the job. Men will apply for absolutely anything, it seems. But you will dissuade some women from that, according to the research. This is neutral, which is pretty good. So you're not going to harm anyone that way. But I just don't think it says enough, right? It's actually got great personality. The language is good in that way, but it doesn't have bullet points, doesn't have real requirements. It's more just a conversation. It feels more like a LinkedIn email that tells me about the job than an actual role profile.
Than a requirement.
So, not to be bad, but probably slightly lazy job spec writing. And I think this organization can do better because I think there's a really good job hidden under this, which they could go after. All right, so that's that one there. Jump into our next one here, this business development executive role. So if I look at this business development executive role, this has the you, right? So it has a lot of the you, and it has a lot of the we. It's actually quite balanced that way, which is interesting. It's strongly masculine coded. A lot of sales jobs contain a lot of masculine words like targets and everything else, which again subconsciously can dissuade somebody from applying, which is not good. But otherwise, it's quite good. This is one that I found was particularly interesting in that it does have a good why in here, right? So I'm going to go into this, and I actually love this story. I found myself getting engrossed in this Chicago business unit with its 12-year track record delivering, and they did it at the top, Marty. Unlike the previous one 2 jobs ago where we're talking about wasting that opportunity with that F shape, they're doing it at the top, which is really good. This makes me want to read on, So you look at that kind of concept of F shape. I'll read the top paragraph. Will I read all these bullet points? Look how long the list is, Marty, right?
Yes.
So I started reading them going, this is awesome. I got bored, right? And that's maybe okay because I'll still probably hit apply because it's got an easy apply in LinkedIn, which is really, really good. But I just felt they could have trimmed that down by, I don't know, half. So they could have improved that. But then the bottom, they've even more about what makes them different. Like if you want to look at a template of why and backstories, this is the job spec out of all of them that really jumped out at me as a fantastic why, a really good story. They let themselves down with a little bit too long bullet points. Not the end of the world, right? I think forgive them for that. I think this is the kind of job that's going to get a lot of applications, but critically, a lot of high quality applications from good people as well.
Yeah, and can I ask you, when you talk about masculine coding versus feminine coding, so you gave a couple buzzwords that could be masculine coded. What are some words that would be feminine coded?
Encourage, support. They're typically more feminine coded words. And so there was the Gender Decoder free resource pulls on the original scientific research that was made open source, where they actually identified all the key phrases that tended to be more feminine or masculine coded. And there's a lot of tools built around this. You can buy expensive software that can analyze your job specs that can do this, and it's really good. But you can start with some of these free resources that gives you a good guide. And trust me, you wouldn't know what a feminine or masculine coded word looks like until you actually do this. And It's fascinating. And I've worked with organizations who've tried this, and they've measured then the ratio of female to male applicants after they've made the changes.
Yeah.
It's made a real difference.
Really?
It does work, yeah. It does really, really work. So
great to know, yeah.
It's a no-brainer kind of thing.
Well,
to do.
totally. I mean, that's like the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, right? Those are things that can easily be optimized in a job post.
Absolutely low-hanging
Wonderful.
fruit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got a few more here that
let's go. Let's get into them.
Not massively dissimilar, So you look at again this role here, internal guest experience specialist here. What I'm looking for, and you're probably getting it now, is I want to find the why. I want to find the story. I want to basically be excited. I want yours language. Watch yourself with the masculine coding of the language as well, and sell it to me. Some of these roles are still written in a traditional HR, no offense to anyone, way, where it's written as the job spec, the legal document of what you need to do, forgetting that we are in a candidate short market.
Yes.
They have choices. They have choices to leave your page after 3 seconds. You got to sell to them early.
Yep.
Get all that stuff in there.
It's the value proposition, right?
It really is, really is.
Okay, great. So to just pause there for a quick minute as we wrap up here, what would you say your key takeaways are for our viewers?
So key takeaways are, it's actually not going to be difficult to rise above the average job spec.
Okay.
So you don't have to work terribly hard to be better than 99% of the other roles out there, right? So people talk about, I need to put more money into my advertising, etc. No, you need to write a better job ad, and it's not that difficult. So a couple of takeaways would be to remember the F-shaped way that people look at web pages. You're going to scan along the top, skim down, jump in a little bit, skim down, and give up, right? People are time poor, so concentrate on selling at the start. Yours language, really important, puts me in the frame of mind to be in that job. Also looking at stories, like tell a story. Don't just say, this is the functional reason why we're hiring. Tell me a story, right? Tell me the backdrop. And also your company, why is it exciting? If I could do this job anywhere, why should I choose to do it with you? Put that in there. Remember to keep it brief. Bullet points are absolutely fine, but start with a story. And of course, don't be lazy and just build a whole paragraph. That's not going to work either, right? So that to me, there's some of the key takeaways in terms of how to do it. But you know what? If you do 75 or even 50% of those things, you're going to rise above everyone else, and you're going to get the quality applicants.
Yep, and you've seen the success stories, right? Like these changes have real business impact.
They really do. They really do.
Yep. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for all of the great content. Johnny, this was absolutely wonderful. For those of you at home, thanks for tuning in, for staying tuned in, and we will be right back with more great content from Talent Connect 2019.
I think that there is no other place in the world that is quite like Hawaii. We're 2,500 miles away from any other civilization. Recruiting, hiring is really a challenge. I realized I can't do this by myself.
Enterprise Technology Services is the organization that I run. We set standards, direction. We're the enterprise arm for the state. We have two major challenges. The first being our geographic location. The second is the state of Hawaii has had record low unemployment. Anyone that wanted to find a job had a job. There was no way to push forward without having a workforce that could adapt, that could put new technologies in place.
It's really difficult trying to find that perfect candidate. There weren't too many avenues available, so it's a lot of posting everywhere, trying to pray that we actually get the right person. We're not like in the mainland where somebody from a nearby state could just easily relocate to us.
We kicked off a 6-month pilot to evaluate the products of LinkedIn. It enabled us to really develop the enterprise technology service brand. It also enabled us to tell our story.
If you look at the amount of hires that we had the year before and the year that we've started using LinkedIn, you can see a significant difference.
When I would put out a job application before LinkedIn, we'd get an average of 5 to 6 people apply for that job. Now, when I put out a job application, we get an average of 63 people apply for that position.
Those job sponsors, those job ads, that's an essential tool. That's how we found Tara.
It was too great of an opportunity for me to pass up. I saw it get posted on LinkedIn and I was like, wow, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Who knew that the state of Hawaii was working on something so amazing?
She was one of the top candidates. Her resume and her qualifications were definitely fantastic and what we were looking for and what we needed for the project.
Seeing that I was in the top 10% of the applicants, I thought the skill sets that they're looking for are really a strong match for me. At the time, I was outside Kansas City at the University of Kansas. It was kind of like, wait a minute, I could move to Hawaii? I was really excited by the opportunity because my daughter is going to be going to school here in Hawaii.
With Tara's qualifications and her desire to move to Hawaii, we knew that she was somebody who would fit into our culture.
To be reunited with my daughter here really means the world. It's so great to be able to see her grow up and become her own person.
LinkedIn allows us to understand candidates better.
Posting on LinkedIn gives us greater reach for candidates.
If this job posting hadn't been on LinkedIn, I wouldn't be here today.
To find people that match our state culture, that's an enabling tool that we've never had before. We're hiring the right person at the right time for the right job.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the studio. I'm your co-host, Noelle Fakori, and we are in for a treat. Joining me is Mariana Atencio, national correspondent for MSNBC and NBC News. Mariana, welcome. We're so excited to have you.
Come here.
I have to tell you, your energy is like off the charts. I could feel it during your presentation. I felt it in your TED Talk, which I've watched probably way too many times.
Thank you,
If you ever need a
Noelle.
stunt double, I'm happy to be your stunt double. But I'm just so excited to spend some time with you and really focus in on you and your core message. So for the viewers at home, tell us a little bit around what you represent and a little bit around what your passion and your purpose is.
So I am a forever immigrant. I always say that because I am originally from Venezuela and I have worked very hard to make a space for myself in this great country, but without ever forgetting where I came from. So I call myself, and I heard my friend Eva Longoria say this, a part of the 200% club. I'm 100% Venezuelan, 100% Latina, and 100% American. And I represent that, a human bridge. I wanna, through my storytelling and my news stories, be a bridge of understanding between people and generations and cultures and social media and traditional media.
Oh my gosh, well, you're doing an incredible job at it. And I love that you bring up that you're a storyteller. And I feel like that's one of the core things that defines you. It's not just about being a journalist, but a storyteller. And in the talent space, we often are also in a position to be storytellers, whether it's to people about our company, to the people internally. So I'd love to learn a little bit around your journey crafting your skill around storytelling.
So stories are essential to our collective history. I said it in the speech, if you think about like from the clay tablets of Mesopotamia 5,000 years ago to a tweet by the president, it is the power of a message, spoken or written or recorded. When you're recruiting people, it is your brand's message that has the power to last a lifetime. So when we are crafting that story, I think that's one of the things we have to think about is, what do I want to leave behind as someone who recruits, as someone who has a brand out there? And I go back to, it's not about the what you do or how you do it, it's about the why. So your purpose, what is your purpose? That has to be the key to telling your story. Like, what is your main intention with that story, the purpose behind that story? And then finding ways in which you can showcase values that people will adhere to, right? That is important, so that people will say, I can see myself in that company. I can see myself in Noelle. I can see myself working.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm so curious if I could pick your brain a little bit on the journey you've been on at crafting your story, your brand, your legacy. How long has that taken you to really figure out who you are and what you stand for? And then how have you just been building it into like this incredible representation that you are today?
So in the beginning, obviously, you, especially coming here as an immigrant, I came here on a scholarship, but it was the recession. I didn't have a green card. I got laid off from the first job I ever had in journalism in the United States.
Yeah.
So you tend to see someone like me, like, oh, she has it all figured out, but it's taken a lot. I have also been there where you are, not knowing if I had a story and if once I figured out, okay, this is my story, will people actually want to listen to it? But the key is to know that everyone has a story worth sharing.
Yes.
Right? That's the first thing. And the second thing is, so what makes the threads and fibers of your story, right? What is sort of your purpose? And I found that in my pitfalls, in finding my identity as an immigrant, that's what I want to do, is give a voice to people who want to feel represented when they see me on screen. And it took 10 years. 10 years since the day that I got laid off from a newspaper in Brooklyn, New York, buying a camera, going up through digital, Spanish, then crossing over to say, this is who I am, and this is a story that I have to tell.
I love that. And it sounds like it's definitely been an evolution and a journey. So for people who are either just starting that journey or they're in the middle and they feel a little bit stuck, what advice do you have for people to start to craft that purpose, that passion, that message?
So I think the first thing is first acknowledging that you have a story worth telling. What I said in the beginning, so many of us don't even think that we have sort of the visibility to say, my story is worth sharing, right? So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, and this is actually an exercise that I did, and because a mentor of mine said, write your story on paper. Just start writing.
Simple as that.
Just as simple as, I was born here, this is what my childhood was like. By the end, I had like a 10-page thing, right?
Yeah.
Then you start to see, what are the themes to your life? And also, what are the moments where you made a pivot, where there was a juncture of growth? And these are things that can come from positive or negative experiences.
Of course, yeah.
And when I wrote Perfectly You, the book that I came out with this year.
Congratulations.
One of the biggest challenges was, how do I start my story, right? So I actually did the same thing. I went back to that exercise, which I encourage you to do at home, and I wrote a list of everything good that had happened in my life and everything bad that had happened in my life. And then I said, okay, here's an incident in the bad column that I had almost like eliminated from my mind, which was the day that I got robbed at gunpoint in my native Venezuela. Okay, it was a traumatic experience, so I had really forgotten about it, never spoken about it publicly. And I said, this was a juncture because this was the moment where I decided to leave my home country in search of a better life in the United States. So that's how I start my book. That is chapter 1 of my story.
How interesting.
Write a list of positive and negatives, things that have happened to you, and you will see where those junctures were and where you really grew as a person.
Wow. Speaking of growth, one thing that I love about you is in the stories you tell, it's not usually always about you. It's actually, in fact, a lot of the people who have inspired and touched your story along the way. I know your sister, your dad that you've mentioned. Like, it's so moving to hear when you bring other people into the story and share that connection point. So I'd love to hear a little bit around currently who's really inspiring to you as you continue this journey. You have your book out. You probably have a lot of other things coming up. Who's continuing to inspire you, whether they're currently close to you or it's a more aspirational relationship?
What has been just eye-opening for me is covering this up-and-coming generation of people in this country. I just came back from covering the strikes and rallies for climate change in America and around the world. And these are teens that I have been following for like a year now. And now that this movement has exploded, like, obviously Greta Thunberg, but it's Isra Hizri out of Minnesota, who's a Rep. Ilhan Omar's daughter. It's Carla Stefan, another girl who's leading the movement out of DC. Like, all of these young girls, Haven Coleman, like, they're just so unapologetic about wanting to change the world. They're like, yeah, we can do it. And it starts with one school strike, one Friday. We may get like 5 people here and 5 followers on social media, but we're going to grow it into this thing because they're not afraid to take risks. And I think that I'm at that point in my life where that energy of somebody younger who is willing to take the risk and just using the tools like social media that is around them is so, so inspiring. And they're going to lead the way. They're going to make a change.
It's so wild thinking about how different it is. So like, even in your last 10 years, you must have seen this entire shift in terms of how storytelling is done.
Enormous.
Who these leaders and influencers are.
And also the way that people of color, immigrants in this country are viewed. You know,
Yeah.
when I came to the United States, I remember when I was studying at Columbia University, where people are like, you're gonna have to cut your hair to make it in broadcasting. You're gonna have to pronounce your
Right.
name like Mariana and not
Uh-huh.
Mariana. And in the past 10 years, I've seen that explosion of the demographics are changing. We want the screen to be more reflective of the entire country, but then it falls on you, the people doing the recruitment, like the people that are attracting talent, to make that talent want to work in your company and to make them feel like they belong and that
Right.
they can be their authentic selves at the table.
So let's talk about that, because we spend a lot of time at work. Work tends to define and differentiate how we feel about ourselves, our confidence, and beyond. So what advice would you have for team leaders or talent leaders in terms of how they can create an environment where those diverse perspectives and individuals can be comfortable and authentically themselves?
So we need to create environments where new voices aren't morphed into existing ones.
Yeah.
So when you go back to, you know, even when I started doing news in English, right? There is a tendency to be like, oh, you cover Latino stories, but we don't want to pigeonhole you. We want you to cover like everything else. Like, oh, let's cut your hair. Your eyebrows could be a little lighter. Why don't you dress like so and so? And these are subtle things.
Yeah.
But then if I had followed that, right, before I knew it, I was going to be literally not myself, like unrecognizable to myself.
Yeah.
And there was something in me, because I think it's because it was all these young people were following me, like, this is a win for us, like seeing you there, seeing myself there, that I was like, I can't change before them. Like, what's the point of having me in this network if I'm not bringing diverse stories and the stories of my community?
Yeah.
So I think for team leaders, it's subtle things that we think may not be so important, like the pronunciation of a name or like the way you dress. Like, it's like menial things.
Yeah.
But I always say, like, these are small ripple effects that
yeah.
later turn into larger representation icons at companies.
And it tends to be invisible, right? A lot of times we don't understand the experience that someone's having on the inside until it kind of manifests into a much larger, sometimes negative way.
Absolutely.
So I'm curious to hear from you, because you found your voice and you are becoming a voice for so many others, but for somebody who doesn't quite have their voice found just yet, like, what would your advice be to them, or where could they start?
So I think that a great thing is to find role models.
Yeah.
Right? When I was, you know, in the beginning of my career, I used to search, and LinkedIn was great for that, right?
Yes.
Because I used to search for companies to see Latinos that were making it, immigrants that were making it at the network level. And it shows you that there is a path forward, right?
Yes.
And I think that once you find those role models and you say, okay, if I could put all these people in my team or in my bucket, like, who would they be? You
Right.
know? And I literally, like, I would cut out faces of people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I would
like
put them
vision
in like a
boarding it.
vision board. Like, my
Interesting.
vision board, you know, has included people from Malala to Christiana Mampur to Sofia Vergara. You know?
Yeah.
I'm like, I want Sofia energy.
Yeah.
Like, you know, she's so
Check.
on.
You've got it. Check and check.
And a more petite friend.
Doing it.
But anyway, that's literally like how I did it, is
Yeah.
finding role models, of feeding off their energy. And then once you do that, you sort of start thinking about, like, what is unique that you bring to the table.
I love that. So you obviously have a very visible role. And with that, I'm curious, a fun random question. How do you start your day to get into the right headset and spirit to always bring this energy that's so contagious, I just can't even stand it?
So I write about it in Perfectly You
Oh,
in the
amazing.
book, because, you know, I could wake up. First of all, sometimes I forget. I'm like, where am I?
Yeah.
Like, what are we covering? Like, I can wake up in the middle of a hurricane, in the middle of an earthquake.
Real
Like,
talk.
those are the
Yeah.
stories that we're covering. And I found out some time ago that you can sync up your alarm clock to a song. So for me, it's always the music that I open my eyes to, right?
Yes.
So it's kind of like your theme song.
Yes.
You know? So I encourage you to do this at home.
Okay, I have to know. Your theme song.
Mine is Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles,
What a
right?
beautiful one.
I wanted to do like Gloria Estefan, like, come on, baby, and then it was like too jarring to wake up to.
You, like,
and I'm
jumped
like,
out
oh,
of
I need
bed.
Here Comes the Sun, doo-doo-doo. It's like a crescendo situation happening.
And then on the commute in, we got to get the Gloria in when we're ready to rock and roll.
Exactly. So I always wake up to a song, and then I say to myself, like, no matter the clouds that may come my way today, like, here comes the sun, you know, is already gonna be a good day.
I love that. It brings a spirit, it brings a mantra, but also just like this personality and this force that you absolutely can't can't question.
Oh,
It's
Noelle,
incredible.
you give me that energy too.
Thank you, thank you. I'm just so excited that we got some time to chat. I know the viewers at home are getting so much out of this, and even just the tactical tips of starting somewhere. Write your story, look for the themes, pull it through, find role models. Like, these are all things that anyone can do. So thank you for sharing your gift and your talent and your message with us. I know one thing, though, that you did skip out on, which I can't thank you enough for, is I heard that you skipped out on this fancy Emmy party to hang out with us at this event.
I did.
So we just don't deserve you. So I
you
want to
do,
say
and I'm
thank
so
you
happy to be
on
here.
behalf of all of us. And I
Thank
know that you skipped out on a pretty sweet swag bag, which is why I did my best to pull together something that we do really well, which is also swag.
I know.
You're not going to find a new
Thank you.
iPhone in here, but you're going to
Thank
find
you.
some really good stuff that's
Listen,
not just a LinkedIn water
My
bottle.
purpose was to be here, to talk to you, to connect with all of you. We're creating meaningful connections. And it was an honor to be nominated, but I'm honored to be here with you today. And thank you. I'm going to check out the swag
Thank
bag.
you. There we go. Congratulations on all of your success.
Yay.
Thank you
Oh
so
my
much
God,
for
this is
those
so
of you who
exciting.
are
Heavy.
joining in. And tune in for more great content from Talent Connect 2019, and we'll see you soon.
Two years ago, I lost my husband, Dave, unexpectedly, which is an unimaginable thing to live through. I thought I would never get through it. I was worried my kids would never be happy again. So I asked my friend Adam Grant, a psychologist, what could I do?
I knew from watching other people that it was possible to find strength in the face of real hardship.
When I lost Dave, it felt like I was sucked into a void, like I couldn't quite breathe or think. And trying to get out of that void to feel like you could breathe again, like you would one day, find joy, find happiness, find any sunshine, was an incredibly hard thing to do.
I think of resilience as the strength and speed of our response to adversity. So when something bad happens, big or small, how much are we able to overcome it? Or how well do we persevere in the face of it?
And I remember asking Adam, how much resilience do I have? How do I figure it out? How much do my kids have? And he said it was the wrong question. The question is not how much resilience you have, because there's not a fixed amount. You build resilience. So what I should be asking him is, how do I build resilience?
It's a skill set that we work on throughout our lives. It's something that we can build long before we face any kind of tragedy or difficulty. It's really about learning, what does it take for me to find strength in a tough situation, and then being able to apply those skills when they're most needed. Severe adversity brings real perspective, which is about finding appreciation and recognizing, my life could be worse, and realizing how fortunate you are to have the good things that you do in your life.
One of the things that really helped me recover the most, but was completely counterintuitive to me, is one day Adam said to me, things could be a lot worse. And I said to him, what do you mean things could be worse? I just lost my husband suddenly. Are you kidding? How could things be worse?
And the only thing I could think of was to say, Dave died of a cardiac arrhythmia, and he could have had that same arrhythmia while driving your children in the car.
And it never occurred to me I could have lost all three of them in an instant, not just one. And actually, the minute you say that, you're like, okay, I'm all right. Thank God my children are alive. And so even through this loss, I know I have so much to be grateful for. My own health, my children's health, every birthday, every dinner, every minute. And I wish I had learned that before, because if I could go back and tell Dave that, I would.
You've posted your jobs on various platforms. Now you're ready to go out and find the ideal candidates. Search functionalities on these social sites are available right at your fingertips. You can type in any job function and get results. But how do you get results that are most beneficial to you? One way is through Boolean search. It is a way to refine your search by combining or limiting search terms. Platforms like LinkedIn support them very well. But be aware that the syntax of some of these search strings might look slightly different on different social media platforms. This can be very complex and tedious. Luckily, there are tools like Talent Sonar, a Boolean string generator. This site might just become your new best friend. Because no matter how you look at it, with Boolean searches, you can find candidates that most other recruiters won't. When searching, your goal is to expand your thinking. What do I mean, and how do you do that? Let's say you're looking for an experienced sales executive. Well, have you considered alternative titles? Have you tried sales consultant, account consultant, or account executive? Would all of these titles qualify for that position you want to fill? The same goes for the titles that are different in other countries or regions, like a lawyer, a solicitor, and a counselor. One thing to also keep in mind is that people may misspell their function or title. So how do you find them? Well, let's say you're looking for a developer. The correct spelling is with one L and one P. So what happens when you search for a developer with two L's and one P? Or one L and two P's? Or double L and double P? Well, let me tell you, the difference is more than 31,000 people worldwide compared to just developer. Yes, I know, bigger than you anticipated. Now, whether you want to hire these people, that is, of course, a different story. Remember too, that people use abbreviations. How would you search for a VP? A VP with or without dots? Do you write vice president with or without a hyphen? I would suggest doing all of them because you don't know how your candidates are spelling them. So let me invite you to incorporate Boolean strings into your search, either manually or with a tool. You may just end up with candidates other recruiters could not find.
That they asked myself.
In the studio, everyone. I'm your host, Noelle Fakori. I'm joined here by LinkedIn Learning product marketer, Grace Chen. Grace, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me today.
I'm super excited to learn more about LinkedIn Learning, so let's start with the basics. Tell us, what is LinkedIn Learning?
Sure. So LinkedIn Learning is an online learning platform that's focused on professionals.
Amazing.
And it helps them develop the skills that they need to achieve their goals. And LinkedIn Learning is a combination of three things that really make it unique. So the first is the high quality, professionally produced content, which originated from the lynda.com acquisition.
Yes.
And that's married with a learning experience that's really engaging and is something that employees will actually use.
Right.
And then the third thing that's tying it all together are the data-driven insights about skill trends and the skills that learners need to know.
Very good. So I love that we started with the content piece and all that high quality content. And I've seen some of our amazing LinkedIn Learning content and I love it.
Oh, great.
So tell me a little bit around what type of content tends to be most popular and what most people will find on LinkedIn Learning.
Yeah, so LinkedIn Learning is a broad-based content library. And we have business skills, technology skills, and creative skills. So really it can address the learning needs across an entire organization.
Okay. Business, technology, creative.
Exactly.
I love it.
Exactly. So really focused on professionals and what they need to know. And our courses, before I get to the most popular, they're all studio produced and they're taught by expert instructors. So the quality is really high.
Yeah.
So you had asked about what some of the most popular topics are. So Microsoft Office is always one of the most popular.
Yep.
I'm sure you've used it. Yeah.
To get retrained on. Yeah.
And so for me personally, I often use the different videos about Excel pivot tables because as a marketer, I'm often manipulating data, so I reference those a lot.
That makes sense.
And actually, what's kind of cool is that on the day that Microsoft Office 2019 was released, on that very same day, we also released 40 new courses so that organizations could immediately get new learning on the newest version. So we're really excited about that.
The timing couldn't be better.
Exactly, it was exactly the same day.
Because I feel like that's often what happens is whenever there's something brand new, somebody like me totally gets overwhelmed at first and has no idea where to go or what to do. So LinkedIn Learning was an instant solve for these folks.
Yeah, exactly. We're right there to help them when the new version came out. In terms of technology skills, which is really key area of our
Yeah.
content library. What's really been trending is around artificial intelligence and machine learning.
Oh, interesting.
You've probably heard a lot of or seen a lot of articles about those topics being
Yeah.
really popular. And then for soft skills, that's a really important part of our library as
Yeah.
well. So in our annual skills that companies need most report, soft skills bubbled up to the top.
Right.
Yeah.
Year after year as well.
Year
It won't
after
stop
year.
growing.
It's a perennial, top area.
Yeah.
And the most popular topics for that are really around communication, collaboration, creativity, helping teams to be more effective.
How interesting. And I love that because it's those topics that you usually are learning on the job, but you don't just have
Exactly.
to be in the room or in the meeting or responsible
That's
for
right.
that tool to get there.
That's right, exactly. And actually, I can show you what
Please.
that looks like. So for a topic that you're interested in, here I'm on the LinkedIn Learning homepage.
Amazing.
And you can either browse or search for a topic that you're really interested in. So let's go ahead and do browse first. So
Perfect.
when I click on the browse, you can see that the different top topics are available.
The 3 that you mentioned. Great.
Exactly, in the different categories. So it makes it easy to find
Oh my
and get
gosh.
ideas.
I already see like 12 things that I want to jump into. Amazing.
You have to set aside some of that time for learning. And then search is also another really popular way if people have a very specific idea.
They already know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So resilience is something that's important to a lot of organizations right now. How to build resilience in their
Yeah,
employees.
how interesting.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and we'll do, oh, look, I've already done a
I'm
search
glad
on
you're in charge of
resilience.
spelling
Yeah.
and not me. Well done. Okay.
So these are the different search results, and you can see that there's various different courses on resilience. So I can go ahead and show you what the experience looks like
Please.
for learners.
I would love that.
Okay, cool. So I will go ahead and click on this course. So Building Resilience as Leader, it was actually just released a few months ago, so it's a really recent course.
Fantastic.
So I'll go ahead and click on that, and I'll go ahead and play. Let me make sure my sound is off. Okay, great. So you can see that the learner experience, it's a really clean and simple interface.
It's gorgeous.
And we've really designed it to be engaging.
Yeah.
So that learners will actually use the product. So the way this works is that courses are broken down into chapters here. And
good.
the chapters are made up of different bite-sized courses that are much shorter.
Oh, nice.
So somebody can choose to go in depth with the entire course, an entire chapter.
Right.
Or they can just get a quick answer and be on their way.
I love that. So if you only needed one answer, if you only had 15 minutes before you had to run to your next meeting, you could get out of it what you needed.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly it.
Beautiful.
And we also have interactive features as well. Once again, to really engage the learner. So many of our courses have things like quizzes. This particular course actually has
I love a good quiz.
a chapter quiz, and that's really to help someone retain information
Yeah.
as they're learning. We also have exercise files as well with many of our courses.
So interesting.
Yeah, and that's to help the learner just practice
Yeah.
as they're going along with the course and learning.
And is the author usually designing that and mentioning it and then just giving you
exactly.
immediate access?
That's exactly it. And they will reference the exercise file so that the learner can immediately go in there and
so
start
cool.
doing.
So I lead a team of 5, and it's so interesting because I always find I find this great content I want to give them, and then I'm
Yeah.
like, shoot, I got to create a worksheet or something to make this interactive. So it's already built
It's
in
all
for
right
you.
there.
So if you're
Exactly.
using it individually or trying to facilitate, you've got it. Amazing.
Exactly. We're trying to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
And then just a couple of other features. So we also have closed caption, and I'll turn that on here so you can see
brilliant.
what that looks like. We also have following along with transcripts, where it'll actually highlight the text as they're going along.
This is so cool.
Yeah, this makes it really convenient to learn in any kind of situation or environment that you're in. But I would have to say the thing that we're really excited about is the social features.
Okay.
So we're starting to layer that into the product experience, and some examples of what that look like include things like the like button feature that we have here.
Yep.
Actually, let me go ahead and stop the motion. So the like button feature, and then Q&A. And so with questions and answers, as well as with the like features, this helps really bring forward the power of the community that's on LinkedIn. So we're really excited about those features.
And I love that because I feel like one of the things that you always want out of a learning experience is you want that connection or the community or the
Exactly.
person to like share notes with them and be like, did you get what I got out of this? So it actually drives you to know that you're not the only person who's found this valuable or is tuning in.
Right, and you can learn from each other through the power of the LinkedIn community.
That's fantastic.
One of the things I'll say just from personal experience is that I often use LinkedIn Learning when I'm commuting to and from work. Because
I was going to ask when people tend to fit it in. Have you found there's a particular
very
habit
common.
around commuting?
Exactly. And I think that's really because it's easy for people to set aside that pocket of time to do their learning. And so the way I do it, which is how a lot of our learners do it as well, is I use the mobile app.
Okay.
I download the course.
Amazing.
And then I use it in offline mode. So I take the train to work, and the offline mode is really convenient when connectivity is kind of sketchy on the train.
Yeah.
The other thing too is we have other options like audio only, text only.
Very good.
And that makes it easy to do learning when you're commuting, when you're traveling, on the airplane, that kind of thing.
The flexibility and convenience is incredible. And I know for me, so I'm like a learning and development professional like by trade. And I remember like back in 2015 when we first learned about like LinkedIn Learning coming into the portfolio, to just see where it's come is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So one other thing that I'm curious about is within skills, how do you acquire different insights through the platform in terms of are people like me focusing more on one skill than the other? Like where do those insights come into play?
That's a great question. So this is really where I think our secret sauce is here. So for the learner, we're able to provide them very personalized recommendations on which courses and content are most appropriate for them.
Interesting.
And the way we get those insights is through their LinkedIn profile.
Got it.
So we use, for example, their connections, what their interests are, what their peers are doing.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the social map of all that content layered on.
Exactly. And then another key piece of that as well are what are the skills that they need to be successful in their role.
Yep.
So we take those recommendations and we show them, what's the most relevant and appropriate content for you.
Nice.
So this really comes to life on the LinkedIn Learning homepage. So I'll just go ahead and show you.
I would love that.
Really quickly what that looks like. But we have different categories of recommendations based on all of those insights that we have. So
it's unique to you.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh,
this is my own personal LinkedIn
See
Learning
that great
homepage.
little
there's
photo
my
you
little
got over here?
My little widget of myself. So you can see that some of the categories includes what's most liked by my connections, what's trending at my company, LinkedIn, and then trending for people in my role. So I'm in marketing, as you had mentioned.
Yeah.
And so you can see some of the courses here are really marketing focused.
Right.
And what other folks in my organization who are in a similar role as me are learning. So that's really neat. But I have to say that that one of the things with learning, as we all know, can be a challenge, is really getting learners engaged with the learning platform. So one of the things that we do that's really unique is that we also deliver these personalized recommendations across the LinkedIn experience.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. So, so what we do is we show the learning, and we offer learning through things like the LinkedIn feed and through notifications.
Amazing.
With the idea being that if we're offering learning where people are already going, then they're more likely to engage, and we can boost usage of learning that way. So I'll just show you really quickly what that looks like.
I do actually have one question, and I'm dying to know. It's probably the most obvious one: is where do you even go to access all of this?
That's
so we can make sure everybody at home knows where they can start immediately after this.
That's a great question. So we actually have the Course Club, which is available to anyone to try out LinkedIn Learning.
Okay.
So there, what we do is every quarter we unlock a selection of the most popular courses, and folks can go ahead and get a sneak peek of LinkedIn Learning. So in order to access it, they just go to learning.linkedin.com.
Learning.linkedin.com.
Yes.
Okay.
/course-club.
I love it. Course-club.
So that's the Course Club.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This was wildly informative and is just so so well done, and I know that I can't wait to jump in.
Oh,
So
great.
thank you
Yes,
for being
thank you
with
so
us
much
here
for the
today.
time.
And for those of you at home, continue to join in for more Talent Connect 2019. Thanks, everyone.
Hey y'all, how you doing? Okay, so if I ask you how you're doing and I get a, I don't believe you. How you doing? It's a nice, cool day in Dallas, Texas. What's there to complain about? It's so fantastic to be with you all. I'm thrilled to be here. This is my first time at Talent Connect, but I know that I've got some big shoes to fill because there are exciting speakers happening right now and all throughout the next few days. So I'm really, really humbled and honored that you chose to have this conversation with me on confidence. So that picture right there was when I gave my very first official TED Talk at the TED Conference in Vancouver this past April. And I followed a guy who helped discover a new part of a new galaxy. And I was up there to give a talk on confidence. Suffice it to say, the moment almost ruined my own confidence. Like, you made entire scientific discoveries, and I'm like, let's talk about feeling good about yourself. And when you're in the TED conference and when you're on the TED stage, you're on that famous red circle that everyone knows and loves, and that's usually the perspective that we have. That's the side that we see. What you don't see is the perspective of the speaker. So you're standing right in the middle of that big red dot, and you're looking out on an amphitheater of a few hundred people in Vancouver, but the first 3 rows are all billionaires. So me, the middle of the red dot, talking about feeling good about yourself in front of 3 rows of billionaires and hundreds of other people, following the guy who discovered another world. The irony in the moment was definitely not lost on me. And it was funny because I do a lot of public speaking. I engage in conversations like this all the time. And I felt so ready, so excited to give this talk. And it was after a lot of work. I often tell people that I have never in my life spent that much time and energy on 12 minutes worth of speaking than I did for that TED Talk. There were drafts and rewrites, there were virtual practices and in-person practices. And because that speech has to be memorized, it's different from every other talk. There are no slides, there's no confidence monitor, there's no script, there are no note cards. It's just you, that big red dot, the billionaires, and your thoughts. So I really had to get myself into the space where I was confident enough to give a talk on confidence. And I got to Vancouver and I was ready and excited and I was centered in myself. And then I started to see people. And when I saw people, they would walk up and they'd say, "Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for your talk. Are you nervous?" "Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to hear you. Are you really scared?" Thank you for that. It's really helping me not be scared to hear how scared you expect me to be. And I realized that other people's anxieties were gonna start to jump off on me, so I quarantined myself. I literally told all my friends who were at the conference, I'm going to sit in my hotel room. If I'm not practicing, then I'm working. If I'm not working, then I'm eating. If I'm not eating, then I'm sleeping. The only times I came out of the room, I literally had on my giant over-the-ear noise-stopping headphones so that people would know not to talk to me. Because I did not want anybody else's anxieties to become my own. I had done so much work to recenter myself and get ready to talk about confidence confidently that I had to make sure that nothing else got in my way. Now, I did that quarantining thing, and it was thankfully successful because when I stepped out on that red dot and I hit my first mark and I said my first sentence, I said, okay, I'm in the pocket, right? And when I got ready for that moment, I had a couple of wardrobe options because I like clothes, what girl doesn't? I wanted to make sure that I felt my best when I walked up there, and I had narrowed it down to 2 options. One was a black dress, and one was a pink power pantsuit. I wore the pink power pantsuit. Because I figured if I looked confident, then I could convince you that I am confident, and I had the credibility to have a conversation on confidence. Because if I could look good, I would feel good, and sure enough, I did. But again, the irony is not lost on me that I got up in front of people to have a conversation on confidence, and my own confidence was in crisis. It turned out that when the speech was over and we released the talk a few months later, 1 million people watched it in the first week alone. We've had nearly thank you. We've had nearly 3 million people watch it in the week since. And one of the things that I talked about up there, which I'm excited to expand on with you all, is why confidence is not a nice to have, but it's a must have. And not just when you have to give a speech that follows somebody who does something that you could never in your life dream of. It's because we have to recognize that confidence is the spark before everything else. We currently treat confidence like a soft skill. That's why I was a little nervous to stand up in front of some billionaires who probably don't think about whether or not they're having a crisis of confidence too much. But the truth of the matter is that if everybody we interact with, in work, at play, at home, in our spaces of faith, wherever it is, if everyone that we interact with is lacking the confidence to be their best selves and to give their best ideas, then all of us lose. Imagine leading a team of franchise players, utility players, people who can do anything, show up anywhere, and be great. And all of those people lacking the confidence to do exactly that. If that is the case, then it doesn't matter how awesome the team that you've assembled is, because they're not ready to play at par. They're not ready to show up as their best selves. They're not ready to give you their best ideas, and they're not ready to help you achieve your outcomes in the best ways possible. So confidence is the main ingredient. It is the spark before everything else. It is not a nice to have. It is a must have. The truth of the matter is lots of people go through a crisis of confidence all the time. I was not the only person who thinks of these things as I walked on that stage. Maya Angelou said, I have written 11 books, but each time I think, uh-oh, they're gonna find out now. If Maya Angelou could have a crisis of confidence, then all of us should recognize that we are not the odd person out. That actually this world continues to condition all of us to constantly question ourselves. We are receiving messages all the time that I am not good enough, that I am not smart enough, that I do not have enough degrees, that I don't have enough years' work experience, that I don't dress the right way, that I'm not tall enough or short enough or big enough or small enough or a woman enough or a man enough or gender nonconforming enough. That all of the things that I am are simply not enough to be successful in the spaces that I enter. We're hearing that conversation all the time. 70% of Americans have experienced imposter syndrome at one point in their lives. Now, imposter syndrome is something that we're all feeling. I remember facilitating a leadership experience in New Mexico, and we went around the circle. It was about 70 people. And we went around the circle, and everyone had to write down their biggest fear. And then they put it in the middle. They mixed up the bag where all of people's fears were, and then people came and pulled out a random fear so that we could anonymize the process, and the fears would be read out loud. The hypothesis is that if you hear your fear out loud, maybe you will stop putting your faith in it. Maybe you will start to realize just how ridiculous it is. And most of the people in that room identified a fear of not being enough and being found out for it. This was an incredibly diverse room. We had folks as old as 70 and as young as 24. We had people from all racial backgrounds, all ethnicities, all gender identities. We had people from all different parts of the country, people who are not from America. We had disabled folks and able-bodied folks in that room, and still the vast majority of the fear was that I will not be enough. We learned this idea. It's not innate, it's not natural. It comes from someplace. And when we each endure our cycle of socialization, we are met with those messages that tell us that not only are we not enough, but that there's nothing we can really do to ever be enough. Because we'll say to ourselves, if I just get that next degree, everything will be good. And then we go get the next degree, and then we say, oh, but now I need to join this board, and then everything will be good. And then you join that board, and you say, oh, but I need to have worked at this place for a certain number of years. And then you reach that year of service anniversary, and then you say, oh, but I need to have this particular title. And then you get that title, and you say, but I need this person to mentor me and to be my advocate. And then you get that mentor, and then you say that there's still something else that I need. This idea that we are not enough is constant and consistent for so many of us, irrespective of our background. But if we keep it a buck, as I like to say, that means keep it real, just follow me. If we keep it a buck, there are some things about all of us that can add to that feeling of imposter syndrome, that can add to the challenges and difficulties that we may have with our confidence. If all of us are feeling this way, there are some of us that are feeling a little bit more and a little bit more often. Well, that's me. Right, oh, I'm so cute. You know, when each of us are born, hopefully, prayerfully, we are born into a space of love, a space of encouragement. We've got family and friends and people who love us, doting on us, saying aw when they see our childhood pictures, telling us that we are smart enough and that we are good enough and that we have everything we need in us to survive and to thrive. But as you engage in your cycle of socialization, as you get older and you consume more media and you meet different people and you start to go into places that are unfamiliar to you, you start to unlearn that confidence that was inherent. And if you possess a marginalized identity, you're a woman, you're a person of color, you're a woman of color, you are someone who does not sit on the gender binary, but rather you sit on the spectrum, you identify as LGBTQ, you are disabled or you become disabled, you are an immigrant, English isn't your first language, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of these identities can mount that crisis of confidence. I cannot tell you how many times I have walked into spaces where I knew I had the expertise, I knew I had the skill, I knew I was qualified, but still I was questioned, not because of the content of my character, but because of the color of my skin, because of the age that I have, because of how I present. I walked into a meeting with the university dean when I was an executive director of an education program in my hometown of St. Louis. And when I did, I was excited to talk to her about how we could start retraining our teachers to be even more effective in the classroom. This university partner was absolutely essential to our effectiveness in the community. The nonprofit that I ran served 20,000 students across St. Louis. We had a budget of $4 to $5 million a year. I was 26 when I started that job and when I went in for this meeting with her. When I got in there, my hair wasn't like this. I had braids that stopped maybe right about here. She looked me up and down when I got in the meeting and she said, and then the meeting commenced. I couldn't for the life of me figure out what that was about until a few months later when I went back for a follow-up meeting and I sat down with her. Shows off where you come from and who you are is inappropriate and unprofessional, and I will not take you seriously. All I'll give you is a And when you come back with straight hair in a style that I recognize, in a way that makes me comfortable, then I will offer you my approval. I will tell you the third meeting that I had with her, I came back with braids so long they almost dragged on the floor. But this story is constant. It is consistent for so many of us. For some of us, it is our hair. For some of us, it is how we dress. For some of us, it's the language that we use and the fact that we don't maybe know all of the jargon of the industry quite yet. For some of us, it's the fact that we're coming in a wheelchair and people feel frustrated by having to accommodate us, even though that's the law. There are so many ways in which we are constantly receiving messages that continue to parse away at the confidence we've been working on building for so long. And if I'm already questioning, am I good enough? Am I ready enough? For you to then confirm the idea that I'm not makes it even worse. For some of us, confidence is a truly revolutionary choice, not just because people have been telling us not to have it for so long, but also because when we show up with a little bit of confidence, people tell us that we're wrong. How many of you all have ever, actually, let me ask this question in a specific way. How many of the women here who have been maybe assertive in a meeting or forthright in a conversation have been told that they were angry or bitter or that dreaded B word? Like, how many hands are raised? Some hands might not be raised because maybe you're sitting next to your manager and I don't want to get you in trouble. How many of you all have received a message in some form or fashion that told you that even though you felt like you were good enough, that somehow you weren't? This is a crisis for all of us, not just the people who've raised their hands. Because our companies, our businesses, our nonprofits, our communities, the institutions that we lead and serve are all losing out when anybody who had their hand raised is not coming with their full self. We are not getting the best of their ideas. We are not getting the best of their contributions. So just because you didn't raise your hand doesn't mean it's not your problem. It is. The crisis of confidence is a crisis for all of us. So how do we work on it? How do we build spaces, teams and communities and organizations that allow for confidence to flourish for ourselves and for other people? If you manage someone, or if you're just thinking about your peer group, or even just yourself, my hope is to give you some real tactical, practical things to take with you before we open it up for questions and answers. So the first thing is to give permission. When I gave that TED Talk, I told a story about watching my parents buy cars. We would walk into the car dealership, and my brother and I would usually go eat the free hot dogs that they have for the kids and play the games. But every once in a while, I would walk into the car dealer's office just to watch what was happening. And every single time I would see the same thing play out. My parents would walk in, they would browse, they would pick a model that they liked, and they'd go sit with the car dealer. The car dealer usually was a man. This is the late 80s, early 90s in St. Louis, Missouri. They go in and they sit with the car dealer, and my parents would sit down, and the car dealer would direct all of his questions and his attention to my dad. My dad would just chuckle, because they would start talking and start wheeling and dealing and start talking numbers, and my dad would sit there quietly, and when it was time to answer the question, he would look at my mom. And he'd say, hey, this is who you need to deal with. My mom was a chief negotiator in our family. And when I tell you that she would negotiate deals that I think had us getting cars at cost, I'm not exaggerating. We were walking out with some of the best deals I've ever seen, still to this day. She would never be afraid to just get up and walk out and say, thank you for your time. She would never be afraid to say, no, because if you can do this for me, then I know you can do that for me. It was masterful. It was a master class in negotiating that I was watching. But what she didn't realize she was teaching me was how to defy expectations. What she didn't realize was she was giving me permission to show up fully in my confidence, no matter what the other person on the other side of the table assumes about me. No matter what that car dealer assumed about who was wearing the pants in that family, as we so say, my mother had to defy expectations to get the best deal she could for our family. And she couldn't let his assumptions shake her from her confidence. That permission is central to our ability to be confident all the time. We actually have to see it on somebody. We have to know that somebody is opening the door for us to be our most confident selves in order to do that and to make that choice consistently. So the first thing we can do when we lead teams or when we're engaged in teams in order to give permission is to not start with that dreaded red pen. When I was managing people and it'd be time to do our 2x2s or our annual performance reviews, my team would always want to jump to, here's what I didn't do enough of this year. Here's what I need to fix. Here's what I need to do better. And I would force us for the first 20 minutes of the call to talk about what went right. Because if you can't find permission from somebody else to give you that confidence, then you need to find it in yourself. And that permission may come from the successes that you have already experienced. You can gain confidence knowing that you do some things well and distilling how you can actually continue to do those things well. So I refuse to start with the red pen, and I refuse to let other people who work with and for me to start with the red pen, because if we don't center on what goes well, then we cannot operate from our strengths. And that is what confidence is all about. Second thing is to provide equitable opportunities. People need the chance to shine. And if the chance to shine always goes to the same people for the same things, then it is impossible for the folks who don't get those opportunities to build confidence in your space. They will never come to fully understand the jargon. They will never come to fully develop the skills. Those stretch opportunities, you need to make sure that you're not just giving them to the people who are like you. That like me bias, have y'all heard of this? That's actually one of the biggest barriers that we deal with. Not just racial bias, not just gender bias, that like me bias. That says, oh, I'm gonna have so-and-so lead this project. Well, probably because so-and-so leads just like you. They are like you. Providing equitable opportunities gives people permission to start to stretch out in their skills and lets them know it is okay to make a mistake, it is okay to fail, because I'm giving you permission to try something new. And if somebody experiences that belief in them, they can start to have that belief themselves. The last thing is to share a diversity of models. Now, I used to be a teacher, and one of the very early things that I learned as a teacher was that you have to give young people many different opportunities and ways to demonstrate their knowledge and their mastery of something. So if every test is an essay, then you are always going to have certain kids that don't do well. Because you've only demonstrated one model of success. That the only way that you can communicate being effective and mastering what you know is to write it down. But when you open up that testing environment to include a diorama or a poem or a skit, when you open up the opportunity for some students to write an essay and some students to answer short answer questions and some students to do multiple choice and some students to do group work, that you actually can better assess whether or not young people have mastered the material. The same goes for our teams. If people do not have diverse models and many, many different ways to demonstrate that they have the skill, then we're asking people to always fit in.
They've said that this person is not leadership material because they're an introvert. And you can guess who said that. Not
moments that hack away at people's confidence. I hate decks. I mean, I know I have one, but I hate them. I hate making them. I've never been very good at distilling all of my thoughts into things. I'm a talker. I like to talk things out. I had to master this skill because I had to. And it's a good thing that I did, because lots of people expect that the only way that I can demonstrate my knowledge is like this. If there is only one way for people to be successful in your company, if there is only one type of success in your industry, if there's only one way you can show up as excellent in your organization, then you are doing it wrong. It is impossible for people to gain confidence in that kind of environment. I will tell you, when I took over that organization when I was 26, the first large-scale presentation I did something like this, I wore an orange blazer. I didn't really think much of that blazer. Until years later, one of the black women who was sitting in the room said to me, I will never forget that blazer because it gave me permission to show up as myself. I was a fundamentally different model of leadership from any of the ones she had experienced before me, not just because I was black and none of the people before me were, not just because I was a woman and none of the people before me were, not just because I was young and none of the people before me were, but because I had the audacity to wear an orange blazer. Because I had the audacity to say, this is how I'm feeling today, and I'm not going to contort myself for your archetype of success and excellence in order to stand before you. She said ever since that day, she started to lead differently, and as an assistant principal, she had to lead with authenticity and understanding. An orange blazer helped do that, not because I'm all that special, but because I gave her a different model of what excellence looks like. There have to be many, many, many different ways that people can demonstrate what they're good at. So after you create the conditions for permission giving, you have to build community. And this is essential whether you're looking to be more confident yourself or you are looking to help create an environment so that others can be confident. Community engenders confidence. You need folks to fall back on when you fail. You need folks to help you know that you are safe and that you're not going to lose everything when things don't quite go as planned. You need people to both help you remember who you are. Remember, you the baddest out here. And you also need people who are going to help you hold up the mirror when it's time to look at yourself and reassess what you're doing and how you're doing it. Those people have to be trusted advisors. Community is essential to confidence. And I know we love employee resource groups, and they are good. You need to be able to build community with folks who share some life experience with you. Other people who are parents or who are, I don't know, dog lovers, or who live on the opposite side of town, or who are from the West Coast, or who went to these particular colleges. Those resource groups are good. Affinity groups are better. They are different. Affinity groups recognize that there are certain social identities that are privileged and certain social identities that are marginalized, and that the people who possess marginalized identity need safe and brave spaces. If those do not exist, it is impossible for those folks to work up the confidence to be their full selves at work. I guarantee you this. And it is important to recognize that your affinity groups should be focused. They should be focused. I got a question earlier because I had this conversation with some of the attendees from LEAD. I had this conversation earlier because people want to have a really big bucket for diversity. But if you are not clear about what you mean, what you say won't mean anything at all. Sometimes we use diversity so much that it has completely lost its meaning. So here we are in an organization working on educational inequity, which meant that we had to be honest about the fact that there are some priorities that we have to create for our affinity spaces. Why? Because you do not have educational inequity in America without racial inequity and class inequity. So if our affinity spaces are not directly addressing people's racial backgrounds or people's socioeconomic backgrounds, then we are simply not preparing people to solve a problem that was caused by racism and classism. We were unapologetic about that focus, about that priority. We also recognize that there are 3 other ways in which young people in classrooms are dealing with clear inequities. One is the line of immigration. Another is sexual orientation and gender identity, and the other is disability. So those 5 focus areas are clear for us. They're a priority area for us, and everybody that works with us understands why those affinity spaces have more resources, have different attention, have more focus than some of the resource groups that people opt to be into. Those affinity groups matter because if you do not have the space where you can be yourself bravely, where you can practice your confidence before you go out into mixed company, then you're going to lack the skills and the safety to be your most confident self. The last thing, I'm not telling you all anything that you don't know. Bosses have to be vulnerable too. And all of the teams that I've led, they've gotten to know me not just through my successes, not through my confidence necessarily, but through all of the things that I've gotten wrong to help them have permission to get things wrong too. For all of the things that I didn't know then, but I know better now, so that they can see me as a part of their community, not sitting in a seat of judgment, but sitting in a seat of support. Lastly, be curious. I told this story in my TED Talk. I hosted an event when I was a fairly young staffer at my organization, this time on the national team, and the event was terrible. Like, think of the worst thing you've ever done at work, and then subtract 10, that's how bad my thing was. And the first question that my manager asked me the Monday after the event was, what were your intentions? And I was like, is this Super Soul Sunday? What's going on? But what she was asking me to do was to be curious about what went wrong so that I could learn the lessons for myself and be responsible for my own learning. And she was also showing me, I'm not here to punish you, I'm here to help you grow. Asking people questions instead of giving directives and making accusations works in the workplace just like it works when you're in a Facebook argument. It helps people put down their defenses and engage in their own learning. So the next time when they have to go enact that lesson, it's hard-earned. They're invested in that lesson. It wasn't just handed to them, they learned it themselves. So help people clarify their intentions, and if you've got nobody to do that for you, clarify your own. Invite people into their own learning. We all know that we learn best not when other people give us a lesson, but when we learn it ourselves. And lastly, and this is related to this idea of diversifying your models, audit your measures of success. My third year in that executive director position, I realized that we were asking our teachers to be culturally responsive leaders in the classroom, but we were not ensuring that the staff that managed them and coached them was culturally responsive themselves. So I raised some extra money, I created a new role, and that equity officer that we hired was part-time chief of staff so that they could have the credibility with staff to do the second part of their job. Because the second part of their job was to create what we called a culturally responsive leadership rubric. We all know that we communicate to other people what we value by what we measure. And we were measuring everything else. We were measuring if you met your student achievement goals. We were measuring if you raised the money. We were measuring how organized you are. We were measuring how your peers felt about you. And we were out there talking about creating equity in the world, but we were not measuring whether or not you were helping make our workplace more equitable. So we were sending a message that this thing only matters so much. When we audited what our measures of success are, when we audited what our performance evaluations look like, what our professional development process looked like, what our 2x2s look like, then we realized we had a void that we had to fill. And that culturally responsive leadership rubric was there to fill the void. When I hired her, the first thing she did was she got in touch with our customers, if you will, students, parents, other educators that we work with, our teachers, and our staff, to help us co-create this thing so that they would be invested in that rubric from the very beginning. Then as we started to roll it out during 2x2s and lower stakes professional development moments that were already worked into our year, we had people respond in two ways. One, they said they were responsible to develop in certain ways on the rubric, and we provided people resources to do that. The second thing they had to do was to give us feedback on how the process went, so that in an iterative process, we could continue to refine the rubric that everybody helped create, and that was a surprise to no one. So by the end of the year, when it came time to talk about your raise, you already knew that your raise was as dependent on your outcomes as it is on your ability to be an equitable leader. That we weren't playing any games about this. That there was no way we could try to create equity in the world and not be an equitable organization ourselves. And if you are not measuring the things that you care about, that you say you care about, if you are not holding a clear standard for the people who work with you, if you are not giving them many opportunities and ways to show that they are excellent and successful within those measures of success, then we're simply doing it wrong. Confidence is key, not because it's cute, not because it's a popular word, not because Oprah told us to care about it. Confidence matters because it's the spark that leads to everything else. Building it for one another and giving ourselves the permission to show it ourselves is how we go after our greatest results, how we face our greatest challenges, and how we answer our most persistent questions. Thank you all so much. I'm excited for your questions. So we've got 2 mics on either side, and about 10 minutes for questions. Now, come on, y'all. It's right here at the mic. If you're able, if you're not, we can get you one. Yes, hello.
Hi, yes, hi. So my name is Shannon. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I am a campus recruiter at my company. So a lot of the things I've run into are our interns. I run part of our intern program with our company. And what would you suggest is a good way to maybe even help boost their confidence? Because you can kind of hear it, whether through phone interviews or in person. How do you open up that communication to help them feel comfortable?
Yes, fantastic question. Are the interns mostly college students?
Yes.
Got it. So I spend a lot of time with college students. And the thing about confidence is that nobody is having the explicit conversation with them. So all of us right now are walking around with experiences that made us more confident or that challenged our confidence. And for a lot of those moments are secrets. That nobody has ever asked us the question, how confident do you feel in doing this thing? Well, why do you feel so confident, or why don't you feel so confident? Is it because you've never had the opportunity to do this? Okay, well then we can create the opportunity. Right. Is it because somebody told you weren't good enough? Okay, well let's look at all of the ways in life that you are good enough, that you proved that person wrong, and now let's get to work. So often no one is having the explicit conversation, especially with college students, who most likely were the top of their class, student body president, captain of the football team when they left high school, and then they walked onto campus where everybody else was too. So that is a real challenge to their confidence. So I would say whether it's an interview setting or it's professional development or coaching once they've got the internship, simply have the conversation, because them knowing that there is space to actually talk through and work through those things will not only help them be more confident, it will in your workplace, it will help them be more confident moving on. Thanks for that question.
Yes, thank you so much for answering.
Thanks. Hello.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm an internal recruiter at Aquint. You're talking about how confidence can come off as abrasive or, being angry. Do you ever feel like you have to defend your confidence, or do you think that we do have to defend our confidence to people, or is it just like let them deal with it? Is it just more like trying to get them on the same page?
I'm glad you asked that question. There was a point in my life, and it took me a second to get there, and sometimes I have to remind myself to stay there, but there was a point in my life where I realized that simply for being who I am, no matter how I say it, no matter what I say, somebody is always going to think I'm angry, bitter, abrasive, whatever. So if you're going to think that anyway, then I might as well be just who I am, right? Like, I actually don't have energy to convince you that I belong, because you're going to get these results. They speak for themselves. I don't have energy to defend why I deserve to believe in myself, because the results are right there telling you the same story, right? I think that it is wasted energy to carry anybody else's baggage. I have gotten the response from someone who used to work for me. We operated across many lines of difference, age, race, etc. And she said to me, well, you're intimidating. My response was, am I intimidating, or are you intimidated? It was a sincere question, right? Perhaps I need to reflect on how I'm communicating with you, but perhaps you need to reflect on the biases you may be walking around with that say that the guy who came before me, who was a 40-year-old white man, said the same thing to you in a much harsher tone, and you never told him he was intimidating, right? So I'm not willing to carry somebody's water for them. They got to work through their own stuff themselves while I work through my own. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Heather with Disney.
Oh, sorry, I see you over here. Thank you. Yes, go ahead. I'll come over here next. Go ahead.
Heather with Disney. I probably have a similar question to the persons before me. But let's say you're sitting in a meeting with a manager, and a manager does say, you were in a meeting, or in the meeting you came off very hostile, angry.
Mm-hmm.
How do you respond to that in the moment? And do you try to convince that manager that that was not your intent? Like, how do you have that when you're confident it is looked at as angry or hostile?
So there are a couple of ways to get after this. One, first thing you have to do is you have to assess your risk, to be very honest, right? Where are we? Who else is in the meeting? What is the topic of this meeting? Is this the right place to do this? The second thing, if it is not the right place, right, is to really be thoughtful about how you have that conversation. I often write things down before I say them because I want to make sure that I'm abundantly clear with people. And again, we'll often approach people with questions, right? So help me understand. I want to grow. I want to be better. Help me understand how what I said was hostile. Help me understand how what I communicated was angry. Sometimes people will have a real answer for you and you can have that conversation. Sometimes the question alone will help people unravel something that they said that was irrational, right? And they will realize it for themselves. The other thing, and this goes back to building your community, is I have pre-meetings when I know there's going to be a difficult conversation in a meeting. Those pre-meetings consist of the folks in my community, right, my allies, the folks on my team, us walking through all the things that we anticipate that could happen in that meeting so that we are prepared to have the conversation and the proper people are prepared to say what they need to say. Because if you're the one who got called hostile, maybe you're not the one who needs to respond. Maybe it's your friend that you had the pre-meeting with that says, hey, actually, so-and-so actually just said the same thing and they didn't get the same response. So I don't think that that went down the right way, right? Or when I've seen it happen all the time when people get cut off. I have folks that on certain things that I work on, we're on the same team and I will watch the women get cut off over and over and over again. And there are men who are ready to say, actually, I don't think that Cheryl was done with her point, right? Or to go back and say, hey, AJ, I hear what you say. Cheryl said that 20 minutes ago, right? Having that community ready to tag team and you can just give the look or, when they see you rubbing that cross and they're like, oh, she's trying to stay close to Jesus and not say the wrong thing. Now it's time for me to help her out. They know your signals. Having that team can really matter in those moments. I hope that answered your question. Thank you. Yes.
So I heard a few things throughout your talk in terms of addressing imposter syndrome.
Yes.
And I wondered, with isolating yourself, with getting your allies, with all the prep that you do and not carrying everyone's baggage, are there any other tips that you feel have been successful for you to address that time imposter syndrome comes up and creeps up on you?
Yeah. I really meant what I said about having the people in your community who remind you of who you are. He's now a good friend, but he was a manager for me. He's one of the most generous people that I know, Kwame. He was my manager when I first started that executive director job. And I was in a really precarious position. I can't tell you why for HA reasons, but there were circumstances that I walked into that were precarious. And he would coach me on things, and then when it was done, he would look in my face, and he would just stop. And he would say, okay, explain the face. Tell me what you're feeling. I'm one of those people who my face always tells on me. So he's like, tell me what's going on. And usually it was that I was having some crisis of confidence, that I just did not feel up to what he was coaching me on. And he was somebody who consistently held up the mirror for me, right? And so I call him like a coach who doesn't mind going through your greatest plays. Like he'll play back the highlights and be like, no, that was you. You made that touchdown pass. Like you got this done. You got here. I interviewed with 7 different people for that job and had to go through a battery of psychological tests. It was weird. He was like, do you see all the hoops that you successfully jumped over to get here, right? That you successfully jumped through, rather. So having that person that has your back to say, remember who you are. Remember that you are the only you and that is your power. Remember that no one else is coming to the table with what you have to offer. You need that angel on your shoulder willing to give you that pump-up talk whenever you need it. And going back to that person, whether it's a partner or a spouse, a coworker, a manager, a former manager, a mentor, whomever it is, let them know that they are that person for you so that they know when to pick up that ball when it's necessary. I hope that answered your question. Yeah, thank you so much. Good luck. Yes.
Chris from Fannie Mae DC. You mentioned being in an environment where it's like-minded, right?
Where what? I'm sorry.
Where it's like-minded?
Yes.
And how do you navigate yourself, just being a confident person? How do you navigate yourself in an environment like that?
I mean, I will tell you, this is part of the reason why I was executive director when the Ferguson Uprising happened. I was a very active member of that movement, still am. And a lot of people were like, well, why don't you quit your job, right, and just do this full time? And I was like, A, because being activists don't pay nothing and I got bills. But B, because being the boss means I get to get certain things done. So I could do that culturally responsive leadership rubric, didn't have to ask anybody's permission. I didn't have to worry about anybody paying for it. I didn't have to worry about whether or not it fit somebody's strategic plan because I created the strategic plan. And I recognize the positional privilege in that, but there is something to making sure that you are both so good at what you're doing and that you carve out the space for you to be able to do what you do that people really can't push back on it, right? So I created a level of safety and I will say, I will call internal credibility that allowed me to maneuver in certain ways and still does. But it came from me keeping my head down and doing such good work that there were just certain things that weren't really questionable, that people would go with me on a new idea or a new venture because they knew I did all these other things well, and so I can do this too. And again, it really does come back to making sure that you are just not carrying anybody else's water. And you can ask people certain questions that make them reflect on their own behavior so that they can get out of your way. I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much. Last question. Yes, perfect timing.
Hi, I'm Lily.
Hi, Lily.
I'm from Abacus Group. And my question is more about the part of your talk about inspiring confidence in the organization.
Sure.
You talked a lot about in a leadership position doing
Yeah.
that. How, as a non-manager or leadership, how do you do that as an individual contributor in a company?
Sure. I get this question all the time from people in lots of different positions. My mother always said, you can show people better than you can tell them. It was the Black Mama version, if you build it, they will come. It's the same thing. Which really is true. Sometimes we can get so busy writing the perfect memo or crafting the perfect email or creating the perfect pitch to convince someone that what people need to be successful needs to be done. But often they are not in your position or don't share your story or identities to fully grasp it. So sometimes you just have to go build it, right? And it won't look the exact way that you want because you don't have all the funding from the organization or whatever, but figure out what elements you can actually go and create on your own and create essentially a pilot so that you can come back with the data from that pilot and that can do the storytelling for you instead of you having to convince someone who just may not get it. Sometimes you have to build it so that they can come and show people better than you can tell them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of you. Thanks for being here. Hope you go out and be your most confident selves. God bless you.
Have you ever applied for a job, and as you spent the hour or so it can sometimes take to fill out a job application, you were wondering if your experience mattered? In the back of your mind, you were thinking, this is probably a pointless exercise? No? Well, women, candidates of color, veterans, professionals with a disability, non-heterosexual candidates, and older professionals all struggle with this. They want to know they are being assessed on their skills and not being immediately rejected because of a particular dimension of diversity. The act of diversity recruiting isn't really any different than regular recruiting. What is different is the mission and vision as well as the expected outcome. Diversity recruiting is the active commitment to increase diversity within an organization. It's a concerted effort to overcome the traditional lens we are conditioned to look through and move toward engaging candidates who are not usually on your radar for any number of reasons. Each individual step in the diversity recruiting process impacts your desired outcome as a whole. Therefore, in order to create a successful process, your steps have to mimic those of the general recruiting process, with deliberate attempts to act without bias. In each of the main steps in recruiting, the job description, your sourcing, screening and interview process, you have to remain aware that bias, discriminatory practices, and unsavory behaviors all lurk there, and be committed to identifying and overcoming those behaviors. Take the example of a guy with a beard who is applying for a job. You assume that no one cares if a guy has a beard. We might care if it's bushy, extremely long, or dyed purple. But if you have a general, run-of-the-mill beard, no one gives it a second thought, right? Unless you're considering running for president of the United States. There hasn't been a single president with a beard in more than 100 years. Is that a coincidence? Or would you say that the people of the United States have a bias towards men without beards? If you could run for president, would you consider shaving your beard in order to have a higher chance of success? Think about that for a moment. You are highly qualified to be president. You meet all of the criteria. You are in great health and ready to take on the world, literally. But you are spending time wondering if your beard would prevent you from even being considered as a candidate. This makes your sourcing process extremely important because as a recruiter, you have to overcome the perception in the marketplace that candidates who haven't traditionally been hired by your company are actually welcome. You have to actively source, get out and meet people, and let them know your company is interested in a candidate like them. The CEO is another example. Of the 479 male CEOs of Fortune 500 companies in the U.S., monosyllabic names were most prevalent. Pete was at the top, followed by Bob, Jack, Bruce, and Fred. Is there a bias against men named Jeffrey or Thomas? Have they shortened their names to Jeff and Tom coincidentally? Where does this come into play in the recruiting process? Who is doing your screening? How are they trained? What traits are they told to look for? Simply by being aware of the bias, you may find that more resumes with names like Jeremy or Bartholomew, or even Keisha or Jamal, make it past the screening process. Let's backtrack for a moment to what is usually one of the first steps in the recruiting process, designing the job description. It is supposed to attract candidates, but if it contains sexist language or information that is common only to a specific community, you are inadvertently discouraging candidates from ever applying, thereby narrowing your candidate pool before you even begin. So encouraging a candidate to apply in the first place by reviewing and revising your job descriptions is part of what you have to tackle in a diversity recruitment initiative. This is why each step in the recruitment process needs to be reviewed and revised as appropriate. Otherwise, you can be sabotaging your outcomes before you've even begun.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the All Access Studio. I'm your co-host, Marty Finn. Here to share some exciting information about LinkedIn's new recruiter in jobs are Neha Mandani and Jonathan Pohl from LinkedIn. Welcome to the studio, you guys.
Thanks for having us.
It's good to have you.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't we start off and share with our audience, how are you both involved with these new updates that we're going to be putting into our core products?
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Neha. I'm a product marketing manager on this launch, which means I'm leading the strategy and the execution of our go-to-market plans alongside an incredible team to really make sure all of our customers are set up for success.
Awesome.
And I'm Jonathan. I'm the product manager on this launch, which means I get to work with an incredible team of engineers, designers, and product folks like Neha to actually build the product that you're going to see in just a bit.
Fantastic. All right, well, it's great to have you both with us. All right, so LinkedIn new recruiter in jobs. Can you share a little bit about what the changes that we've made into the product are?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're really excited about this new release because this is the biggest update that we've had to the core recruiter and jobs products, really since they launched over 10 years ago. And at the core of this change is really a simple idea. We're taking all of our products and making them one product so they can work better together. So with this change, we've improved a lot of the workflows, making them simpler. We've introduced over 15 new features to help increase your productivity and improve collaboration across your team. And most importantly, with this increased connectivity, our products can really start to learn from one another to deliver you better results so you can ultimately get to that right candidate faster.
Oh, fantastic. Can we go in and actually see some of these changes that you're talking about and see the impact?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's say that I'm looking to hire a product manager, and I want to start by posting a job. So in the new experience, I'm going to come in here to the jobs menu, click Post a Job. And this screen is going to look pretty familiar, but I want to point out a couple of key changes that we've made. So the first is right at the top, you're going to see a place for you to enter your project name. So going back to that point around everything working together and really making one product out of this, we're really encouraging users to put all of their work into a project. So we're going to go ahead and add a project name for this, Product Manager. And then another key thing that I want to go ahead and call out after I put in the job title is location. So with this new version, we've added the ability to actually specify whether you're hiring for remote work. So this is a feature that we know customers have been asking for a while. If they are hosting a remote job, they really want to be able to showcase that to members and really open up that top of the funnel. So in this case, I am open to remote candidates. So I'm going to go ahead and say this is a remote job, and I'm really open to anyone who is within the US. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Rest of the job post looks good, so I'm going to go on to the next step. As soon as I go ahead and actually enter my project name. So moving on to the next step. So a lot of this is new. So I want to call out this is actually a really exciting addition to the product. We've now added the ability to add screening questions to your role. So in getting to the right candidate faster, we know one of the key things that customers want is the ability to actually get a better sense for who's applying before the application even comes in. So what I can do is add from a number of different screening questions. You can see up the top, we have options for work authorization, visa status. In this case, I want my product manager to have a minimum of 5 years of product management experience, so I'm going to go ahead and add that. And this specific qualification is required, so I want to make sure that everyone who applies has this qualification. And I'm also going to say that I want people to have a bachelor's degree, ideally. This one we're going to go ahead and make preferred so that people who maybe don't have a bachelor's can still apply. And then we're going to go ahead and click continue. And then this last step, I have a number of options for enhancing my job posts. I can add a profile to my posts. I can suggest LinkedIn skills assessments. We'll double click on that a little bit more, add a tracking pixel, and so on.
Wow, some big changes, but I can definitely see the impact there. That's awesome. So Neha, from your perspective, what are some of your favorite features with this new design?
Yeah, absolutely. So here's where the action begins, and it's the start of a really fun journey. So as soon as we post this job, as Jonathan is showing us, as soon as we have this job posted, a search is automatically created for me, which means the job title and the location is automatically posted, and everything is now contained within this project. So if you think of it, my search and my job is all contained within this project. And what this means is search and jobs are now going to work better together, and I'm going to show you a little bit on how that's going to happen. So one thing I want to point out here, when I said search and jobs are going to learn better from one another, let's imagine what that looks like. So you post this job, you get 50 applicants. And let's say you engage with 5 of those applicants. Now, we can learn from those 5 applicants that you're liking and you're engaging with and start showing more people like that within your search results. Similarly, within your search results, let's say you have 40 people, you put them into your pipeline, you send emails to them, 30 of them respond back to you. We can now learn what is unique about those 30 people and start targeting this job to those 30 people. So as you can see, search is learning from jobs, jobs is learning from search, essentially making it easier for you to find that perfect candidate. And this is not the end. Here's where things get even more interesting. You see recommended matches on the screen. Recommended matches is a brand new feature where you will see a list of 25 new candidates show up in your feed every single day. We learn from your search, we learn from your applicants, we learn from all the action you're taking on these recommended matches. You can save them, you can hide them. And this means we can make better recommendations to you. I want to point out here that the technology is coming from LinkedIn, but really all the learning is going to come from our customers. They know their company best, they know what candidate is best suited for a specific role, and we want to take all of that learning and give it back to them.
Amazing. So you've given us some great purview into kind of the changes that have already been made. Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that's in the works?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is just the start of an exciting journey that we're on. So a sneak peek into some of the things that you can expect to see over the next few months. So first and foremost, we have a new redesign of our mobile app coming out that really incorporates a lot of the changes you see here. What we've done is rebuilt our mobile experience from the ground up. Totally redesigned messaging experience, taking a lot of the changes within the projects that we've shown you and really incorporated that so that you can continue to source and review applicants while you're on the go. And something that I'm personally very excited about, this was actually the first product that I worked on when I came to LinkedIn. So excited to see this launching to everyone. The second thing I'll call out is we talked a lot about how all of our products are really coming together to become one product. We talked about Recruiter and Jobs, but that also extends to our newest product, LinkedIn Talent Insights. So what you'll see in the coming months is we're going to start bringing, if you're a Talent Insights customer, all of that insight data into the core Recruiter experience. So right alongside your search results and your applicants, you're going to see a tab for your Talent Insights that'll start feeding you data about the talent pool that you're creating. So you can start to really bring more of a strategic lens to the conversations that you're having around your hiring decisions. And then the last thing to call out really quickly, we touched on it briefly during the job posting, but skills assessments. So we know skills are critical to your hiring decisions, but we know it can often be tough to figure out what level of skill somebody actually has. Which is why we're rolling out skills assessments to our members. So we're seeing great traction in this already. We've had over 1 million people take assessments to date. And what this will allow you to do is to really understand who knows their stuff when you're looking at a specific skill, so that, again, you can get to the right candidate more quickly, help simplify those decisions.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing all of this. A couple quick questions as we wrap here that I know are going to be on our customers' minds.
Yep.
First off, how much does this upgrade cost?
Good news, this is free of cost for all customers.
Okay, no better answer than that.
Yep.
Second is the when. So when will our customers be able to access this new
Yeah,
experience?
so existing customers already are getting access as I speak, and we're going to continue migrating our customers over the next several months. New customers are automatically getting access to this version, so there's really no waiting for any of our new customers.
Okay, great. No cost, no waiting. I'm sold.
I know.
And finally, where can people go to learn more?
Yep, so we have a website which includes all the details, all information, including recorded webinars that you can access at your own convenience. In addition, you can go into our product. There are tons of videos and tutorials in the Learning Center that I'd encourage people to access. And finally, our account teams, customer support teams are all here ready to help you and make sure you can meet your hiring goals quickly.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for joining us in the studio and sharing this great information about the new Recruiter and Jobs experience. Really exciting stuff. For those of you on the live stream, stay tuned. We will be back shortly with more from Talent Connect 2019.
A number of years ago, I was hired by a large global corporation to lead their diversity and inclusion efforts after they had just settled a multi-million-dollar class action race discrimination lawsuit. In one of my initial meetings with the president, I was told that one of my first orders of business was to go out and recruit more people of color. I was shocked, especially considering the culture and the climate that existed within the company. Fights among minorities were still occurring, racial slurs were still being written on bathroom stalls, trust was completely broken among staff and leaders, employee morale was abysmal among minorities and women. So it was my job to go out and recruit more minorities into this environment? Have you ever worked in similar workplaces with similar conditions? I found in my work that many leaders today still view leadership as a position, a title, and a status in the organization, versus as a responsibility, a competency, and a privilege. One key aspect of leadership is the ability to think and lead others in an inclusive way. Oftentimes, leaders make the mistake of thinking that once they hire more diverse talent and once they do a little training on diversity, that they can now check the box and all the work is done. But that's just not the case. Diversity is the mix of differences and similarities that make us unique, that can include, but are not limited to, our values and preferences, beliefs and backgrounds, and certainly our physical attributes such as race and color, size and height and weight and age and behaviors. Can you have diversity and not have inclusion? The answer is absolutely yes. And far too many companies have just that. They have diversity and they don't have inclusion. Inclusion isn't diversity. Many of my colleagues use this analogy. Diversity is like being invited to the party or your company. And inclusion is being asked to dance, which is to be involved and engaged. Another analogy that we use is that diversity is the mix of talent. Inclusion is getting the mix to work together. As a practitioner, I define inclusion as the achievement of a work environment in which all individuals are treated fairly and respectfully. They have equal access to opportunities and resources, and they can contribute fully towards an organization's success. Based on the definition I just shared, how would you rate your organization's level of inclusion on a scale of 1 to 5? 5 being very inclusive, 1 being not inclusive at all. Without inclusion, the work environment can be toxic, rigid, untrusting, complacent, risk-averse, and static. Conversely, as a result of inclusion, collaboration increases, trust is high, top talent is attracted to your organization, employee complaints decrease, Innovation and creativity is enhanced, turnover is low, and customers are satisfied. While it is important to have a diverse workforce, it is just as important to have an inclusive work environment in which all talent can bring their best selves to work and be treated fairly, respectfully, and have an equal shot at achieving success. Just a minute ago, I asked you to reflect on your organization's level of inclusion. Now I invite you to consider where you can increase your effectiveness as an inclusive leader. Write down 3 things that you can do to be more inclusive. And over the next 60 days, be intentional about doing those 3 things. And it's helpful to share them with a partner and have them hold you accountable.
Welcome back, everyone, to the studio. I am your host, Marty Finn. So joining me now is Nina Eigerman, the VP of Alliances and Business Development at Bullhorn. Welcome, Nina.
Thanks, Marty, and thanks for having me. I'm really glad to be here.
No, we're happy to have you. It's great to have you in the studio. So as we start off here, can you tell our viewers a little bit about what Bullhorn is?
Sure. Bullhorn helps people find jobs. We do that because we are the leading software for the recruiting and staffing industry, and we help automate all of those behind-the-scenes processes it takes to put people in jobs, particularly contingent workforce.
Okay, great. Awesome. So I understand that you're here to discuss the role of automation or artificial intelligence, AI, as the kids are saying it these days, on recruitment. And so it's a fairly controversial topic among talent professionals, largely because there's a lot of unknowns. So what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about AI and a lot of uncertainty and unknown. We did a survey of 2,000 staffing professionals, and what we found was that 80% of them thought that AI was a good thing, 5% thought that it was going to be a bad thing, but only a third of them felt highly confident that they knew what it was.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
So there's a lot of people who aren't quite sure what this is and how it's going to affect them.
Yeah, so kind of an education opportunity then, right?
Yeah.
People are making a judgment on how they feel, but they might not have all the information yet, right?
The robots are going to take over the world.
Is that the headline? Is that the
But they're here to help.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's good to know. That makes me feel a little better as I sleep tonight. So we talk about automation, AI, a lot of terms going around here. Can you share the core differences between what automation is and what artificial intelligence is?
Sure. So automation is the stuff that we're familiar with. It's things like being able to send mass email or having a text message pop up automatically from a reminder, et cetera. So those are things that make your everyday processes or everyday tasks easier. That's automation. AI is a little bit harder to understand. It's a little bit more complex, but I heard a simple definition, which is that AI is equal to NLP plus ML plus RPA. Doesn't that simplify everything?
Oh, yeah, totally. Got it. All right, next question.
No, but actually,
okay, so
that is a pretty good definition.
Okay.
So when you take that apart, AI is equal to NLP. NLP is natural language processing.
Okay.
So that is having a computer that can analyze something in regular language, as job description, a candidate profile, and pull out the relevant things about that job or about that candidate without having a person have to look at it.
Okay.
And then machine
So
learning.
analyzing words.
Analyzing words
Okay.
and taking those words into structured data.
Got
so
it.
Unstructured data into structured data.
So that's the first part.
That's the first part. And then machine learning is then using that data to create an algorithm to predict something, some kind of predictive analytics to say this candidate or this job is going to work in this way or have these characteristics. And then looking at actual results. Are people who have those characteristics successful at getting those jobs? Are people successful in staying in those jobs? Are those jobs fillable, not fillable? So using the data to analyze something. And then robotic process automation is doing something with that information. So it's contacting someone using some kind of communication technology. It's sending an automatic reminder, doing something based on that natural language processing and machine learning. So AI is equal to NLP plus ML plus RPA. It's easy.
Okay, this is like Schoolhouse Rock for technology. I love it.
Exactly.
I love it. All right. So that's actually a wonderful equation to use there. I really like how you guys do that. That was very easy to understand. So automation, helping or hurting recruiters right now?
So there's some differences of opinion about that. But overall, it is here to help us. It is here to take away those tasks that are really routine, repetitive tasks that people don't really enjoy doing and free up people to do the things that they really can do. This is a relationship business.
Right.
And building those relationships is what people should be spending their time doing, not sending a reminder, asking people to fill in a timesheet, figuring out when people need, reminding people of what they need to bring to their first day of work. Those are all things that can be done in an automated way.
Yeah, so really what I'm hearing from you then is really freeing up a recruiter or any talent professional's time who's touching candidates or new hires to really focus on the relational aspect of that interaction and less on transactional things.
Exactly.
Okay, wonderful. So with automation and a lot of the terms that are being thrown around are bots.
So bots are
as
part of
well.
it.
Okay.
So bots are part of it.
Yeah. So can you share a little bit for those in the audience who might not know what a bot is?
Mhm.
What is a bot and what is your take on that?
So a bot is an automated communication tool. So
Okay.
it's something that's either going to show up on a website or via text message or sometimes even voicemail messages. For those of us who are old school. And it's going to have an automated sequence of communication. So not just a one-way like, hey, reminder, you need to show up at your job site tomorrow, but actually a sequence of questions that could help qualify a candidate
Okay.
or interact with a candidate about something that they have a question on. So someone could send in a question about their benefits, and the bot could ask some qualifying questions about how many hours they work, what they've done, and then be able to give them information that they need without a person having to be part of that interaction.
Okay. So again, then the bot, it could be like screening questions for an
Mhm.
interview.
Absolutely.
But then also as people are going through the candidate process then as well. And
Or
other
even after
use
the
cases.
placement, right? So
After
while
placement,
they
okay.
while
Yeah.
they are on a temporary assignment and they have questions about their timesheet or
Got it.
their hiring manager or what they're supposed to be doing in their assignment.
Yep. Similar, I mean, I guess to how a consumer would go through something and potentially answer questions to make sure you get to the right person, right?
Exactly.
Or that you're providing information to expedite your
Yeah.
process.
And what we see is that this younger generation of people are coming up are expecting to be able to interact with at any time or whatever time of day or night, whenever they feel like it, and get the answers that they want. And the more automated that communication can be, the easier it is to do that
Yeah.
on their terms.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Through things like chat boxes and things like
Yes.
that too.
Exactly.
Great. All right. So all good things. Bots are not a scary thing.
Bots are not scary.
Bots are our friends.
They are our friends. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing from what I'm hearing here. I'm
Yeah.
all in. I'm all in. So it's sounding like there are a lot of benefits to automation. I mean, we've talked about the relational aspect that this frees up for recruiters' time or talent professionals as they're engaging with people. Would there ever be, and I think I hear this a lot as I talk to other professionals at conferences like this, people think automation is going to take my job away.
Yep.
Do you think that is something that could be a reality as we move more toward automation as a talent industry?
So the research shows that more jobs are being created by bots than are actually being taken away by bots. But there are going to be some jobs that aren't going to be done by people anymore. Personally, I think those are probably good things, right? That there are things that only people can do, that humans are the best at, creating a relationship, having a conversation, making people feel comfortable, being truly empathetic. Those are things that people do.
Right.
And if we can get rid of these repetitive tasks, things that people don't really enjoy, take the stress out of recruiting and make it easier to do, it's going to be a better job.
Well, and that's why so many people, I think, get into the talent industry too, is because they love the people part of what they do, right?
Nobody likes sending a timesheet reminder.
I mean, so do you see that progression in the industry with automation? Do you see that continuing to pick up steam as you're going through?
Definitely. We're seeing a lot of investment in technology. We're seeing a lot of companies having a digital transformation strategy, a digital transformation role. We did a survey of 900 staffing professionals about their digital transformation strategies specifically, and saw that over a third of them, or around a third of them, had digital transformation strategies. Fewer in the US actually than in the UK and I or
Interesting.
APAC. APAC was almost a third and the US was about 20%. But a lot of companies are investing in this, a lot of staffing companies are investing in this area, recognizing that this is the future.
The massive efficiencies, especially with the volumes of people they're hiring, things like that.
Yeah.
That all makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, very good. So as we start to wrap up our time together, I want to end on a LinkedIn tradition. So this is something that we do here as a company when we're with folks at new meetings or meeting people for the first time. Can you share something with the audience that is not on your LinkedIn profile?
It's not fair. A surprise question, a fun fact. I actually don't think that my biking habit is on my LinkedIn profile, although it is all over my Facebook. Yeah, I say that I can stop anytime I want, but I did bike from Boston to Montreal with my colleagues from Randstad and Monster this summer to raise money for cancer research, and it was amazing.
Oh my God, how many miles is that?
340 miles.
That's incredible. Is that around? No.
No, one way.
It's one way.
Yeah. Flew home.
Did you bike? Oh, you flew home. Okay. All right. Wow, that's incredible.
It was great.
So you bike all through Boston.
Yeah, I bike all through Boston. I do not bike to work in the morning because the traffic is too horrible, but.
Oh, that's fair. That's probably for the best there.
Yeah.
All right, great. Well, Nina, thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate you coming into the studio, sharing all of these insights with us regarding automation and what Bullhorn is working on.
Thank you so much for having me. This has really been fun.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
Great.
And for those of you on the live stream, stay tuned. We're going to be cutting over to a breakout session with Chris Boss, who's an FBI ex-negotiator, is going to be sharing some amazing insights from his career. So stay tuned.
All right. Good to see everybody in here. For a little while, I was afraid I was going to be in here by myself. All right, if we can get my slides up, ideally, then I get this to work. We'll start off with this short video. There we go. Oh, by the way, if you like Instagram, forget about that. I like Instagram. It's cool. It's fun, all right? Anyway, those of you that are into it. All right, here we go. What superhero did you want to be when you were little? You may think about that. What superhero did you want to be? I want to be Batman, right? I really want to be Batman. And I'm the son of Richard and Joyce Voss, Mount Pleasant, Iowa, small town in Iowa, 7,000 people. And my mom at the time was a stay-at-home mom, which the world has now come to recognize how difficult of a job that was. But small town in Iowa, so she bought, what stay-at-home moms did back then was, I want to be Batman, so she went to the local sewing store, bought the material, bought little, the cutout patterns and made one of those little cowls for me, a Batman mask and a cape, and I can remember running around the house and running around the yard as Batman. But that doesn't work out that well as a grown-up, right? When you became, try to imagine Batman's dating profile. What would it say? Where's the mask has issues? All right, so instead, I became an FBI agent. So a little bit more about what I did as an FBI agent. I was the FBI's lead international kidnapping negotiator. What did that mean? That meant that any American got kidnapped anywhere in the world, it was my job to get them out. And you might ask yourself, how often is the FBI's lead international kidnapping negotiator busy? Well, it's a big world and a lot of Americans do stupid things. So I was busy a fair amount of the time. But I had to learn, the key to negotiation, in which I had learned about kidnapping negotiation, is it doesn't matter what it is to you. The issue is, what is it to the other side? Kidnapping to us is a horrible thing. Somebody's family member got taken, their life is being threatened. To the other side, do you know what a kidnapping negotiation is to the other side? Another day of work. It's a job. The first time I showed up to get the training to become an international kidnapping negotiator, specialized training, I expected, they were going to teach us, voodoo spells, secret handshakes. I didn't know what we were going to learn. My colleagues stood up in front of us and said, in any country that you go into, you're going to find out that there's going to be an expected initial demand. There's going to be a percentage that they expect to settle for. And there's going to be expected amount of time that they think the kidnapping will last. Now, I don't know what's occurring to you right now, but I grew up, my father was an entrepreneur. He had a small business. And I always took an entrepreneurial attitude, business attitude towards everything I did. And I sat there and I thought, he just described a market. And the commodities, human beings, which initially horrified me. But then I thought, that's just the way it is. To them it's a market. To them, it's a business. Kidnapping is a business. Whatever country that it exists in, it's a business. Now, most of the industries, most of the markets in the world, they end up grabbing Americans by accident. Usually if they grab an American, it's a dual national. They don't know they've grabbed an American. How is that possible? Because we assume that in the movies, like Americans that look like me, clearly, obviously American, we're the targets, but we're not. They grab Americans by accident. How is that possible? We pick on the people in the front row because you guys got the most comfortable chairs. Right, miss, right here. You're an American citizen. How'd you get your citizenship?
I actually immigrated from a different country.
You immigrated from where?
Russia.
Excellent. So you did it the hard way because you got to jump through a lot of hoops to get your citizenship. What about the young lady sitting right next to you? No. Yes. You're from Ecuador. Are you an American citizen? How'd you get your citizenship? Through your father. And how does that happen? Did it the hard way. You know how I got my citizenship? I was born here. How many countries in the world are you a citizen of that country simply by being born there? Do you guys know? I grew up in Iowa. I didn't know. I thought it was a natural order of things. That was the way it should be worldwide. It's argued, and then I'll clarify it a little bit, that there are two developed nations, US and Canada, the only developed nations, if you will. Not one country in Europe. Are you a citizen of that country if you're born in that country, simply by being born there? Jus soli, I think, is the Latin, means right of the soil. As it turns out, it's largely a legal idea, if you will, of the Americas. Most of the countries in North and South America, you're a citizen of that country if you're born there. But it becomes an issue with dual nationals because, and in Haiti in particular, because at this time Haiti was a revolving door of kidnapping. Haitian moms know that the very best gift they could possibly give their child on their child's literal first birthday is a gift of American citizenship and the rights and privileges that conveys. Simply be born an American. You have those of us born with that. Without even realizing it, we're given an advantage over probably 90% of the rest of the world. The United States wouldn't even be discussing a wall if American citizenship wasn't that big of a deal. So Haitian moms, one way or another, want to give their child that gift on their child's literal first birthday. Legal or illegal, they're finding their way onto American soil, and that's why so many Haitians are dual nationals, because they were born in America and their mom found their way there. That's why so many Americans are being grabbed in Haiti at the time. I remember talking to a member of the press saying, if so many Americans are getting grabbed, why isn't it making the press? We work 3-4 kidnappings every week. Well, what's the first rule? Something's in the media. If it bleeds, it leads. People aren't getting killed. We're doing our job. So a 12-year-old boy gets grabbed in Haiti in a kidnapping. I get the call. Now, the business model, again, you gotta, in any given negotiation, in your negotiations, regardless of who it's with, it's not what's on the line for you, what's on the line for the other side. It's a business in Haiti. And like any businesses, they have a division of labor. The commodities, human beings, they have people that acquire the commodity, they have people that transport the commodity, they have people that store the commodity, they have people that negotiate for the commodity's release. Many of you have seen the movie Man on Fire with Denzel Washington. By the way, Denzel Washington played me, or a version of me, in about 3 movies. He doesn't call, he doesn't write, I don't get to go over to the house. I don't get any thanks. But in Man on Fire, Denzel negotiated with The Voice. The Voice's job was to negotiate kidnappings. That's what he did for a living. So the business model in Haiti at the time, and this was Haiti before the earthquake, and I will tell you, I was impressed with the business model. It was a great business model. Carjack a car with more than one person in it. Let one of those people go. You've just handled your marketing. There's no notifications necessary. They knew each other well enough to ride in a car together. When you let one of them go, you can say, hey, Jimmy got kidnapped. You know, the kidnappers have got Jimmy. You've pre-qualified your customer. If they got money for a car and gas in Haiti, it's a poor country, they got money for ransom. Now, here's the best aspect of this business model, which I love, the genius part of it. What happens if you grab the one person in that family that nobody likes? You got a car. You're gonna get paid, no matter what. It's a perfect transaction. So 12-year-old boy's been grabbed in Haiti. He's an American citizen. Nobody else in his family is. His father knows he's an American citizen. His son is entitled to help from the United States government. He goes to the local State Department and says, my son's a citizen, he's been kidnapped. And the State Department says, the FBI is gonna be there to help you. Now, I don't know what will go through your mind. If a member of your family got kidnapped and you were told the FBI was gonna be there to help you, I could imagine to some degree, you'd probably imagine maybe 15 minutes or so later, you're gonna hear on the front door, and these guys will be there. Maybe they got an FBI hat. But instead, about 15 minutes later, he gets a call from some guy named Chris Voss in Washington, D.C., and he literally says to me on the phone, you're in Washington, D.C., how you gonna help me? Now, how long have I got before he hangs up the phone? You're me. I'm sorry? Seconds. How many seconds? 10, roughly. You're me. What do you say? What do you say? If you're in my position, what do you say? I will do everything in my power. How different is this from the interactions you're in every day? Anytime, first of all, the most dangerous negotiation is the one you don't know you're in. If the words I want or I need or will you are coming out of your mouth, you're in a negotiation. And in every one of those negotiations, when you have an ask, when you're looking for collaboration, when you're looking for help from someone, which is a negotiation, how often is the other person not saying to themselves, how are you going to help me? And that's the nature of human interaction. And not every, we in fact are thinking, what's in it for me? Not in a mercenary sense, but we're hardwired to collaborate. As a species, our ancestors were descended from people who collaborated. The caveman that didn't collaborate died alone in the dark. Those that collaborated did. We're hardwired to collaborate as human beings. And part of that is we want a quid pro quo, we want an interaction, we want reciprocity. We know that the person that we're about to help is going to help us. And we're all saying, how are you going to help me? And we all have the same amount of time that I had with this father on the phone. Whether or not you recognize it or not, you guys know the data on how long it takes to make a first impression? 7 to 10 seconds. Same amount of time that I've got with this father. But that's not just first impression, that's ongoing interactions. People's attention span isn't any less than it was 30, 40 years ago. It's just that it's more visible with the phones. But you see pictures from people riding trains 50 years ago, everybody's sitting there with their face in a newspaper, looking out the window. We're still pretty much the same as we've always been. There aren't any huge changes in human nature wiring, if you will. This is what people are saying to themselves in all interactions, the same amount of time with everybody. What do you say? What do you say? How are you going to help me? I will tell you, as we work our way through this brief period of time we have late this afternoon, there's two things I want to get across to you. First of all, let's take the word compassion and sympathy out of empathy. Let's make empathy just articulating our understanding of what the other side is thinking. It requires no sympathy or compassion. Empathy is a very compassionate thing to do, but it's not a necessary element of exercising it, to be able to see what the other person is saying. Take Stephen Covey's guidance from way back when: seek first to understand, then be understood, and just ramp it up a notch and seek first to demonstrate understanding in order to be understood. And hardwire your collaboration. Hit the hard wires that we all have inside us to collaborate, because they're there. The only reason people are not collaborating is not because they're mean, it's because they're scared. People's fears get in their way far more than anything else. How do we break down those fears? Now, the reason why I got this father in Haiti to collaborate with me, because I did it wrong before. The second part that I get to in a little bit in the talk, I'll talk about a kidnapping I worked in the Philippines. First time I'm in the Philippines, I'm in there at the express invitation of the American ambassador to the Philippines. Asked for me by name, as well as the head of the FBI in the Philippines have asked for me by name. By name, as U.S. government's expert on kidnapping negotiation. I get walked into a room, the heads of the Philippine government are there. The president is the only person from the head of the government that's not there, and the only reason the president's not there is his personal advisor is. Secretary of Defense, the head of the Philippine National Police, a number of other military people. And in some substance, say, how are you going to help us? And I take this as the opportunity to trot out my resume. FBI agent, lead international kidnapping negotiator, member of the New York City NYPD FBI Joint Terrorist Task Force for 14 years, winner of the Attorney General's Award for Excellence in Law Enforcement, the FBI's Agents Association Award for Distinguished and Exemplary Service. Not only do I know the book that they teach from Quantico, I wrote the book that they teach from Quantico. And I could tell you that they were suitably unimpressed. They may as well have yawned in my face. Why is that? And this is something that you guys already know is true. Why were they unimpressed? Because a resume correlates loosely with whether or not somebody could do the job. Loosely. If a resume correlated exactly with people being able to do the job, there would be no HR. People would show up, slide their resume across the table, and they'd say, "You're hired." And they'd keep their jobs. So your resume correlates loosely. What I say to that father, here's what I said to the father. All right, Haitian kidnappers are not killing kidnap victims these days. I realize it's really stupid because they kill each other at the drop of a hat, but they're not killing kidnap victims. Now today is Thursday, and Haitian kidnappers love to party on Saturday night. If you say the things I want you to say when I want you to say them, we'll have your son out late Friday, early Saturday morning. He said, "Tell me what you want me to do." And we had his son out Saturday morning. So what was the gist of what I said? Because the two things that I had to establish in that 7 to 10 seconds, which is an ongoing issue, are the two things that you consistently have to establish with your counterparts. Trust. Exactly. What else? Somebody said confidence. I would ask you, now a lot of people think that, and that's very common. It's competence. Would you rather have a confident plumber or a competent plumber? As a matter of fact, at some point in time, we're a little leery of confidence because we've been let down by people who are enormously confident. And we put our faith in them, and we found out they didn't know what they were doing. Trust and competence. So, did I give that father any answers? Interesting, when you look at what I said, one of the things I didn't do was give them a single solution. What I did, because the next thing people say to themselves, regardless of what your interaction is, after they say to themselves, how are you going to help me? Their next question is, do you have any idea what I'm faced with? And what I did was I laid out to that father exactly what he was faced with. I laid out the challenges that were in front of him and the slightest amount of insight into those dynamics in terms of the timing. And these are external social pressures that we all have. And it's a recognition of what represents to your counterpart the equivalent of a Saturday night for a kidnapper. Because you all know that those issues are there. They impact you. Try to get something done on Wall Street in August. Not happening. Even harder than Wall Street, try getting something done in Seattle in August. Any of you that are familiar with Seattle, you're like, yeah, you ain't gonna get me to do anything. I'm out hunting and fishing in August. That's the only good month we have the whole year. So these external dynamics, these social pressures that play on all of us because we're human beings exist everywhere. And it's a simple recognition of that. Seek first to understand, then be understood. Seek first to demonstrate understanding in order to be understood. I demonstrated an understanding of his challenges. Here's what you're up against. And the other person is either going to give you the magic 2 words, that's right, or they're going to correct you. In a session I had earlier today, do not underestimate the value of being corrected. A lot of people hate to be corrected because they find it very embarrassing. They think it makes them look stupid. And there are a number of things that it depends upon which side of it you're on as to how you feel. And the differences are massive because while you're embarrassed at being corrected, and we teach people to be corrected intentionally a lot, the other side, what person doesn't love to correct? It feels so good to correct somebody. It might as well be one of the 7 deadly sins. Somebody corrects you 3 or 4 times, they need to go smoke a cigarette, it felt so good. And we're embarrassed by it, but the other side enjoyed it so much, what they want to do is they want to continue the interaction. Because when you're correcting, your guard is down. You feel like you're collaborating. And you feel like the other person is listening to you. And that's why on a regular basis we teach people to do it on purpose, because the other thing that happens when somebody's correcting you, there's a really good chance they're going to blurt out stuff that they would never say otherwise, because they feel so powerful in the midst of doing it, which also means that if they shared information with you that they shouldn't have, they're not going to regret it, because people don't remember what they said, they remember how they felt when they said it. And that's one of the keys for a great ongoing relationship, because you're using deference. As hostage negotiators, we're deferential. Everybody likes deference. The power of deference is phenomenal. So we're deferential with everybody. These are the emotional intelligence hacks that speed up your collaboration, that save you time. Now, the other thing I didn't do was I didn't get the father to try to say yes once. Now, LinkedIn didn't tell you in advance, but this is what this kind of a meeting is. I know you guys are all yes addicts. It's one of those meetings. This is Yes Anonymous. You know those meetings when I stand in front of you, hi, I'm Chris, I'm addicted to yes, and you guys go, hi, Chris. Some of you have been to those meetings, I know you have. But we love yes. Yes is just like, we get enthusiastic when we hear yes. But what happens when somebody's trying to get us to say yes? We get leery. We know there's a hook there. We always wonder what's the catch? And in point of fact, there's still some nonsense out there that I'm glad is out there, because it will always make the training provided by my company the best training ever, because we understand how bad this is. There's something out there called the yes momentum or momentum selling. You could Google it tonight and you're going to find it. And it's going to say each yes is a micro agreement and it's a tie down. So get them to say yes to something little. Would you like to make more money? Would you like to live in a big house? Would you like to travel the world and stay in 5-star hotels? come to the LinkedIn conference. Wait a minute, hold on. You know, there's a hook there. You know, there's always a hook. And there may have been a time when this was okay, but the problem is everybody is yes battered at this point. Every used car salesperson has learned this. Every swampland seller has learned this. Every coupon book seller with a coupon book costs you $25 and it's supposed to be worth $50,000. I still got one of those in my desk drawer at home that I bought when I was 18. And we get yes battered. Now, those of you in the room, the majority of you, when you're trying to get a yes, you're doing it respectfully. You're not trying to push anybody into a corner. You're saying, yeah, but I'm not trying to trap anybody, so it's okay that I do it. Well, here's the problem. What happens if you try to hug a battered child? They still flinch. So the first part that I'm trying to get you to do is, you can get this tattoo if you'd like. But get out of yes, and instead, here's an example. Jack Welch, former CEO of GE. He's doing a book signing in Los Angeles. I'm there to go to the book signing. At the time, I'm still teaching at USC. I want to ask Jack to come and speak to my class at USC. How many people try to get Jack Welch to say something at that book signing? All of them. Hey, Jack, you want to come to the house? Hey, it's my kid's birthday. Hey, endorse my product. I know this is going on, and I know what an impact, and I actually know what the opposite is. So I walk up to Jack Welch, a line of 300 people, everybody trying to get his attention. I got 7 seconds with Jack. I got time to say one thing. I say, is it a ridiculous idea for you to come and speak to the negotiation class I teach at USC? And he looks at me, and then he looks up and to the left, and he gets this really intense scowl on his face. And he doesn't move. And I think, I just killed Jack Welch. He's not a young guy, right? He looks like he had a stroke and he's going to fall over dead. He doesn't die. Initially, I'm relieved, but then he doesn't freeze, and I think he's going to start going, Skirty, Skirty. Finally looks at me and says, this is my personal assistant's name. This is a special Twitter account we have set up to communicate with her. I will call her and tell her who you are. I think we're going to be in Los Angeles in the fall. If we are, we'll come in and speak at your class. One calibrated no is worth at least 5 yeses. You like yes? See what happens when you intentionally trigger no. Any one of your yes questions can be switched to, is it a ridiculous idea? Are you against? Do you disagree? Is it a bad idea? Have you given up on? You'd be stunned at what people will say no to. Stunned. That's one of the accelerators. Now, what if getting them to say no is not enough? Here's where you go. You need to get people to say, that's right. That's right's what people say when they feel completely understood and they don't know, but every time somebody says that's right to you, a small or a large bond of empathy has been built between the two of you. They're confirming to you, they feel empathy from you. In either small or big doses, varying degrees. Every one of those is an indicator that you're satisfying Covey's guidance from way back, seek first to understand, so you can be understood. Does empathy work on sociopaths? This is an American overseas doing something stupid. This is a sociopath that's got him. This is a negotiator I am coaching. We're going back and forth for months over the ransom demand. The ransom demand is $10 million, $10 million, $10 million. But it's not for ransom, it's for war damages, for 500 years of oppression, from the Spanish to the Japanese to the Americans, the violation of fishing rights to the economic harm over 500 years. And right now you guys are saying to yourself, this is why hostage negotiation has no relevance to my life, because I was never in a debate with somebody who brought up stuff from the past that was no longer relevant. And we're going back and forth on this for months. So finally I tell my guy, we're going to get a that's right out of the sociopath today. You're going to summarize his perspective. Again, there's nothing about their perspective being accurate. And you have to throw in the stuff about you that's bad. in order to get a that's right. So you're going to summarize his perspective, 500 years of oppression, from the Spanish to the Japanese to the Americans. And the current government is just a puppet government that's held up by the latest colonial invader, the Americans anyway, in violation of the fishing rights and economic harm. And we're a separate nation anyway. We're Moros, we're not Filipinos. We've been oppressed for over 500 years. And I told my guy to lay it on thick. And if you don't feel like you're laying the other side's perspective on thick, you are not laying it on thick enough. And my guy lays it out. I don't know how long he went on, but he finally finishes, and he hesitates and he stops, and there's a moment of silence, and the sociopath on the other side says, "That's right." And they sit in silence for a couple more minutes, seconds, and my guy says, "Let's talk again in a few days." I say, "Okay," hang up the phone. And the $10 million went away. It was never mentioned again. It went from 10 million to 0. In the that's right moment, in the moment we demonstrated understanding the other side. Kidnapping took a couple more twists and turns over several more months. And on Maundy Thursday, the Thursday before Easter, the night Jesus prayed in Gethsemane, our hostage walked away, just walked away, leaving the kidnappers with nothing. The military flew down, notified us that he was out. We flew him back to the United States. I'm back in the Philippines about 3 weeks later on another kidnapping. I connect back up with my guy, and he says, "You're not going to believe who called me on the phone." I go, "I don't know who called you." "The terrorists." "What did he say?" He said, "Have you been promoted yet?" "I don't know what it was that you said to me on the phone. You're really good at what you do. I was going to kill the American. You kept me from doing it." Understand, this is coming from a guy who lost everything. He said, "They should promote you." He hung up. In that moment, he called to tell the guy I coached, "We're good. I felt respected by you. I'd deal with you again." That's the strength of the response of completely hearing the other side out. Not agreeing to any of it, just hearing it out and letting them know that you heard them. All right, so we'll get into a Q&A really quickly. We'll have a couple moments for that, not a lot of time. First of all, buy the book. Buy my book. You will stay in 5-star hotels and travel the world. Or at least I will if you buy enough copies. It's all about me. What are you going to do for me, right? No, buy the book. And then the newsletter is short, sweet, and concise. It comes out on Tuesday mornings. It's free. There's a colleague of mine in the FBI that used to like say, "If it's free, I'll take 3." A lot of people get a long way with just the newsletter and the book. Actionable, short, concise information. If you send a text message in, don't let your spell check make it 2 words, FBI empathy. Make sure it's 1 word. We put a lot of free stuff out there, a lot. You are going to get a long way with just the book and the free content that we put out there. Avail yourself of that first. We have a lot of other stuff, and some of that stuff, if you were to come to one of our one-day training sessions, nobody that comes to that session hasn't read the book, because you're going to be in over your head if you don't. Those are high-speed sessions for people who really want to take it to the next level. You can get a long way with just this. All right, we got a couple of moments for Q&A. I think there are microphones on either side of the room. Then after we do a little bit of Q&A, then I have a short video to show you before we get out of here. So anyone want to venture a question besides, how does a guy from Iowa sound like he's from New York? Yes, you have a question. Now I'm going to ask you to go to the microphone that's over there so that everybody can hear your question, because there's a pretty good chance somebody else is thinking the same thing.
Hello, Chris. I'm one of your fans. My name is Ronica Carrera from LinkedIn, and I think there are a few LinkedIn people who absolutely love you here, so thank you so much. I read the book. I love it. I feel like I have to read it again and again. There's one concept that you talked about, the black swan.
Right.
How do you get to understand what you don't know yet? Can you expand a little bit more on that, as far as the technique or the strategy, and help us understand, make the connection to business?
Sure. All right. So black swan is a piece of information that you didn't have going in, that you discovered through the process, that changed everything. Now, I would ask you this: in any given negotiation you're in, when is there not information that you're holding back? When are you not hiding cards? When is there not something about the circumstances that you're concerned about letting the other side go because you're worried about leverage or vulnerability or them being able to have an advantage over you? Pretty much all the time, right? And you're holding it back because it's important. Well, if that's the case for you, it's also the case for the other side. So what'll bend your brain a little bit is, like, not only what's the other side holding back, but what's in the overlap. How do we know when this stuff overlaps? I was filmed for a documentary not too long ago, and we were talking about this, and they said, yeah, we assume that that's the case when we do documentaries. When we do a documentary, they said we have what's called the working hypothesis, which means things are going to change as soon as we start to shoot. And anybody with any experience in documentaries, they call them happy accidents. They say we're always going to find out stuff to take the documentary to a new level and in a direction that we didn't expect. A black swan is a happy accident. They are holding stuff back. They're holding it back because they're scared. They're only holding it back because it's important. And they're holding stuff back that they don't even know is important. Which is why you want to get into the conversation, because when you start getting that's rights out of people, they start blurting stuff out, and you go like, holy mackerel. It's going to make all the difference in the world. So black swans are the happy accidents that you uncover through great collaborative interaction. Yes?
Hi, Chris. My name is Andy Storch. I host a podcast called the Talent Development Hot Seat, and I think it would be a terrible idea for you to let me interview you on podcast. That'd be crazy?
Why no? Somehow I feel strangely compelled to respond to that. I don't know what it is.
Great. I also have a question. I've read your book, and following up on what you talked about today, you talked about the importance of demonstrating understanding,
right,
and also the power of letting people correct you. So what's the balance there between, you know, showing that you understand, you're competent, versus maybe making some mistakes or not being as competent so they can correct you on something?
Well, the big issue is not being afraid to make mistakes. You're not going to get it exactly right. So instead of keeping your mouth shut and being embarrassed by it, take wild guesses. Take educated wild guesses, emotionally intelligent wild guesses. Like when you guys, whenever you go back to the airport, when you get ready to get out of here, you can look at the person behind the counter and know what kind of a day they're having. You can walk up to them and say, tough day? They look like it? They're going to appreciate that. You know, you take a read of what's going on. People give you massive amounts of information before you even approach them. So being able to genuinely take some wild guesses and being willing to be wrong. And it's a great way to practice as well. And you need practice.
Thank you.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do, because I talked a little bit longer than I originally planned. I got a video. Speaking of making mistakes, I got a video to show you. It's a very important video about preparation and what great preparation will help you do.
A proof of life video, that's what they're called. The ultimate good news, bad news story, if you're ever unfortunate enough to see one. Today's high-stakes rescue mission in Colombia ended a drama that has been dragging on for years. Chris Voss is the former FBI lead international kidnapping negotiator, and he worked on the
All right. So in terms of preparation here, what do you think my principal preparation issue is? The lighting, it might be a little hard to see, but the hair on the side of my head is sticking out right here. So this is the first time I was ever on CNN, which kind of blew me away. But it's Anderson Cooper. You know, and I'm from Iowa. There are more people watching this Anderson Cooper on CNN than in the town I grew up in. So I'm excited to go in there. I'm going to learn stuff. Like, I'm going to find out, at last, I'm going to find out, do they have a green room and is it green? Because I'm from Iowa. We're practical people in Iowa. You got a room in your house called the green room? That's got to be green. Why would it be the green room? Well, I went in, they took me to the green room, it wasn't green. Okay, so they're not from Iowa. Then, you know where you go after the green room? Makeup. I remember the first time I sat in that chair and that really pretty lady's putting makeup on my face. And I was thinking, my father's rolling over in his grave right now. Never thought his son would wear makeup. So after makeup, you go into the studio. You're not actually in the studio with Anderson. You're in a side studio, which is actually a large, dark closet. They have a light that shines right in your eyes. They say, that's the camera. Look at the light. Talk to the light. That's talking to Anderson. Down to the left is a monitor. They say, the monitor is going to show the programming. It'll come on when we go live. Do you want it off or on? I said, leave it on. I never saw me on CNN before. I want to watch this. Leave that on. So we have just gone live, and I'm looking down to the monitor, and I can see my hair sticking out, and I am perplexed. And the worst part of it is, the monitor's a mirror image. I don't know which side of my head the hair is sticking out. But I'm a negotiator. I work under pressure. I generate options. I isolate problems. So the first thing I got to do is figure out which side of my head the hair is sticking out. So.
This case from the beginning until his retirement just last year. He joins me now. Chris, this has got to be kind of.
For some reason, I thought moving my head around. My hair would like wave and I'd be able to feel it. You see from the look on my face, I'm thinking like, nah, that didn't happen. So I'm feeling pressure here now, right? You know, I mean, like, there are more people watching this. There are people who know my mom are gonna watch this. They're gonna call her on the phone. They're gonna say, your son doesn't even know how to comb his hair. He embarrassed our small town in Iowa. So I got to figure out what I can do. What are my options? Like, I probably can't go with two hands because then I'll look like one of the Three Stooges. I probably can't lick my hand. I'm trying to decide what to do. I'm trying to decide how to make my move.
A remarkable day for you to be so.
Anderson Cooper's hair is perfect. That's not fair. You know, I'm sure the producer went, hey, let's go split screen. Let's make sure everybody sees how bad Boss's hair is. Anderson Cooper could be in a hurricane. His hair wouldn't move. So I'm feeling it, and there's a little extra snarl on my face here now, too, now I can see this. So I'm trying to decide, you know, I got to make a move. I'm feeling extra pressure now. I'm looking bad, and, you know, people are going to call my mom. It's like that kid's jump rope game with two ropes with double dutch where, you know, you go, how do I get in? When do I go in? Everybody's, come on, let's go.
Closely involved in this and to finally.
You see kind of a sick look coming across my face, right? The realization as it happens that I'm missing.
See it come to fruition.
Damn it. All right, what's the point? The point here is you'll make mistakes at the people you interact with. I made this mistake. We finished out the interview on CNN. They didn't ban me for bad hair. It was on for a bunch more times after that. You'll make mistakes with the people that you deal with. You'll make mistakes with them. The straw that broke the camel's back is never capable of doing it by itself. As long as your overall approach with everybody that you deal with, colleagues, people above you in the chain, people below you in the chain, loved ones, as long as your approach is to genuinely understand, to genuinely hear them out, to make them feel respected and understood, everybody you deal with, separate from the outcome, everybody you deal with, when you're done, will look at you and say, we're good. We're good. I deal with you again. Thanks for spending time with me this afternoon.
That day one is in the books. What a fantastic lineup we were treated to today. So Marty, tell me, what was your favorite bit?
I mean, there was so much to pack into day one. Two things I would call out. So first, my conversation sitting down with Cynthia Marshall. I mean, her energy was amazing. What she shared was great in the studio. She also gave me a bell to bring home for my mom. So my mom will be ringing this during Mother's Day every year, so I have that to look forward to when I get home. Another call out I would have was Johnny Marshall's Rock Your Job segment.
Yes.
So he shared some really great takeaways that I think can be really impactful as people are working on their job posts.
Yeah.
So really good stuff there. And a reminder to all of you out there, if you haven't used LinkedIn to post a job yet, you can do so by using the link below and get $50 off your first post. So if you haven't done that, but you saw that segment, we gave some great tips, so definitely check that out. So what about you? What was your favorite part of day one?
So many highlights. I feel like if I had to pick one, getting to finally sit down with Mariana was just incredible. Her energy, her enthusiasm, charisma is phenomenal, but beyond that, her message around finding your voice and the tactical tips that anyone can do from home right away was just beyond inspiring.
Yeah, you two were like peas and carrots.
Oh my gosh.
That's
just
not
wanted
a
to
surprise.
spin her around in that perfect outfit.
Just add
and
a little more
everything.
glitter and then we're just set.
Check and check.
Just set, sisters. Awesome.
Perfect.
So what do we have coming up tomorrow?
So, well, first of all, we hope that you enjoyed today just as much as we did. And don't forget that we want to celebrate any viewing parties that you have from around the world from your home. So for those of you watching from home, make sure that you use TC19 Live Contest. That's our hashtag where you can submit a photo of your viewing party for the chance to win tickets to Talent Connect next year. Our lucky winner will be selected at the end of our program on Friday, so make sure that you continue to submit all of your creative photos until then.
All right. So is everyone ready for tomorrow?
I know
Are you
I
ready?
am. Yes, so
All right.
ready.
So here's the deal. So we'll be starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. So please come back and make sure to join us in the studio. And here's a quick look of what's in store as we gear up for Thursday's lineup. So first, we'll hear from LinkedIn's very own CEO, Jeff Weiner. So Jeff will discuss LinkedIn's business momentum and also touch on some of the actions that we can all take to make our workforce more inclusive. After Jeff, we're going to get to learn the latest and greatest LinkedIn product innovations, which are going to be coming soon, super exciting. And as the cherry on top, you'll also have the chance to see featured breakouts from Amazon's Noelle Hunt-Bennett and CEO Gary Vaynerchuk from VaynerMedia, or Gary V, as everyone calls him.
Can't wait. Should be a good day. We are in for a total treat, so we will make sure that we get the opportunity to see you tomorrow. Make sure you tune in, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. Central Time. Thanks, everybody. Catch you soon.
See ya. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Talent Connect 2019, the world's largest event for talent professionals.
You are in for a treat over these next 3 days.
We have such an amazing day one. I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, this year's Talent Connect theme, Better Together. It really sounds great, doesn't it?
What makes you perfectly you?
I stand strong in the face of adversity.
I'm the best that ever did it and got away with it.
And I have a fire inside of me that'll make it happen.
We are the most vital part of the organization. We lead a company with intent. We lead a company with insight. We actually inspire organizations.
With that, we are officially going to close out day one of Talent Connect. Thank you so much for joining, and we will see you all tomorrow.